You're live.
It's 6:01. We'll call to order tonight's July 21st, 2026 special meeting of the Upper McCudgee Township Board of Supervisors. We will start as we usually do with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We do have an agenda, but we're going to take some things a little in and out of order to make sure that we have a sort of formal flow to tonight's hearing. So what we'll do is start with new business. Item A, accepting the resignation of Supervisor Julian Godbarge. I will note June 10th of this year, Julian formally submitted his resignation to the board. Pursuant to the second-class township code, we had 45 days to accept that resignation. We are within that 45 days. So I'd make a motion that we accept the resignation of Supervisor Julian Godbarge officially today, July 21st, 2026.
Okay, I will second that motion.
With a motion and a second, is there any conversation or discussion, Sonny?
I can't think of anything more to discuss.
Me neither. Anyone from the public have a comment on that? Seeing none, we can move to vote. All those in favor of accepting the resignation of Supervisor Julian Godbarge effective July 21st, 2026, signify by saying aye. Aye. That passes 2-0. Thank you, Sonny. The next, we're going to skip over new business B, so I think that's going to take more than a second. Move to motion A, which is appointing Supervisor Guy as the Upper McCudgee Township Community Fund Liaison. That is a role that Julian took on while he was a member of our board. It's an opening. I think by the bylaws of the community fund, it's required to have a liaison to the board of supervisors. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Supervisor Sonny Guy as the Upper McCudgee Township Community Fund liaison.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Questions or concerns?
None that I have to discuss.
Well, I'm sure they have questions or concerns too, Sonny. Any from the audience have any questions or concerns about that? Seeing none, we can move to vote. All those in favor of the motion appointing Supervisor Guy as the Upper McCudgee Township Community Fund liaison, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes. Thank you, Sonny. Bob, you'll do a introductory email or loop Sonny in on those.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we're now to the fun stuff. So this is new business B. This would be candidate interviews. We received 13 applications for the vacancy for Julian's seat to join us up here as a supervisor. We do have a process tonight, and I want to make sure that we go over it a little bit. I want to defer first to Attorney Shantz, who has some opening remarks regarding what's going to happen tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be summarizing and probably repeating most of the email that I sent out last Friday, just to give everyone the basis and the understanding of what's involved with being appointed as a supervisor. First, there's the eligibility requirement. In order to do so, you must be a resident of Upper McCudgee Township, an ongoing resident for at least 1 year from today's date. And then you also have to be a registered voter within the township. My email had requested that submission of proof of eligibility would be occur no later than 12 o'clock today, July 21st. However, we did not receive that proof of eligibility from all the applicants. So therefore, we will be extending the submission of the proof of residency along with your voter registration evidence to be submitted to the township offices no later than 4 p.m. Thursday afternoon. Just as a reminder, the township offices are now located at 7540 Windsor Drive, Suite 311, Allentown, Pennsylvania, and that is essentially at the southeast corner of Tillman and Route 100 in those office buildings. So that needs to be submitted, and it will be up to the board's discretion to determine whether or not the evidence that is submitted is credible and sufficient. Secondly, you will need to, the appointed supervisor will need to file financial interest, a statement of financial interest with the Commonwealth. That is for the year prior, so that would be by May 1st of 2027. So if you have any ethical conflicts that of interest that would disqualify you or prevent you from serving or voting on issues that readily come before the township, please make that known to the supervisors, because it's important that you don't conflict yourself out of a lot of the issues that come before the township. The appointed individual will serve until the first Monday in January following the first municipal election. That next municipal election is in November of 2027, so that you would serve until January of 2028. You would be eligible to run for supervisor, and whoever runs for supervisor and would win that election would serve the remainder of Julian's term, which is, I believe, there would be 4 years left at that point in time. So it would be a 4-year term to run at that point. The Upper Macungie Township supervisors are not working supervisors. They do not receive a salary. All the board members receive an annual stipend of $4,374.86 or $364.50 per month. The board will be conducting interviews of all the candidates this evening. It's hopeful that each candidate will be provided with approximately 20 minutes of time to go through their presentation, also answering questions from the board. The board, from the date of from accepting the resignation, has 30 days to appoint a supervisor. So the actual appointment may not occur this evening. So depending on what they hear this evening and what the comfort level is, there's 2 supervisors that are going to be voting on this. So that's going to be the process. It may or may not take place this evening. It may, I believe if there's not a decision this evening, it would possibly flow over to August, to the August 6th board
August
supervisors
6th
meeting.
or a special meeting.
Right. So just so that if a decision is not made this evening, don't be disappointed and think that the board's pushing this off. They're taking this very seriously, and all deliberations have to occur in public. So any deliberations would occur in public this evening, and that's pretty much how things are going to flow. We expect everyone to allow the other candidates appropriate time to and not interrupt their answers or criticize their answers, and have everyone act with courtesy.
Thanks, Andrew. So to follow up, we're going to do this 20 minutes at a time. Each candidate's going to have 1 minute approximately to sort of do an opening statement. We're going to have about 18 minutes of back and forth and 1 minute to close. We're going to do the best we can to make sure you have as much opportunity to speak on issues as you want, but recognizing that with 13 people, I don't want to be here till tomorrow. We're going to try to take this as slow and steady as possible, but this is a job interview, and I think we should be taking it appropriately as such. We'll have some questions. We're going to make every effort to make sure each candidate is answering the same general ideas from us. We're not just going to pitch one person about roads and another person about roofs and try to compare apples to oranges. There are, Jazz, I think we're going to have the timer on the TV potentially. If it makes you way nervous, I don't know if you ever talked with a timer before, just tell us you'd rather not have the timer. And in that case, we have analog, where after the first minute, we'll notice when the time's up, it's pretty self-explanatory at that point. No judgment is going to be made if you don't like the timer. I've given talks in front of a timer and it's aggravating. Makes you think you're going too fast or too slow. It's an open conversation. The point that we're going to try to engage in is dialogue with you. This is probably one of the more serious votes that Sonny and I are going to have to take, which is, we're we're taking the place of the electorate at this point, which is a little bit scary and a little bit onerous. So give us the grace of time and space, and we're going to give you the same grace of time and space today. Try not to interrupt each other. Try not to argue too much. There is going to be a break in the middle as we have potentially 4 hours of conversation. It's not an endurance contest. Order-wise, it's a public hearing. We can't kick anybody out, so everybody will be able to hear everyone's answers. We've put, in a very highly technical combination, we've put everyone's name on a piece of paper and put it in this bucket. One of us will draw the name. That person is up. You get to sit in the fancy seat here with the microphone in front of you. If you're more comfortable standing on your head doing cartwheels, just let us know and we'll accommodate you as best we can. With that said, Sonny, unless you have anything to add, I think we're ready to get started.
Yeah, the only thing I want to add is I want to thank everybody that did apply. Honestly, I was nervous as to whether or not we would have, who would we have to come to this thing, and we were nervous. And I think no matter what happens, I want to thank everyone for sticking their neck out. It's kind of you have to put yourself out a little bit. So I want to thank you, whoever you are, everybody there. And unfortunately, out of the 13, we're going to have to pick one, all right? So what I would encourage you to do, though, if a lot of people said, hey, I want to get involved, there's plenty of ways to get involved in the township, zoning hearing board, planning commission, rec board. We constantly have things going on with comprehensive plan reviews and comp plans or whatever. I would encourage, if whatever prompted you to get involved today, if it doesn't work out, I'd encourage you to stay engaged and stay involved, because that's how democracy works. So I wanted to just again thank you and also offer at least encouragement to stay engaged.
And just one more add is that you can take your time if you'd like, and you should if you have questions of us. What we do is not always. When I signed up for this job, I didn't know exactly what it was entailing. So if you have questions of us, you feel free to use your time to do that as well. Sonny, you want to start us off?
Did I do get the first one? Okay, I'm going to shake it up a little bit. I feel like, okay, Doug Gernhardt, you get the first one. Actually, it's good to be first, right? Or maybe not. Maybe it's better to be last in this case. Yeah. So Doug, you're the man today. Okay. All right. I'm gonna start. Well, I guess we're
gonna give him a minute. And Doug, do you want the
oh,
timer
you're right.
off?
It is.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You have 1 minute to give us
Timer's
your
fine.
Okay.
Timer's fine.
Okay.
So, go on. All right. So I'll probably beat you to the point. Why am I here? I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I know the night that Julian resigned, there were jokes saying you should be going to do this, and I said there's no way I want to do this. But then I started getting other phone calls from people saying you should go do this because we need you to help us get through up certain points right now. So here I am. I'll try to answer your questions. I will ask you your questions as honestly, and I'm not even going to take my minutes, so I'm good.
Good. It's a good start, Doug.
Yeah, I know. I figured.
All right. So, okay. I'm going to say this then. I'm going to ask again, even though we've seen you around. You've been in meetings. But what do you know about the township supervisor's job, and how do you think your skill set match the qualifications match those?
Well, based on the meetings I go to, you guys got a heck of a job ahead of you that you do. I think what I can bring to the table is that I've been in numerous leadership positions through how many years I've been working. I've been directors of EMS services. I've been the fire chief here in the township. I'm currently president of Upper Mackenzie Township Fire. I had served as vice president at 88. I was president at the Lehigh County EMS Association. So I've been part of budget meetings. So I could bring a little background to the board in that leadership role. You guys have a big role where you have to deal with a lot of people, a lot of different types of personalities. The jobs that I've done, I've met just about every type of personality you could come across. Being in EMS, working at a hospital,
personalities are by the hundreds. So I think I can deal with the people that we see. And again, coming to the meetings, I have a pretty good idea of what you guys go through and what you have to undertake.
So Doug, you said that when you first heard of Julian's resignation, you were
Yes.
like, not me. And then people
Yes.
started calling you, and I get
Yes.
that. But you said that people were telling you, we need you to help us get through some certain points right now.
Right.
What were they talking about, or what did you think that to mean?
To me, it meant that we are at a point where I think in the next year, 2 years, we have movements to do with emergency services. And it's not just the fire end of it. I think all of our emergency services to the point in this township need to be reviewed. As a matter of fact, I'm a big favor that I think every year we should be doing an analysis of our emergency services, making sure that we are meeting the needs of the people as this township grows. There's a lot of things coming on the books with Eli Lilly, and whether there's going to be a data processing center or not, those will take care of themselves because of the way the township has their directives that need to be the way things are. But I think the point where you're at now is going to, with our emergency services, is going to direct us into the future.
Doug, a follow-up to that question.
Go ahead.
I mean, you're right now very active in emergency services. Why do you I mean, I guess the question is, why can't you do that right now in the roles that you're in?
I think to the point where I can to a point, but I think from the point where the township needs to get involved, I think we have to bring the township, and I'm gonna say this straight up. I think for the longest time, and I'm gonna use the fire departments, for the longest time, the fire departments were being pacified by saying, well, here, we're gonna give you this, we're gonna give you this, but we weren't dealing with the problems. And the problems were everything from an aging from an aging roster to not getting out on time and it kept letting go. I think from a standpoint of we're sitting on that board, we can take a deeper look into it and say, within the next 3 to 5 years, this is where the township is growing. We need to start, what we have now, is that going to work 3 years from now? And that has to come from you guys. It has to come from you guys. You have to have the plan. You know where the township's going to be in the next 3 to 5 years by just looking at what's coming in, who's building, and what our population is going to grow to. And is of what we're doing now currently going to meet that in 3 years? That still has to come from you guys. Those decisions have to come from you.
You don't think we've been making those decisions now?
I think we have, but I think we have to keep moving forward. I think we're at a point where we made some strides, but are those strides going to take us into the next few years? I think we've only looked at one aspect of it, and that's the fire aspect. And I'm going to sit here and tell you there's more to look at than just that. Okay? Hugely more to look at than just that.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. I hear you. So,
Yeah.
Okay. You want to follow up on the next one or no?
Sure. Part of what I said a little bit earlier, Doug, was when I got this job, I didn't know exactly what I was doing. I knew I'd been to meetings, I'd watched what they look like, but there's a lot more to it. What do you, on the backside of it, you have the time you think to give to? You don't have to give over everything.
I'm retired.
Well, so is something. And I guess
Yeah.
really the question is, are you okay with me still working, or do you need me to retire too?
No,
Okay,
no,
got it.
you don't have to retire. No, I got time, and the nice thing about being retired is you can make the time. I still work. I still work as a paramedic in the city. I still teach classes, but I do it on my time.
Okay.
So I do a very good job of keeping my time and making my time available.
So parts of the job don't involve the emergency services.
I get
While
that,
we have
yeah.
an obligation by the second class township code to provide those things for our residents. It's one of the few obligations that we
Right.
have.
That's me.
Is that you?
It's my watch.
Okay.
Okay. It's me.
Some of the other parts of the job are pretty wide varied with regards to, passing zoning regulations and a new saldo and some of the political and policy conversations that we have, other than emergency services that you clearly have an expertise in because you've given your life to that professionally and volunteer-wise. What sort of experiences do you have outside of that realm that can be useful in this role?
Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, not much. It would be a learning point from my end. But I can tell you from my point is that I go out of the way to learn what I need to know. If there's something I don't understand, I'll either ask it or look it up. I don't know what you guys do on the backside at all. There's one thing my sister said to me. She said, you should go do it because if you get in, it'll give you an idea of what actually goes on behind the scenes. And she says, and it's a good learning curve. So it would be a learning curve for me, probably just like it was for you and probably just like it was for Sunny. But again, I think coming to the meetings and listening to what you guys go through and listen to, and what you look at is helpful because there's not many meetings that I miss. So I'm not saying I have a complete handle on what goes on. I said, but I have a spare idea of what goes on.
Yeah. So Doug, I will say, like when I took the job, I'm assuming that you're everybody that's taken this job realizes it's a lot more work than you thought, right? How much time do you believe this job will take, and how much can you commit to on a monthly basis in terms of hours?
Hours during a month, or hours
on a monthly? How many hours per month?
Okay. I'm going to say you guys put it probably, if you're looking at, I'm going to say 30 hours a week at least, if not more, maybe a little less. But again, for me, time is not a big deal right now. I have time that I can do for this. Time is relative. And I think, again, Sonny, knowing retirement, it's what you make of it. And I have pretty much time.
Okay, that's almost a full-time job. At 30
Yeah,
hours.
I know. And I believe that your job, because it's not only what you do in the meetings, it's what's also going on after a fact. You're like 24/7 call because you're out there in the public and you're part of the public, and that's the way this job is supposed to be. And I get that.
So with the leadership stuff that you've done, Doug, with president of the stations and leadership within emergency services, give me a sense of what leadership style that you have. Specifically in a board role like this, we have to have we have to approach things with our staff, with our management team in a way that is in the best interest of the township and maybe not always in the best interest of us personally. Give me a sense of what your style is when you deal with staff from a director role, which is what this is, and sort of a sense of what the staff can expect from you if you're in this role.
When I was in leadership roles in both, I tried to be fair across the board. Trying to, if there was an issue, trying to listen to what the issue was, trying to solve the issues before they happened. I tried to keep an ear to what was going on outside of my role as leadership. So in other words, you're here in your management position and you have all your people here. You need to know what's going on with them. You need to feel what they're feeling or what they're seeing. And when they come with you that problem, that you have that little bit of an idea of what's going on and you can address it and help with it and help it out or talk through it. I used the management position that my door was always open. It was never closed. I always listened to what people had to say. And then we tried to solve the problem either directly, indirectly, or across the board, however, whatever the issues were.
And do you think that changes that sort of hands-on approach that you had in other positions? Do you think that changes in this role, or do you think you similarly need to have that sort of hands-on approach with the staff as a supervisor?
I think you have to have a hands-on. I think you have different people reporting to all of you from different aspects. I think you need to be visible. I think you need to be out there. I think you need to know that. I think the staff needs to know that you are there and present and care about what they're doing.
Okay. And I'm going to ask sort of the same question to everyone, so it seems a little weird asking you because you've already given you some of the answer. But I know you're very active in fire services. I know you attend a lot of meetings, but I'm going to ask everybody the same thing: is that how many Board of Supervisors meetings? And the reason I'm asking is I know people have volunteered their time, but I also want to understand how much of it was volunteered towards the township. And so how many township meetings do you attend? That could be supervisor meetings, planning commission, zoning, hearing board, RAC. And other than have you volunteered in any other way? Like, we've had Vision Zero planning sessions, comprehensive sessions, rec and open space plans. Can you talk a little bit about, what you've done for the township, not just in the community in general?
Sure. I attend mostly every township board meeting, just about. I may miss one or two. I attend your budget meetings, and I've attended certain planning meetings that pertain to stuff that was due to the fire department. I haven't been on any other committees in the township, but again, looking at what I do, the amount of hours I put in at the fire station is a lot. Okay, so between the call volume and the president things that have to be done. So that point in time, I felt what I was doing there was for the township.
Do you think that if you got this role that you'd have to sacrifice the presidency of 57?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think would be a major conflict of interest.
And have you, in that role, specifically in that leadership role, have you worked to develop, are you comfortable, and this is sort of a granular question and a curiosity question, are you comfortable that you've developed leadership underneath you that's going to be able to take the role?
Yeah, and actually thinking about it, knowing that I'd probably if I would get this position, knowing I'd probably have to give it up, I already have somebody in mind. So to fill in the role that I think would do well for Upper Macungie.
So you've been to, and your presence at meetings is noticed. I guess the sort of quirky tongue-in-cheek question is, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? In your opinion, from not just how the meeting runs, because I'll take deep offense if you have anything with how the meeting runs, but from just a sort of a 30,000 foot view of what the township is doing right now. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong?
With how big this township is growing and how fast it is growing, I really commend you guys on handling those issues. I think sometimes I sit in the back, and obviously you do want to hear what people have to say at the end. And I think sometimes, and this is just my opinion, I think sometimes you entertain some issues that just seem sometimes out in left field. An example I can give you, if you want me to, was the time when the gentleman showed up and he wanted you to take over parts of Shantz Road. And to me, that was just sort of like way out there. And then even when you got the report back from PennDOT saying that it wasn't going to be feasible, they still tried to say, well, I didn't really hear no. And I think at that point in time, it would have been, look, this was the report. This is the way it is. It's just not something financially we can do. I think that's the only thing I've seen. Okay.
I remember that here.
I actually remember that comment. You brought up development pressures a couple of times, so I'm going to ask the question then. Upper Macungie faces development pressure, both proposals from a lot more residential now than we used to, but also industrial. How would you balance growth, tax base, and community character in your decision making?
I guess the question is, can you really, if somebody comes in and says they want to build so-and-so here, as long as they meet with the requirements, how can you really say you're going to control it? It was funny when you say you're going to run for the township, people come up to you and say, oh, you got to stop the building. I can't. It's already being done. It's already happened. You already set the stage. I think about this and I go, well, one thing about what I have to offer, I've lived in this township since 1960. Okay. I've seen this township grow. I'd have to go back to like 1974 in a time machine when Lehigh Portland sold all their property to Iron Run Development when all this started, just to go to the supervisors and say, hey, this is what's going to happen in 2000 something. We need to control it.
Did we have supervisors in 1960?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I think the way to control it, Sonny, is to make sure everybody stays within their lane and they don't get too broad and too big. And we control it from that point of what the township has already set up.
What do you, help me understand, how do you operationalize what you just said?
How do
they get too broad and too big? What is?
Well, if they come with variances or they come with other things that they want to do, obviously it has to go through the planning committee but if we keep them in where they're supposed to be and don't allow those other variances or whatever they need and stay within the scope that is the township, you'll control about what's going on.
Okay. All right. Well, we're down to like a minute and 40 seconds, so I don't want to drag you into a
That's
deeper
fine.
thing. I want to give you also the opportunity to summarize. So, you have any other questions?
I mean, you have a minute 40. Any questions of us before you?
No,
about the job or about what we're doing?
I actually commend you for what you do. For a 3-person board and the size of this township and the way it's growing and how fast it's going to grow in the next 3 to 5 years, it's a tough job. It's a tough job.
So we're at the rough minute mark, Doug.
Okay.
I want to give you the minute close, or you can take as all or little of it as you want.
All as little as I want. I think if I come to the board, I can offer a lot more than just the emergency services. I have a wide range of different items and different knowledges that I can bring to the board. I use my mind. I don't have an engineering degree. I'm not a lawyer.
Terrible. You don't want them.
I use common sense, and I know common sense to people is different, but I think I can be relevant to this board and help out to what we need for the next year that we need to going forward.
Doug, thank you for going first.
Oh,
Never the
okay.
easiest spot.
All
Thank you for.
I guess the question is, and I don't want to make this sound, do we need to hang around at tonight's training? It's just,
That's up to you.
Okay.
Depending on how long this goes, it may be very late if we make a decision tonight. It may
Okay.
be very late if we make a decision to
Okay.
postpone the decision to another time.
I
We're not
wanted to
going to,
ask
we
this.
have to deliberate publicly and openly.
I get that.
So
That's
even
fine.
if it's tonight, I'm sure if you have to go to training and you get the job, someone will give you a call.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you for
Doug.
your time and
Appreciate
thank you
you.
for everything
Thank you,
do.
Doug. I do
Take care.
appreciate everything you
Yeah.
do. Okay, can I have a quick hand? Who's going to be, who's here that's going to be involved in the process? I just want to know how many people we got. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we have 9? I'm counting
I
9?
think. Well,
Okay.
Doug, one other thing you heard, I don't think, did we get stuff from you on the electorate and the proof of residency?
Should have. I
Okay.
sent it the day you sent it to us.
Okay.
Oh, you did.
All right.
Not the email.
We'll double check. And if we don't have it, we'll confirm with you that we need it.
Let me know and I'll resend it because I did send it to you.
I think you may want to resend it.
Huh?
I think you may want to resend it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did, the day that Attorney Sean sent it out,
Okay.
I did it that night and sent it.
Okay.
So I'll resend it.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Doug.
It might have gone into, got caught in spam or
All
something.
right.
Just
Okay.
double
Good
check.
luck with
Yeah.
training time. Appreciate it.
Okay,
If
thank
not,
you.
I'll drop it off.
All right, thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks. Take care.
All right. So now we're going to roll to number 2. David Costa. Is David here? There he is. Come on up, David.
Sorry, a little underdressed.
That's all right. I think those of us in suits wish we could be underdressed as well. So
Yeah, I just came from work, so.
it all works. All right, David. So you get the benefit of being second, not first. You get to see sort of how we work. We're going to give you a minute to sort of open up and introduce yourself a little bit, and then we'll see where it goes from there. So, and are you okay with the clock?
I am fine with
All
it.
right. So,
All right, my name's David. Been in the township for 7 years now. I have kids in Parkland School District and just looking to get a little bit more involved in the community in the township. Currently work at St. Luke's as a director in the neurology department. So I got offices kind of all over the Lehigh, Monroe, and soon to be Grandview areas. So It's kind of the gist of me. So that's all I got for now.
Okay, so as little as much as you want is perfect. So other than sort of the broad statement of you just want to get more involved, what about being a supervisor? What do you know about this job? What about Upper Macungee's growth development that we take care of? What about the supervisor role intrigued you to apply?
Honestly, just I saw the Facebook post of they were looking for a position, and my wife and I always said we should get involved, and I was like, well, it's perfect time right now. So I've been really career focused since I got back to the area. So I was looking for a reason, and that Facebook post was my reason. And I was like, you know what? I've been working really hard at St. Luke's and moving up, and I was like, I was ready to give back to the community as well. So, and I love living in this area and working with South Parkland, watching the kids grow up, and I just still want to be a part of that.
So I'm just going to follow up, Sonny, if it's all right. What part of Upper Macungie, you said you love living in this area. Give me a little bit. Let me get to.
I live on Lone Lane, so
I know Doug before this. Doug,
yeah.
I don't know you. So, what about this area do you love? Talk to me about what about your love of this area really sparked an interest in giving back and doing, and why now? Let's dig
See,
a
I
little
grew
bit.
up in Fullerton Avenue, so Deerfield area. Went to Central Catholic, joined the military, moved away. I was in Kentucky for about 5 years. Came back to the area.
Best state in the union, right?
Yep.
That's where I'm from.
Kentucky?
Yep.
Oh, nice. What part?
I'm from Louisville originally.
Okay. I driven through. I was living in Hopkinsville. I was stationed at Fort Campbell.
I'm sorry for you. Anyway.
Yeah. So I moved back to the area looking for a house with a wife, and we were looking, school districts was our biggest concern. We want to make sure that we're in a good school district, and Parkland was always at the top. So moved to the area, found a nice property and moved here. Kids immediately enrolled in Parkland, and kids love everything about their school. Centronia, getting ready to go to middle school now. Oldest just graduated Parkland High School, and just interacting with the families through SPYA and different sports. My youngest son is at Leading Edge Martial Arts, and he gets to hang out with all the kids in the area as well. My daughter, softball, she just started cheer. Gage is always involved in the high school, so I was just interacting with the community. Everybody's very welcoming, friendly. Walking around the neighborhood, and everybody's waving to you, saying hi. They'll stop you, talk to you for a couple minutes, and it's the type of community that I want to be a part of. And I feel like Upper Macungie does a really good job at that. I just wanted to keep that tradition going.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to dig a little deeper into the motivation, because there's so many ways to get involved in Upper Mac. What we said to you earlier. I mean, you could be attending board of supervisor meetings, joining the planning commission, being on the zoning hearing board, the rec board. I think we constantly are applying for, asking for help for the Vision Zero plan. We need people to volunteer for that. I can go on and on, but I guess I'm saying my point is, why supervisor?
I don't really have a
Okay.
good answer
It was
for
there. It was on Facebook.
It popped up. Actually, my coworker said, "Hey, you should, look into this." I looked at it, talked to my wife about it, and I was like, "You know what? I'm just gonna apply."
All
See what
right.
happens.
Okay. Well, I won't let it go. Let's stop there then.
Yeah.
So, what do you know about the job, and what a supervisor's job is, and how do you think it matches your skill sets and qualifications? Same question I asked Doug earlier.
Honestly, everything I learned about this position was on the Upper Macungie website, and digging through there and searching through that's all I really know about the position. I don't really know what you guys' day-to-day is and how much time you guys commit to the role. I know they hold the community sessions and township sessions, and make decisions that's hopefully for the best of the township.
Okay, so you meant, and I know some of the areas where you say you cover. I mean, sometimes it's a bit of a haul getting up. I mean, how many hours do you think you could commit to this job, and how much flexibility would you have? Because sometimes we're at a drop of a hat. We have to have an executive session because something urgent happened.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask a follow-up question, or should I wait till then? How much time do you guys commit to this position? Because right now, I mean, I work anywhere from I'm scheduled
Well,
for
tell
40
me, I
hours.
rather than, because
So,
I don't, here's the reason why I'm a little reluctant to give this, because it's a little unfair for everybody else to follow us. But so I'd rather ask you how many hours you have to commit. Can you commit to the job? That's because that way you
Okay.
you already know how many you have to do.
yeah, so I'm probably going to be in the ballpark around 10 to 15 hours in a week that would be able to commit to.
10 to 15 a week. Okay.
Yeah, 2 to 4 hours a week or a day. Sorry.
So grew up in the area, you
Mhm.
left for the military, you came back. Since you've been either back or at an earlier time in your life, other than the military service, can you give us an example of when you felt, other than this particular application, when you felt driven to give your time over to a community interest, community need, whether it's a nonprofit, whether it's a blood drive, something, because this is at its core public service. There's not a lot of, you heard Andrew tell you how much we get paid a year. This is not a profit job. This is,
Right, yeah.
this is for the community. Can you give us an example of some time in the past that you've done that, dedicated your time, your energy, your private time, not your public time, towards a public good?
I committed my time to different spiritual facilities, churches. I was on a medical team. I was on a security team at local churches in the area, and go there and we're praising. I'm also protecting and looking over. So
Are you taking leadership roles in those, or is it just? And I don't mean to.
The community,
I don't mean to demean it. I understand what you're talking about and serving the community. But part of what we do is not just being part of the team. We're seen as leading the team. Are there opportunities that you've had to do that leadership role in the community?
in the community, not so much. No, I was mainly just in the military. I was a leader in my unit, and then also now at St. Luke's, so one of the leaders in the operationally in the neurology department.
So talk to me then about your leadership style. How would you describe yourself as a leader, and do you get the sense that people like following?
So with me having multiple practices and also having people working remotely, I'm not as much of a hands-on type of leader. I'm more of a, I'm going to let you do what you need to do and know what you need to do, or know what you need to do. I hired you for a position, and I trust that you know it, and I'm always there for you, but I need you to, put forth the effort. And then if you have any issues, I'm right there to, help you pick up the pieces and, make the right decision. So I'm more of, a hands-off type of leader. I want you to learn and grow in your position, and I want to empower you. So I'm more of a leader that is wanting to empower you and build you into, the person that you would want to be. So if you want to grow, I'm right there to help you get those pieces.
So how do you think that plays within the role that, for example, Bob as our full-time career manager has with me as a politician? How do you think your leadership style fits with the leadership style that a supervisor has to give with the career staff at the township?
Township is filled with a bunch of different personalities, and everybody wants what they want, and you have to have an unbiased, open-minded type of approach to it, so you can hear everything that's coming your way and be able to take an unbiased approach to make the right decision. So one of the first things I learned as a leader was not to just react to something that happens. You want to take a breath, get the whole story, and then make your decision. So I think in your role, you really have to take that approach and just make sure you're getting all the information from all sides so you can come up with the best decision that's going to fit the township.
This is another other question I asked Doug. I'm going to ask you the same question. So Upper Macungie faces development pressure, including proposals for both residential and industrial land use. How do you balance growth, tax base, and community character in your decision making?
I just have to look at, what's best for the township. And, I see all the Eli lilies coming in, and, we got the residential areas coming in, and, that's great for the community. I just want to, make sure that we're able to support that with, the roadways and the emergency services and, police forces, and, make sure that we have everything that can support the community as we grow and get bigger. So the tax question. I mean, I know, the industry kind of takes a lot of the tax breaks, or takes a lot of the taxes and breaks the community, so we don't have to really put that in. So I think that's a positive, and would want to continue to do that, but also, make sure that we're not crippling the industry as well. Sorry, that's the best I got.
That's all we can ask of you, right?
I'm just going to ask you. I'm not going to comment.
All right. So what do you think that, from where you sit or from what you've heard or listened to or talked to people about, what are the biggest issues that Upper McConkey is facing today? And sort of give us a sense of how you think we should be addressing them.
Honestly, the biggest is just from, my neighborhood outlook. And I noticed that, roads are getting busier, more traffic is going through, making sure that the kids are safe as they're, walking to Lone Lane Park. There's not many sidewalks, and you can't walk up and down Lone Lane unless you're walking in the grass. And the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit is kind of a suggestion and not really,
Barely a suggestion.
yeah, not really
You
followed.
can see it when you're going past it at 45 miles an hour.
Exactly. So, I mean, my biggest worry is just, I seeing all the bicyclists, these e-bikes going around, people walking their dogs, running, just making sure that, they're safe and they have, good tools around them to keep them safe. So I would love to see sidewalks. I'd love to see speed humps on Lone Lane and a camera, so we can submit that to America's Funniest Home Videos, but that's a different
Well,
story.
is this not a speed camera? Because we're not by law allowed to do that.
No, not a speed camera.
unfortunately. And so what do you think our role as a supervisor is in that conversation, in that safety conversation, as opposed to simply just saying to the police department, do better?
Well, you gotta look at all the resources in the community. Police have, they protect and serve every part of the township, and just focusing in one area is going to take it's going to pull people from different areas. So, your role, in my mind, you would have to come up with more of a permanent solution on how we could, ensure that the community is safer, whether that be, investing in sidewalks and finding a contractor that would be able to do that for a decent price. If you would do speed humps, is it going to damage a bunch of cars? Is the township going to get sued? And, we got to pay these people because their cars were damaged. These are all things that would have to be addressed and thought through before, final decision is made.
I don't have any questions. I'm asked to answer all the questions, but let me see if you're.
So do you have any questions of us, David?
Matt, you have any questions?
Yeah. What does your, say, day-to-day kind of look like, or month look like?
I
in this
wake,
position?
unlike Sonny and Doug, I wake up and go to work every day.
Okay.
I'm an attorney at Gross McGinley downtown, so I have a full-time job. I have to manage some of the needs. I work with Bob and Sonny on when we can communicate, but we review stuff as it comes in. We have a full-time staff that does a good job of handling a lot of day-to-day things that don't require us. I'm not evaluating bids. I'm not directing where the public works staff goes. That's someone else's job. We do have, in the 2.5 years that I've been on this job, we've gone from some big issues to a lot of very large projects. We have 3 construction projects going on right now, or I guess technically they'll be going on as of August 4th.
Yeah, they're all in the process.
Close to $100 million of construction in the township. That takes a lot of energy. We have some large scale political issues. We have some really nerdy wastewater and zoning issues and stormwater management issues that we're asked to weigh in on as supervisors, because it has to do with development. It has to do with enacting legislation to control some of it. We have a zoning rewrite that's ongoing that takes a lot of energy and time. I wish there were some days where I didn't think about it. I think I'm required by law to think about it every day, so I do. Does it take 3 hours every day? No, because I think we have a staff that really knows what they're doing, and they relieve a lot of that pressure on us. And quite frankly, in 2.5 years, Sonny and I get along. for the most part, not every day, but sort of. Enough to know that we don't fight over things that force the issue to be worse. So I think what we're looking for is someone to fit seamlessly within, however one fits seamlessly within the blend of the two of us, that's willing to work towards it and willing to give that time, whatever it is. I'm here tonight. If I'm here till midnight to do this work, I'm going to be here till midnight to do this work. And that's just what it is. And so that's sort of the expectation, is that you're going to give us what we need, and us is the township. That's the 30,000 people who live here who rely on the decisions that we make every day.
Yeah, so I agree with everything that Jeff said. I think just the other thing I would just say is there is no typical day. You know, we're not working supervisors, so we count on the staff to do the job, but also to keep us informed as to what's going on, and that type of thing. But I think what I did find out and I didn't realize is that it really, the job pulls you in different directions that you didn't expect to be pulled into. It gives you opportunities, and in many ways you make of it what you want to make out of it. Some of it, we don't just do this, and like, for example, there's other projects or other work that gets involved. I'm also a commissioner of Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, which is part of, as an elected official, and I spend a lot of time on that. I attend 4 meetings a month. That can take as much time as this township job. It literally doubles sometimes my workload during the month. And then you get dragged into, not dragged, but you get pulled into other areas that you wouldn't think of because you're attending meetings or whatever. So it's not a full-time job. It is a part-time. You don't get paid a lot of money to do it, but you'll find that if you want to make more out of it, you can. Because the position gives you the opportunity to work on other things you care about.
Cool. Thank you. It sounds like it's not a redundant position, so keeps you guessing every day, which is nice and interesting.
Sure.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Aggravating, frustrating, and rewarding all at the same time.
Perfect.
Anything else?
Do you want to give some closing comments, or you have about a minute? You have 2 minutes left.
No, I appreciate the time you took to speak with me about the position. Learned a lot, and best of luck in your decision making.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate it, David.
And what Sonny said before, we do appreciate everyone, including you, coming up and offering your time tonight, and offering your resume, and putting yourself out there. It takes a big thing. And, we said it to Doug, but we'll say it to you, and we'll say it to everybody else. If you don't get this position, we truly do hope that your interest in serving our community doesn't stop today. There are opportunities. You just got to ask. And you got to be willing to ask twice, 3 times, and 4 times.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of opportunities, and feel free to reach out to me after this process is over if you want to talk more about it. Actually, I grew up very close to where you live.
Oh, nice.
Right off of Lonely.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you.
Sure.
All right, Sonny, you're up.
Oh, it's my turn now to
It is
pick
your
the,
turn.
Okay, here we go. Shit. All right, Tim Betts. Is Tim Betts here? Tim is not here. Okay.
Still your
Pick
turn.
Another one then. Still my turn. Andrew Snyder is up next. I'm on Andrew.
Oh, David, I did mean to ask you before you leave. Did you submit to Andrew the email and the information? Okay. Just make sure that we get it by 4:00 on Thursday, please. Thanks, sir.
Hello,
Andy, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Do you have a problem with the timer?
I do not.
All right.
I'm good.
So whenever you're ready,
Okay,
let's rock.
thanks. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm not a politician, so I know this is kind of an unusual role that I'm looking into. But it does sound like something I would be interested in pursuing. Been very interested in the inner workings of the township. I've been here. My wife and I moved up here in 2003, so we've been here for over 20 years, raised our kids here. I think somebody else mentioned school districts, and that's one of the reasons that led us up here. Grew up in Delaware County, crowded, crime on the rise, and just takes forever to get somewhere. We wanted to move away from that, move out to the country, we'll call it. And we've really enjoyed our stay here. Kids got a great education. They're moved on and have their own families. And it's amazing how much the place has changed in just those 20 some years. I mean, some good, some bad. I have always been concerned with safety for children, safety for everybody. I think sidewalks is an issue that really needs to be addressed. I'm very concerned about truck traffic and warehouses and, all just the normal things that people seem to complain about all the time. So, that I'm currently on the zoning hearing board and also served with Sonny on the task force, and appreciate that more insight as to how things work, and just looking to expand that kind of opportunity and see what else is available. So.
Sonny?
So, no, and of course, I know Andrew from some of the work he's already done in the township, and I appreciate that. But Andy, what motivated you now to, hey, this is it. This is the time I'm going to run. What was that spark?
I think, I've been on the zoning board for about 8 years. I even chaired it for a while, and it's really an interesting insight to not only how the township works, but what the issues are with the people, what the challenges are with companies that come in and they want to set up shop here. And, unfortunately, sometimes there's barriers in their way, and, we try to come to some agreement. I enjoyed that part of it. I just felt like I wanted, and one of the reasons I got involved in the task force was I felt like I could make a difference. And maybe I wasn't getting that satisfaction from the zoning board. And I thought, obviously I mentioned some things that I'm concerned about, warehouses and truck traffic and so on. And I thought maybe there's a way to somehow make that situation better, at least contribute to making the township better. I understand we need to grow. This is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. And we definitely want to attract business. I think that there needs to be an orderly way or a planned way to do that, and look how that's going to happen in the future. Even though I may not be here to see it in its fruition, if I feel like I can contribute and make it better for the future, that would be something that would satisfy me.
So I'm going to this follow-on question. It's a question I was going to ask anyway, but you just opened the door to it. Was you've been on the zoning hearing board, so you've seen some of the plans they go through, and you've been in meetings. We know that there's development pressure from all types of uses. How do you think we can balance growth, tax base, and community character?
Well, that's the task force, I guess, gave me some good insight as to some of the decisions that are really in our hands, if you will. Even though sometimes you're locked in with, the zoning that's already set up, you can't change that zoning without creating problems. But I just thought that it was good that there is still a lot of opportunity to lay out plans to put these city centers together and to improve. And I thought that was a really great idea. Also like the idea of making more walkable areas, almost connecting the different townships together, if you will. I know it's a balance. You want to encourage business to be here. I think we just need to take a closer look at what kind of business we want here, as opposed to letting the businesses determine our future. Like they come in and just make the decisions. Sometimes you feel like you have your hands tied, because if it's something zoned and they want to build a warehouse, you're stuck with that. So I'm hoping that there's a way to influence and maybe change the ordinances or whatever to help us to have a more rounded area where people want to enjoy here, living here, they want to stay here, they want to walk the streets, and you still have business, but you're not constantly fighting the traffic that's obviously increasing.
Andy, you said when you first started, when you're introducing yourself, that in the 23 years that you've lived here, you've seen some things some change, with some good and some bad. Can you give me an example of some good and some bad of the changes that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, the accessibility has improved. You don't have to drive all the way out to the mall to find stores and whatnot. So there's a lot more convenience. And frankly, where I live, which is over near Lone Lane as well, it's nice. It's still quiet there, but in 5 minutes I can be, where I need to be. It's great that people want to live here, but it seems like the housing developments just pop up like almost like weeds. Like every time you drive down 100, you look and there's another 100 houses there, and that's great. I guess my concern is that we may be growing too quickly. The infrastructure, I'm not sure how the infrastructure can support all that with water and energy. And, hopefully that's something that's being addressed or looked at, again, with planning for the future. As far as, like I said, the good part is there has been a lot more convenience and availability. I like the parks. I like what you've done with Grange Park and this building. I think it's fantastic. Provides something important, I think, to the township, to the people that they can enjoy. I can literally walk here from my house, so that's great. The downside is we've seen the increase in traffic, and coming from Delaware County, where I sat, it'd take you an hour to get, a mile up the road just to go to the store. I see that starting to build. So there's good and there's bad. And I'm hoping that, not that I have all the solutions, but I'd like to be at least part of some of the ideas of how do we find a sweet spot where you still have industry willing to invest in us, and you still want people to live and raise their families here. But at the same time, we need to get out in front of it and, look to, utilities and schools and, and traffic. It's going to be an issue.
So, and I'm going to follow up on it a little bit, Andy. You have the benefit and the burden of Sonny and I both having interactions with you in the past. We served on the zoning hearing board together. But most recently, you were part of a group of residents who were objecting to the Sunset Orchards project, the land development that's going up near your house. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about how, as a supervisor, you deal with projects that like that one that you may not love, but you have to,
Absolutely.
Sometimes our hands may be tied on development issues.
Right. And I'm kind of a rule follower. So I realized that if I were in a position that would affect me personally, that I would have to recuse myself from that decision. But yeah, to your point, I've been on both sides where approached the planning board, approached your board with concerns. And they're not just my concerns. It's a group of us. They tend to kind of push me out in front of them. A lot of people don't like to get up and speak, but yeah, I'm passionate because, again, we came up here and it was moving to the country for us. And, you see how the quality of life is starting to be kind of chipped away at. And again, I go back to traffic and whatnot. I know that's inevitable, but I think maybe there's ways that you can balance that. How would I personally address it? I tend to be an active listener. I want to hear what people have to say. a lot of people have a lot of angst or a lot of emotion when they come to these meetings. They don't always know how to verbalize or, describe their frustration. And I try to take that in and listen to it and try to be fair. There's in a lot of cases, our hands are tied, and they need to understand that. There's a process that they can appeal and maybe have the rules or the laws changed. But it can be a frustrating position to not be able to give people what they want because you feel like your hands are tied sometimes with the ordinances. I don't know if that answered the question, but
Yeah, I think you answered it. I've been in the same position you were when I ran, and you find out that's, and I knew even then that there's only so much you can do because you still have to follow the township
The law,
ordinances as well
right.
as the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code, and you have to work within those guidelines. So I want to go to a couple other questions, though. I know you have some familiarity because you're on the zoning hearing board, but what do you know about the township supervisor's job, and how do you think that fits into your skill sets and qualifications?
yeah, I understand that you manage the township budget. You have to make decisions for how the money is spent. Also providing services to a very large community, maintenance and streets and police and fire. I follow what's going on with the fire and the police that are moving. And, I think that's great. You guys are moving in the right direction. Also, setting the ordinances, enacting the ordinances that really kind of dictate how we live and how people come into this community and what they're allowed to do. And, I have a lot of experience, I guess, financially through project management. My background is in mechanical engineering, but I've spent 30 years as project manager and have, managed millions of dollars in budgets and setting up, I guess, spending curves and knowing what the milestones are, the schedules, and being able to track that to keep things, on budget, on schedule. Also, I think contingency is something that needs to be incorporated because no matter how well you have something planned out, the unexpected always happens. So for the township, I'm not sure if you do this, but there should be maybe a rainy day fund that's set aside that says if we lose a water main or something happens, catastrophic, that we can address it immediately and not, impact the budget. So I have that kind of experience.
As a project manager, were you asked to do a lot of leadership within the team, person to person, interpersonal skills?
Yeah, there was a period where my supervisor left the company and they didn't replace him. So I kind of, was thrust into that role. And I did that for a while. And I would say that I'm more of kind of a hands-on manager. I try to lead by example. I'm not going to ask people to do something that I wouldn't be willing to do myself. And I feel that people are more willing to follow me if they see that my heart's in it and I'm willing to get in there and I try not to simply delegate and walk away.
So with that hands-on approach, how do you think that plays with our role as supervisors with our career professional staff who
I
deal with some
know
of the...
it may not be analogous in that position, but I still think that I may not be rolling up my sleeves, but if I am willing to dig into an issue and try, I like to be a problem solver. Most engineers are that way. They want to solve problems. So I have a methodical way of trying to find out what the problem actually is, what the root cause is, trying to resolve it, work with a team and bring different ideas together and hopefully come up with the right solution. I'm not a person that simply says, this is how we're going to do it. And I welcome input and then try to lead people in a common direction. But I got to be in there too. I don't feel comfortable just telling people what to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could handle 2 engineers at the same time. That's a little much, but
It's not, at least he's not a lawyer.
well, tell me
It's
about it.
better. How much time do you have to commit to this job? And, the same question I
Well, it's
asked.
funny you say that because I worked for Merck Pharmaceutical for about 30 years, and I am retiring at the end of this year. So
Okay.
I'll still probably work part-time, but I would say I could probably dedicate 20 hours a week. I mean, I'm looking for something to do. And like I said, I like to solve problems. So if there's an opportunity for me to do that, I'm on board.
Is that partly what prompted you? Because now you're in that, getting into that retirement?
Yeah, if it wasn't this, I'm actually looking at other volunteer positions or opportunities. I worked a little bit with the housing, Habitat for Humanity.
Okay.
Worked with them years ago. I was thinking about going back to that, maybe volunteering down in Allentown, getting clothes for people or soup kitchens, something like that. I want to give back to the community. I've been pretty blessed with, what I've gotten, what I've worked at and enjoyed my whole life. And I'm not one to sit around. I can't sit around and do nothing. So, yeah, if I'm not volunteering here, I'm volunteering somewhere else.
Okay.
So appreciating the work that you've done on the zoning hearing board for 8 years, it's an extraordinarily important role. What other leadership roles in the community have you taken or do you aspire to take? Volunteering is great, but do you have experience sort of leading in the community other than the short time as the chair of the board?
Well, other than the kind of the grassroots organization that we put together for my neighborhood, trying to lead that, getting out and meeting with people and trying to make them aware of issues and then trying to get them on board, muster them and get them out. I also coached my daughters when they grew up. They were playing soccer, and I coached them through that. It's not much leadership, but still takes a little bit of commitment, and you're more managing the parents than you are the kids.
Tell me about it. So we're about at the minute, Andy, and I want to give you a chance to ask questions and also sort of summarize where you are. So either or to your pleasure.
Okay. Yeah, one issue I guess that's on everybody's mind, it seems like it's in the news, are data centers. And I know tends to be a dirty word.
2 words.
Two dirty words, right? Yeah. But I guess my question is, has anybody really looked into what the true impact of these data centers will be? Because I know there's a lot of misinformation out there about how much energy they use and how much water and so on. And I'm curious, data centers can be a real opportunity for this area, especially because it will bring jobs in, obviously, and not necessarily a lot of truck traffic involved with data centers. So it may be a good opportunity. And I hear all the bad. Sorry, I'm over time. I hear all the bad things about data centers. But is anybody looking at maybe getting the word out that, hey, these aren't that bad?
So we're out of time, but I'm happy to have that conversation with you offline. Because I have something to
A
add.
little long-winded, but
That's okay. I do need to take a quick 3-minute break.
Sure.
Andy, thank you for that. I appreciate your time. Appreciate what you do, the zoning hearing board. If you haven't submitted the information on the electrostatic
I will get on
residence,
that. I missed Andrew's.
I saw you
so
checking your email when we were talking about it. So with that, we'll take it's 7:15. We'll take a 5-minute break and give you a whole 5 to 7:20.
I appreciate that.
I'll say that when we get back. Very well.
Going away with,
I'm sorry. I'm freezing. I really regret this.
I did, yeah, that's 2,000-pound flight animals. Something you don't want to get in front of.
we have a 75 pound, 7-month-old last month. You don't want to get in front of her.
Yeah, they're all mostly, yeah.
Barrel right over 2,000 pound animals. It's scary.
Yeah, I tore that down and I have a wood shop, a little wood shop. I just tinker around up there. Cutting boards.
Keep busy.
Yeah, lots of around.
You see, talk to your small.
I'm surprised. I guess him. When he was over there for Easter. They're gonna be, thank you for being my friend, but I've been deleted. So it's like, so. But, it's okay. Seemed like a one-way communication, so I didn't even respond. It was just like, that's the end. But yeah, I'm pushing that. So I don't know all the ins and outs, again.
Fire soda. Boss's right here too. I appreciate that.
I got your kids up because I waiting for them to go up to
Who's here?
your 2 daughters. They came to work out.
Zeta and Mason.
Yeah.
Zeta was working at home while I left the house.
Okay, and that's after you.
Okay.
But I shut that door down because I didn't want the parents to cross time, so I walked them right out there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Trying to send them across the street.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you.
Yeah. I don't need that.
I'm not even using it.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I'll just show up.
Yeah, sure.
Tell them to come down.
Wrong tonight. Rise. Are they out?
I don't know that they are.
So,
Okay. Hi.
Argus.
Yeah.
Just have to stand up a little bit. So we're doing this application. This was helps with this.
This year. Yeah. Nice to know.
Guys, we ready to go? Sorry. No conversations allowed. Are we ready? All right. So we went about 6 minutes instead of 5, but I think that's okay. We're back on. It's 7:21. I think it's my turn, yeah?
It is your
Where we
turn.
can go. Magic bucket of fun. Hemant Patel. I hope I said that right, or close enough. Come on up. Is it Hemant?
Hemant.
Hemant. Hemant, are you okay with the clock above you?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not a problem. I actually had to do that as well for during my master's. So while I was presenting, there was on clock on the monitor.
Okay. Well, hopefully this will be a little less onerous than your master's. So whenever you're ready, you have a minute to introduce yourself, and then we'll just jump right in.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Hemant Patel. I moved to Allentown, I would say, in 2014, and in Upper Mackenzie in 2017, where I live with my family in Parkland Field section. So professionally, I've done retail management, and I've worked in companies like Merck and Johnson & Johnson. Right now, I'm small business owner, conducting vending services in this region. So I've kind of worked with several companies over the last 2 years in this Lehigh County. And that gave me a little more understanding of like constant struggles and challenges that local business community face. So I'm kind of grateful to have this opportunity to talk to you tonight. And I mean, I would love to do what I can with my operations quality background.
So it's an easy two-word question, why now? But it's really a bit more of a complicated question of what about this job made you say, I'm ready and I want to do it?
Honestly, like I kind of came across this idea by because I have a 9-year-old son, and we come to Grange Park all the time, and we just love this township. So I noticed that you are building the lifestyle center, and at the same time I was browsing around and I noticed that you are hiring for township supervisor. So I was like, let me see what is this about. I mean, honestly, my grandfather in India, he served in our village. This is like a long time ago in 1980s. So he was one of the, I guess, only people that kind of was involved in government. And my other grandfather was in electric board in India. So it's kind of like we do have a little bit of governmental kind of, background.
It's in your blood a little bit.
Yeah. And I mean, to me, it's one of those things. Like I worked in several organizations. So to me, it's a lot about following systems and kind of like always is a people, kind of personal, what do you call, more about working with people. So if you are, able to understand what other, what community is asking for, what township citizens are looking for. So that's what I'm thinking, that that's the main goal. Like you need to serve your community and make sure whatever citizens are trying to, improve. Like in terms of, like earlier Andrew was saying, there are issues with development and that needs to be addressed.
So what do you think this job is? What do you think the supervisor job is?
To me, I think it's very much a very active position where you would be making a lot of decisions that would be impacting the future of the township. And it has to do a lot with constant pressure that you get from various organizations, including it could be industries like that are trying to develop a new company here. I mean, because there is plenty of land available doesn't mean that you can just kind of develop whatever you need, because at the same time we have to look at the environmental impact. I mean, there are stories in the past where, like people might have, like, let's say water bottling company developed a plant somewhere. I don't remember the exact city, but because of those kind of plants, sometimes there is a pollution that can happen. The ground can be, impacted. So all that is kind of important.
So before Sen jumps in, just a reminder. So this green light on the ceiling is the microphone for
Okay.
our stream.
Okay.
It's really super sensitive. So while we're talking, even coughs or whispers under your breath in the background get caught up and get broadcast over the stream. So while I may not be able to hear it, the millions and millions of people who are watching our YouTube stream tonight are going to hear it. So
Okay.
let's just make sure that we're, shuffling and everything else is kept to an absolute minimum. It's nothing on you, Hamana.
Okay.
Just I forgot to mention it, and Jazz is going to yell at me if I don't mention it again. So yeah, so I'm not taking up your time. We're all good. So Sonny, you're
Okay.
up.
Sure. So a little bit of the job and the description. How much time do you seem like you're pretty busy. You've got your own business. How much time do you have to commit to the job?
I would say that at minimum, I can commute 2 to 3 hours per day.
So give me to me like in weekly or monthly.
Weekly, maybe 10 to 20 hours, I would say.
10 to 20 hours a week. Okay. So, and, you talked a little bit. I guess the other question I don't understand is, again, why this job? Why now? Because there's plenty of ways to get involved in the community. Why did you choose this? Essentially, it's you call it a political position. I call it public service, and I'm a public servant.
I mean,
But it's essentially it's a different type of way of getting involved, right? How did you choose? Why this one? Why now?
that's a great question. I would say I would like to get more involved in if there are other ways to do it. To me, this was the only option as of now.
Okay.
And right now, I'm not as involved in my personal, corporate side, corporate career.
Okay.
I'm not really, because I haven't found any new opportunity. So I was like, in between, I could do this.
So there are other ways to get involved, and we talked a little bit about it too. There's zoning hearing board, there's planning commission, there's a rec board. There are multiple opportunities where we're looking to put together, like the sidewalk plan. Essentially, that was the Vision Zero plan that we talk about. And I don't know if you've been involved, and I'm asking because I don't know. Have you been involved in any one of those? Have you been aware of them? And
No, I haven't actually.
okay, all right.
To me, this is kind of very new. And I mean, I attended a few hearings, like in the other building. I've actually had to attend because we had a certain issue in our community with the driveway violation.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay. So you attended a zoning hearing board meeting with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we talked a little bit about development pressure that we face. Andrew talked a little bit about it. And I don't know if you're familiar with the zoning and ordinances and how they work, but in your mind, how would we balance? You talked, and you also talked a little bit about helping with small businesses and all that. So I kind of get you have kind of taken a balanced approach. How would you balance all those forces?
To me, like I said, I'm having some basic knowledge, I would say, about zoning. And in terms of balancing, I would say that there has to be a certain system in place when it comes to zoning. Like, let's say if you are doing setting up a industrial zone, then I mean, specifically for that, then there is all, I think, also overlap between industrial and residential zone. And I think one of the issues that you run into is sometimes when the zones are so close together, and that is maybe why there is complaints about traffic and all that, because if you have industrial zones where you're so close to the residential zone now, all the traffic that comes out of all the industry is constantly going through the residential zone. And there are I would think that there are examples where there is a separation, there is enough space between two zones, but it's not always, I guess, feasible.
Yeah, it's very hard to rezone a zone that's already existing, because then you're going to have compliance issues and so forth. But all right, I don't have anything else, to be honest with you, because we did a lot of it.
Yeah, so part of this job is figuring out how the supervisor role interplays with the day-to-day staff role. What do you think, or how do you imagine that role to be, and how would you, or how would your leadership style, or what is your leadership style, and how would that play with our interaction with our staff who are doing the job every day at a ground level?
To me, I feel like I'm type of leader who would like to kind of understand like the whole process first. And if I understand the process and then I understand how the system works, then to me, like I can let the person do their work as long as, work is being taken care of. I just like that's the approach I take with my leadership.
Okay. So how do you think that applies with how we manage or how we interact on a daily basis with our staff here?
I'm not sure about that. I
So
guess I'll have
for an
to
example,
pass.
when it snows, I'm not driving a snowplow. I'm allowing, at least I'm hope I'm not, I'm allowing our staff to take the leadership role in figuring out how to allocate those assets and those resources to make sure that the job gets done, though I am ultimately responsible to listen to people who complain about if it's not done properly. How would you manage that sort of relationship from a leadership position?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Some days neither do I.
It's an honest answer.
So you mentioned that one of the things that drove you to this was you and your son, 9-year-old son?
Yeah.
Enjoy Grange Park. Use a splash pad, or you're just using the
No,
facilities?
he just loves the picnic area. We usually like come as a whole family. He would play over there. We would just have a picnic there.
So other than, I'm assuming you think that we're doing some of the parks work correctly here. And other than that, can you identify some things that you think Upper Macungie is doing well? And at the same time, some of the things that Upper Macungie may not be doing as well, in your opinion, and how we can change those things?
Sure. I mean, overall, I would say that in terms of managing the traffic flow, maintaining the road work, I would say that I've noticed that most of that is being taken care of effectively. Roads are, maintained as needed. I don't really see that many like potholes or something. So that is something I would say that is very impressive, that you're always staying on top of the roads and infrastructure. I honestly feel like this is a very old township. So given that fact, I'm definitely impressed with how everything is being managed.
Is there anything that you think we're doing wrong? And we promise not to be offended, and I'll keep Bob sitting here. He won't jump at you.
Wrong, I would say.
Or could do better. It doesn't have to be that we're going wrong. The things that we could do better as a township, as leadership, as a staff, anything.
No, I don't really have anything that. It could be something.
You got Bob's vote. Problem is he doesn't have a vote, but that's okay. Because what I'm trying to get him on is I'm trying to get a sense of what your role would be if you sat here. Because when I ran for the job, I didn't necessarily have a specific opinion about every specific thing. I just thought that my experience as an attorney and doing zoning work and understanding municipal issues, I could be an effective leader here. what I'm trying to get a sense from you is what role do you think you play if we put you either in between Sonny and me or on the other side? What role do you think you play in a board structure like this?
Honestly, like given the fact that I also kind of worked in heavily regulated industry, like work with under FDA regulations. To me, I would be the type of person who can probably like provide insight on like more regulations and like because I also dealt with very very structured environment, so that is something that I feel like I can offer, that this that kind of insight on how what it's like to have a more structured environment.
Okay.
So you've had the opportunity to talk to you listen to conversations. It's always good to be one of the last ones. You have an advantage. But why you? Why do you think that we should pick you over, others? And, what skill sets put you above, some of the other folks that are here today?
Sure. To me, I mean, I've done so many different things over the years. Like I've worked in retail. I managed a convenience store. I worked in corporate environment, and now I'm doing a business. So to me, like I'm very adaptable. So if I'm learning a new system, to me is something that I'm just very flexible and adaptable at learning a new process, or so that kind of is what my advantage is. And I'm also a team player, so I kind of just work with whoever my teammates are, and I work with them. I don't like to argue about it too much. That's my benefit. When it comes to workplace, I try not to argue about too much. So at Merck, that's why I was there for 7 years, because I usually just did my work, and that's about it.
You know Andy?
No, I just.
Well, Andy is working at Merck now. He was the person that came before you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think they have multiple sites, so
I think it's a pretty big company.
Yeah, it is.
If you had said yes, that would have been more remarkable, I think. So do you have any questions of us about the job, about what we do, anything that we can help answer to inform you at this point?
Sure. So in terms of like a movement, like, so if let's say you start out as a township supervisor, how is it like to, like, if you want to do something else?
Well, I do. Sonny's retired, but I have a full-time job as well as this. So this is less than a full-time position, but it's a full-time obligation. It's a political position. This, I think, as Andrew said, we are finding someone who will take this position for roughly about a year and a half. There'll be an election in November of 2027, whether you run or not, or whether anyone runs. And that will be the next position. It's purely political. It does not pay well. It does not pay. The hourly rate is really not great. But we don't do it for that. We're doing it for, a number of other different reasons. It offers you opportunities, at least it offers me opportunities for insight in a bunch of different areas and meet a bunch of different people, but it's not career advancement. It's almost career suicide.
So, I'm not sure if this is where you were going with it, but, this isn't a job where you would get into to get another job in the township. That's not if that's what you were implying, but.
Oh, no. It's what I was trying. I mean, indirectly, maybe what you are saying is correct. But what I was trying to understand is, like, does it work with another department? Like, do you work together, and like eventually, like, would you be asked to do something else? That's what my intention was. Like, let's say you become a sound system.
Yeah. So this is
what
not,
I was trying. I'm not trying to advance my career, but I was just trying to understand. Like, somebody ask you to do something else once they understand?
Right. So structurally, Bob reports to us. He's the CEO of the township. Everybody reports to him, right? So we're the board. I don't really think it's even appropriate. There certainly might be a conflict of interest if we also were employed in finance or public works. It doesn't work that way.
Well, we do have opportunities because of being supervisors to interact with other political people throughout the valley and
Yeah.
the state that give us opportunities and entrances to different conversations. But it's not, I sort of joke, but this is not career advancement. This is almost the opposite sometimes. It's bogging you down with information and ideas that don't let you do those other things for the good and for the bad. So if you're looking for this to be the advancement, God bless you.
Yeah. So again, this is a really public service, and it's okay if you want to call yourself a politician. I think I'm a public servant. That's why I always think about, okay, what's in the best interest of the residents of the township, and that's how when I make my decisions, I'm always thinking it that way.
Okay.
So we've eaten into your minute.
Yeah, you have anything else to wrap up?
Close
No,
out.
I mean, I'm just glad to be able to speak with you guys, and I think that if I get any other opportunity other than this, I would be excited to help you.
All right. Well,
And
we
I
appreciate
appreciate you guys, helping the community.
Well, we appreciate you coming out tonight and putting yourself on the line. It takes a lot. I do note in my records that you have sent us the information that we asked by email, so thank you for doing that. And we appreciate your time.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
and just the one last thing you said, there are opportunities to like I said, the zoning hearing board, planning commission, rec board. You can put in a volunteer form. If you go on the website and just say type it volunteer form, it'll pop up.
Okay.
Okay, and you can volunteer for positions there, and so forth. So there's
Okay.
opportunities, but I think
Thank
take the time.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you.
Were you last, or was who?
I've
You
got
picked
his
him,
name in
right?
front of me.
All right, here we go. Okay, it is Keith Moser.
Keith, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Getting better every minute. Thanks for coming
Getting
by.
closer to the end, right?
Maybe,
Maybe. Almost halfway part.
maybe.
Time
All right,
was fine.
so, all right, so you're in it. Let's go.
My name is Keith Moser. I'm 44 years old, father of two, live right here on Windermere Court. Could have walked here, but I wasn't going to walk in this suit. I've been in the Upper Macungie Township. I moved into this house in 2019. Before then, I did spend 5 years in Alberta's Lower Macungie. But before that, in 2009, I was in Briningsville. So 12 of the last 17 years has been in Upper Macungie Township. Honestly, moved back into Upper Macungie with the birth of my oldest daughter, like the Parkland School District. So I've been here since 2009 and found this job just to find a way to serve the community and try to help make decisions that would benefit all the township residents. I didn't know exactly what it was when I first saw the position open, but I've learned a lot in the past month, and I'm excited for the opportunity.
Okay, so so Keith, what do you know about the job, and why do you feel you're the best fit?
So I haven't been to a meeting in person, but I've watched about 4 or 5 of the live streams on YouTube that you guys have. It was a little difficult finding it the first time I looked. Where I looked for videos, I found one from, I don't know, June of last year. I was like, sure, I'll watch it just to see. And then at the end of it, it gave recommendations of something just from last month. I was like, where was this? It's a different live tab. I didn't notice. But then I found some more recent ones, the 4-hour, I think January, February trial that you did. And I was just amazed by like what it was that you guys do. I've seen your names on the ballot, obviously. I think a lot of what affects us the most are those interstitial elections, not every 4 years presidential. I mean, the big ticket gets all the people out to vote, but the guys here locally do a lot more than we realize. And never really knew. I knew there was a school board, a township board, a commissioner's board. Like, no, I did not know there was a commissioner's board other than voting for you every 2 years. I didn't know what you did before June when I saw this opportunity. But I watched the videos and I know there's a lot of minutia of approving, minor changes to sewer line clearances or whatever, and figuring out, allowing how many trees for a, new development or something. So in my job before, I worked for Uline for 21 years. And the last 8 years was in quality assurance, software testing. So I'm really good at the details. I'm good at finding mistakes. And so I feel like this job is sort of that, is just making sure mistakes don't get through. There are ordinances and laws, and again, the words are not something I'm very familiar with yet, but all of those things that you do in the entire meeting, I feel like I'm good at reading those things, finding out the questions and figuring out. I don't ever like doing something just because you're supposed to. I like knowing the why behind everything. And so this job, I feel, would serve me to help serve the community.
So is there, I mean, you've watched, if you're talking about sewer line clearances, you've watched some of the really fascinating meetings that we have where we get to approve sewer line modules and approve easements across property for the installation of a sewer line. Is there, other than just sort of being interested in public service generally, is there something that, I guess it's the why now? What sparked you to say, I'm ready to put myself on the line?
The story behind that is a little funny, maybe a little embarrassing. I lost my job in February, so I've been out of work, for the past few months. And so getting the email about a township commissioner opening, I knew this building was going up, but I think I missed the opportunity to work here. But I saw an opportunity to work for the township, and I was like, oh, that'll be good. And then I realized, oh, this isn't a job. This isn't going to help, give me benefits or pay the mortgage or, do that. But the more I looked into what happened, I was like, this could still be a good opportunity for me. So the why now is, crossed wires. It was sort of like, if I had my job, I might not have really looked into it because I don't need to be a township commissioner. I have a job. But at the time I was out of work and I was applying everywhere. So I was like, I will apply for this. After talking to my wife and figuring out it's something that we could commit to.
Yeah, I'm not sure our $4,000 a year is going to necessarily help with the mortgage, but I'll push back a little. This is a job. It's I have another job that's full time that I get paid a little bit more than this amount. But part of what we do is, and I think you've been here all night, heard us sort of push the idea, and Sonny's questions coming about how many hours a week you can commit to it.
Steal it.
It's we do more than just sit at meetings and make decisions. We have a lot of background work that we do, and some of that is helping be in a leadership posture with our staff, and interacting with our staff and making sure that we're doing the best service possible. Talk to me a little bit about your history with leadership, your style of leadership, and sort of what you think in this role as a supervisor vis-a-vis our professional staff, what sort of leadership you can provide in that role.
That is a good question because,
Thanks.
Yeah, you're good at this. I haven't had much opportunity to be in a leadership role, but I believe looking around, I might be the youngest or second youngest person to apply for this job. It feels like maybe it would help to bring a different point of view onto the board. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like the staff that is the working staff, who you're asking about, it feels like those are the people that you would lean on. So you've mentioned it a couple of times. You had no idea what this job was when you first applied. I'm sort of in that same boat, but I've learned a little bit talking to people, reading up on the website. And so I think I'm coming a little more prepared, and I would hope that I would be able to, use that support team of the working staff to answer my questions and help prepare me for the meetings every month and the difficult decisions that would need to be made.
So I'm supposed to ask this question now because I found out, but how many hours can you commit to, Keith, or in a month or whatever for this job?
It feels like probably in a month, it would probably, you mentioned emergency meetings earlier, so that sometimes things come up.
Well, that happens, not a lot, but it can happen and when I said emergency, it's like, there's the advertised meeting that we know, but there's a lot of other things that could happen, and personnel issues. This meeting is special meetings and so forth. That's what I meant.
So giving a normal month without emergencies coming up, without selecting a third person for the board, I imagine it would be maybe 15 to 20 hours a month, but probably really shifted to that for last week of the month or first week of the month, getting prepared for the meeting. I mean, I'm sure there is still talking to the staff throughout weeks 2 and 3, preparing for next month's meeting, but I really feel like it's probably going to be focused. And, you know, if I'm wrong, right now I'm prepared to give as much time as necessary because I'm still on that job hunt.
Yeah. So, that's interesting because you know, obviously when I've been in situations where you start a new job and, you know, it's a lot, right? So let's say hopefully you land that job very quickly. Are you going to be able to handle, you know, impressing the boss on the new job as well as trying to maintain this job? And you don't, and I guess you know, it's not a long, hopefully it's not a long commute for you that it would cost you to have more windshield time than you had anticipated.
No, I hope not. I mean, I mentioned I worked for Uline, which was 5 minutes down the road. It's hard having a commute shorter than that, but this would be one of them. I learn things quickly. I've always been a quick learner. The job that I did for the last 8 years at Uline was not a job that existed. They sort of pulled me into this to do QA testing for the quotes department that they never had. They just knew that I was good at finding the bugs where they were. And so I helped develop the job there. And I feel like whatever I do find next, hopefully sooner rather than later, I don't think I would be committed to, you know, overcommitted to keeping my paying job to put this on the back burner. I feel like I could balance the two of them because that's also one other thing that for me, the job is the job. So when I had bad days at Uline, once I clocked out, it was forgotten about. So this job I know is more probably all encompassing, that there might be calls and things that are 24/7. So it might not be putting it away right away during snowstorms. If there are things that need to be done, then like I imagine there could be surprising things to reach out about. It would be that. But then once things are hopefully settled and pushed out, then it'd be back to normal.
Yeah, it's not as bad as all that, but you know, there's going to be times where unexpected meeting might have to be attended. I'm just looking for flexibility. I asked this question to everybody, so I'm going to ask it to you too. You know, I've lived here for a long time too. There's the township has changed. There's definitely development pressure, and I'm kind of trying to understand your way of thinking. But how would you balance, growing the balancing growth with the tax base and community character in your decision making?
Yeah, that is a great question that I don't feel 100% like committed to knowing the answer to now, not knowing all the ins and outs of what you do. It feels like a very much job that you learn as you go. I think it's very important to find a balance. Like there are lots of people out in this community with, you know, viewpoints from A to Z and further, probably using maybe, you know, alpha through omega. Like there's lots of people with lots of thoughts. So the balance would be, again, like I said before, using that support staff and finding out what is beneficial for the community, what is not going to put a burden on the roads and the police and the fire, what is going to raise money in these trying times, what is not going to hurt the residents of raising prices on anything. So it's finding the balance of making sure that, you know, is residents or commercial, you know, they have to live side by side, and what is the best way to find that the two living together.
So in that balance, what are we doing right as a township? Not necessarily me and Sonny. And what could we, I'm not going to say what are we doing wrong? What could be better? And it's okay to say that there are definitely some things going wrong because, as you said, alpha and omega, there's opinions all over the place. You know, what do you see as some of the issues that drive us forward and are keeping us held backwards?
Sure. I mean, one thing that maybe could be better is transparency. Like, it is great that this is being live streamed to YouTube, that you could, if you can't physically be here, you can watch it live. If you can't have a Thursday night, 4-hour session to watch this or one of your other meetings, you can always have it in the background, watch it on a Friday or the next week so you know what's happening in community. It's amazing what I've learned just watching some of the videos. That's like, I didn't know about that Orchard housing development until I watched the January, February meeting. It's like, oh, I live right here. It's like, there's going to be new houses around the corner in a couple of years. Great. So I don't know I think, Jasmine, you've been using some of the Facebook stuff and posting stuff out there. I don't know if there's a way, like, I'm not on Facebook much anymore. I've sort of tried to cut the social media out, but it feels like maybe the transparency of getting people to come to these meetings I mean, you might not want, if I get this job, maybe I would regret saying this, that having more voices might make everything harder, but I am interested. I'm glad that I know that this exists now, and I feel like maybe somehow pushing it out there so more people know, not just if this is going to affect them in their backyard, but just affect all of us in the township. You said 30,000 of us here?
Just about.
Yeah. So, I mean, not quite 30,000.
Not in the room.
No. But so, I mean, that might be one thing to improve on. And the good things, I mean, this building, I became a member. I know it's not officially opened yet, so there's still concrete being laid out there, and there's still, vendors being decided on, bids and stuff. So it's like not 100% open, but it's amazing. My kids have been asking to come over. It's like, well, Daddy only bought a single pass right now because I don't think there's much for you to do yet. So I'm not paying for you yet, but I will maybe bring you over for a day pass or get that family plan soon. But it's a wonderful thing in the parks. And I mean, yeah, doing good. I moved back here for a reason. Before you were on the board, but it's getting.
I'm still going to take credit for it. That's
Yes.
fine. So I'm still trying to get a sense, Keith, of where you would fit, up here. I'm not holding it against anybody if they don't know every issue that's going on in the township, because it's a lot. It's a growing township. It's fast moving, and there's some things that just keep expanding. But it's trying to get a sense of how you analyze a problem and how you do that publicly, and how you lead on those issues, accountability, as well as, sort of a forward-facing presence. Because that's something, it's not easy to do, to sit here sometimes on this side of the mic and say, either this is what's happening and know that people don't like it, or even to say this is happening and knowing people like it. Give me a sense of a time in your life when you've had to take on that sort of leadership responsibility in a public-facing place. And how either it changed you or didn't change you, or how it might impact your ability to serve in this role.
Yeah. Well, I guess one place I have led in a public-facing role is I was a parent volunteer for the PTO at Fogelsville Elementary for the first couple of years, and I joined the board last year. So I've been a board member for 1 year so far, and I plan to probably be on that board if they so choose to keep me, at least until my son graduates. So that'll be 5-6 years from now. That is something that I feel strongly about, helping, raise funds for the teachers and the school to make sure that, they're not paying too much out of pocket for their things, and they're being shown how appreciated they are for teaching our children, and just doing events that, the kids in the elementary school and the families can come to, being open to all and making sure that no one feels left out, but also, being responsible with the funds that we do and the funds that we raise.
And have you found that dealing with parents?
Luckily, I mean, we've been pretty good. Our board meetings are probably similar to the list. It's the board plus maybe 1 or 2 or 3. Like, it's been very small. I was one of the only guys for a while. It's a lot of moms that come out, and I feel like it's good just to be that, man there, just to sort of help make sure things are happening. And we haven't had, too many bad experiences. I can't think of one bad experience from parents so far. Knock on wood.
Is that a wood table?
Knock on composite.
Sonny?
I think I asked this also. It's great that you have volunteered in the PTO, and I think other organizations as well. I'm also kind of looking to say, what have we done with the community, the township, and I want to give. I'm not sure, but I'm asking. Have you been involved since you've been here since 2019? Were you involved at all in any of the other township events, the Vision Zero comprehensive plan? Have you attended any other meetings? Do you feel like maybe, because the reason I'm asking is instead it'll help you ramp up quickly if you have a little more familiarity with what goes on in the township.
Yeah, it's a great question. I have not. Again, it was one of the things that I mean, I've been to some of the events that you guys have thrown on. I've been to the New Year's Eve and the concerts in the park, and I've taken advantage of some of the benefits that you've brought to the township. But before that job posting got posted in June, that wasn't really going to be a job for me. I didn't really know much about what happened here.
Yeah.
I've researched some of you guys, when the names came up for different positions every 2 years when there's one person there, just to find out who I'm going to vote for. And that is its own struggle sometimes, just to even know what people believe or what they think and to know who is the one to vote for. But I haven't yet. The things that I've done behind the township are, as you mentioned, the PTO board. I volunteer at the Parkland Community Library, and I am a big believer in Miller Keystone, platelet warrior there. Try to give platelets every couple of weeks and do that at least a dozen times a year.
Okay. Do you have any other wrap up? Like a minute and a half.
I'll ask you a quick question.
Questions of us, yeah.
Not knowing if I'm going to get the job, but what do you think would make a good person to fill this? Like, what would you want to see in a supervisor, say 3 months, 6 months down the road? Like, what are you looking for? This might actually help my competition, but what would make a good supervisor?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously it's ultimately decision making because, staff does most of the work, as you probably heard. I mean, it's, ultimately we approve. Everybody has a different opinion, I suppose, on this. I think ultimately I view the job as I'm the only, the 2 or 3 of us are the only ones that are elected. And so our burden is to make sure that we're representing the residents who voted for us. So the others, the staff is not elected, they're hired or they're appointed. And so I think I look at that as, ultimately the buck stops with us. So even though we rely heavily on staff, it's really our final decision. And sometimes you go to bed at night wondering, did you make the right decision? You do have to think. I wake up in the morning saying, I hope I made the right decision, because ultimately buck stops with us.
I don't want to use your last 10 seconds, Keith. Do you want to close?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's good to hear. I thank you for opening this to the community. I mean, I guess you had to, but thank you for taking the time tonight to listen to all of us. I think you have enough people that I might take a break to go help put kids to bed, but I might come back. Is that okay to be here for more of the discussion?
I don't think this is going to be ending anytime super soon. So,
all right. Well, thank you so much for the time, and I will see you again.
Thanks, Keith.
Appreciate
it.
Okay. Keith, I do note that we received everything from you by email, I believe. So I think we're all set on that front. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Who picked up the
My
last?
turn, yeah.
I think it's yours. I picked Keith. Yeah.
Magic bucket. Harrison Scheffler.
Come on, I love to stand and say.
Whatever makes you comfortable, sir. I think what I'm going to say before you get started is this will be I think I'm just going to make it a process that every 3, we're going to take a small break.
If you want.
So this will be the 6th, so we'll take a small break after this. Floor is yours, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time here, of course. So what the beginning question was always, why are you here, right? Like, why are you showing up for the community? Why do you want to be a part of this? Looking around the room and addressing the other community members here, noticing that I'm probably the younger person here. So the best thing that I've always learned is the investment for the future is always done today. And that's ultimately why I'm here, is because I want to start investing my overall time and helping the overall community with the decisions that are necessary to grow this community further beyond what it's already growing. And I'm a 32-year-old. My son, he goes over to Snexno, is going to be graduating, going to middle school at Orfield. I get involved with the baseball community, love baseball, and always helping them out. And then around the community as well, volunteering when I can with the public library over in Parkland. And I look forward to this conversation and helping out the community where I can.
Okay. So you tried to answer the first question, so I'm going to shift it to a different question. So how long have you been in the township?
So I moved into the township 2022.
Okay.
I grew up originally in Snexville. I went to middle school over there in mid 2000. thousands.
Okay. So since 2022, give me an idea of what you see that makes you think that we're going in the right direction, and give me an idea of some things that you, if you were sitting in this role, might be a priority for you to figure out that we need to do better.
So of course, Macungie is in my opinion, the most growth out of all of Lehigh Valley. What I think you're doing really well is some of the zoning, trying to get more people to move into the area with more community involvement. But what I've noticed just from driving to work, coming home from work, and talking to some other community members is the overall congestion with the roads. Saving 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes just to going to work and then coming back from work can make a huge difference with our community members. And I would like to try to improve that the best I can. One thing that I wish would have done a little bit better is the roundabout that was built over there. When I first moved into this area, there was stop signs there, and I always noticed the traffic trying to get people to slow down. It's, the community's over here. There's kids that might be going over there. There's walking. With this overall community, it would have been great if we got some involvement or advice from communities that do something a little bit better. The roundabout there is very short. It's narrow. Yes, it slows you down, but some people that might not be paying attention or aren't used to it, it's a very quick turn compared to if you go out to the Kutztown area, there's multiple roundabouts that are all the way down. They're a lot wider. There's a lot more traffic, and it helps with the flow of traffic moving forward. So the improvements there as the community continues to grow, I think would really help with people on their day coming home and making sure that, hey, you save me 20 minutes getting home from work and I get to spend some more time with my family rather than being frustrated in traffic.
Okay. Sonny?
So yeah, since you opened up the door to that, it's again, same question. So you get a little bit of a break, but you talked about development pressures. And we do get both, I think historically we saw a lot of industrial warehouses. We're seeing more residential now. But how would you balance growth, tax base, and community character in your decision making? Because you get to sit here and make some of those decisions.
Yep, absolutely. So my current role is I go over at Guardian Life Insurance, I'm product manager. So I'm one of 3 in a $1 billion line of business. So a lot of the decisions that I'm required to make require a lot of balancing across multiple lines of business. So when looking at our overall community, number one to me is always going to be the community members. What do they actually need? What do they actually want? And then what type of decision do we need to make in order to benefit them while still driving overall revenue, if possible, within the community? So if a large warehouse wants to move in, is that going to impact the overall traffic for our community members? Is that going to build jobs, create jobs? Or is it going to be more like a data center, which next 20 years, more information might come out, and that is actually costing our community members more long-term. And on the short term, there's a project, it does create jobs. But as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm thinking about the future and today.
So just tell me a little bit, how would your decision-making, how would you go through that decision-making process? That was my question.
So I would always communicate with the other lines of business of what we're actually trying to achieve. So for instance, one of the projects I recently completed was cross-selling a line of business with our individual life insurance.
But in a government position, there's no lines of business.
Right. So what I'm considering the lines of business is our community members. I would go and speak to the community members, what we're actually trying to achieve, what we're looking and considering, and what their overall viewpoint is of that, because that needs to be heard, because that's where ultimately our decisions are making an impact on moving forward.
So I think you've heard me ask a few times, and Sonny as well. Part of what the challenge that we have tonight is envisioning how you fit sitting on this side of the microphone, what the leadership tools that you offer, how you would consider information, how you would be able to make a popular or unpopular decision. And for me, it's really important to also emphasize the leadership role you have with our professional staff who's here every day handling the really granular issues that allow us to focus on mission-based topics. So can you give me a sense of what your leadership style is, and also sort of include in the response opportunities you've had? I mean, you're 32, you're younger than some of us. Opportunities you've had so far in your life where you've had to use that leadership and sort of what you learned, what you gathered, how you're going to improve it to the next level.
Absolutely. So a lot of what you've just mentioned, I've learned in my previous role at Guardian, which there's always going to be people that don't agree with you, but a large responsibility that I have is influence without direct authority over individuals. And I've always done that through knowledge is power, and then also leading by example. If you're looking to achieve something in the community with other members of the board, it's important that we all understand what we're actually looking to achieve and what actually needs to get done for the community and for the overall objective. So as long as everybody understands that and can move forward in that, and we can have a discussion to achieve that, not everyone's going to agree, but the end point is making sure that we are meeting the community needs. The other part is leading by example. Sometimes when you're working with other individuals that don't fully understand what you're referring to or what you want to achieve, sometimes you need to show them what that is. That might involve getting your hands dirty on the day-to-day job, which sometimes that's as simple as explaining a document, or it's going to dig the hole out so that the community members understand and the people that you're working with understand what you're actually is that you're looking to
I don't
achieve.
think I don't think Scott would let us dig a hole.
The union might.
Yeah, I mean, the union employee might not love it that we're just hopping in on a job site. But you know, the relationship we have with staff is not leading by example is a different concept when you are a political representative and a servant to the people, as opposed to, for example, a public works member. I don't drive the truck. I'm not qualified, nor do I want to be. You know, it's a little different than sort of the business concept where you can lead a team where you are rolling up your sleeves. How do you lead folks that aren't necessarily within the same, I'm not really in the same department as some of them, but they do look to me for some leadership position. How do you blend sort of your hands-on approach and sort of lead by example with staff that doesn't really want me to lead by example? They want me to give a different sense of leadership to them.
Through listening and understanding, having some empathy of where they're actually coming from. So everyone has a different point of view on how things should actually be done. In order for me to understand what they need, I need to understand their point of view. Sometimes I just don't want to do it. I don't understand why we're doing it. If you can help me understand what it is, what your pain point is of actually getting the job done, then I can help make a decision that makes your job easier.
Okay. Do you have any experience, and I'm looking at your resume, which is, you know, investments and finance and insurance wise. We do have some budgetary issues that I imagine you have that are well within your wheelhouse, but a lot of what we do is also zoning and land use and sort of all the in-betweens. Do you have experience in any of those fields? Do you have an understanding of those fields? Do you have I guess the easy one is a willingness to learn those, because if you say no, then I think we're going to have an issue. But you know, talk to me about how what this job entails, what do you think it entails, and then how your learning process is for some of these bigger issues that you may not have had any experience with.
So as you mentioned, I do have a lot of involvement with budgeting and understanding, you know, where the costs and risks would be with something. What I do lack a little bit is in regards to the overall understanding of what that zoning might be. Why do we need to move something specifically, either whether it's for tax revenue or if it's because this is what the community wants? How would I learn that the best is I learn best through getting involved more. So attending the meetings and making sure that I understand what the community members want, but also where our businesses are looking to grow and what they need, and then making sure that we have a common ground between the two so that, again, the tax revenue, if we need it to go up, are we making the right decisions to do that without having an overall impact with our community members?
Harrison, so you have a great resume. I'm just trying to understand too, have you done anything in terms of public service, community service? What have you done there? And I also asked, I always ask this thing, have you done anything within the township? Have you volunteered any of your time there that we're maybe not aware of?
So with the overall community, attending a lot of the events like the night in the parkways, and my son always goes over to the Grange Park, but direct volunteering work I've lacked on, unfortunately, but I can certainly continue, whether I get chosen for this or moving forward, get more involved with that. And I apologize, the first portion of the question.
Outside of the community, Upper Mac, have you done, do you volunteer your time somewhere else? Have you worked on other projects and objectives that don't necessarily benefit you, but benefit others?
Yep. So the park and library, I've liked spending time there, just putting books away because I enjoy reading. That's the most community involvement that I've had there.
Okay, all right. It was a couple hours a week or something like that. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think Keith does that too. Maybe you guys are running into each other. I don't know. Okay.
A few years back.
Yeah, I'm running out of questions. I think I think we did. Did we really ask you, like, what was the spark that motivated you for this position? I mean, I didn't really get that. Maybe you could talk to me about it. Why this? Why now?
So there's a couple of things, and what I mentioned in the beginning was, the investment for tomorrow, today. Two main things that sparked this. One was driving home, and 22 was just backed up across from 100, and I was like, why is this the way it is? I know that there's a lot of warehouses. There's just something going on here. There was no accidents, and I just need to figure out why that was. Why is there a delay in all of this? Because it's not just me that's getting impacted. There's other people that are here on the road. So I started looking
congestion.
Yes,
That got you motivated.
a little bit, yeah.
All
Because
right.
as I mentioned, if you can save 20 minutes going home, it can make a world of difference with the overall family. So as I started looking at it a little bit further, I wanted to see what this community was doing to try to circumvent some of that. Are they looking at other ways to direct traffic? I mean, there's the roundabout that's there that was put in, but what are we doing to help move some of that around? And I started coming up short with some of the answers for that. Maybe I just haven't been able to find them yet, which is a follow-up question I will have, is, the access to some of this information. So people in my generation that will be here in the next 20 years know where those investments came from. The other thing that sparked it was came from that another day coming home from work, and my fiance, she's like, sends me this link, and she's like, look at this. This seems interesting. Maybe you should look into it a little more. I know you want to get involved. I know that you're interested in some of these things. So that drove me a little bit as well to attend and see what this is about.
Okay.
So I think it's fair to say, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but if we are the 60, you're looking to sort of go 0 to 60 in this from a community involvement. I mean, it's going from where we've had, a couple of the people have been involved in some boards and commissions and watched some meetings. You're just sort of jumping into this both feet, which is commendable. But in doing that, and also standing, which I love to stand when I talk as well, it's a confidence that I appreciate. There's got to be something about this that scares you, because some of this job scares me every day. What about doing this job causes you pause in any way, shape, or form?
I think you pointed it out briefly, which was these decisions that this board makes has impact across the entire county. And if you don't make that decision the correct way, or a 50% of the way, or 20% of the way, and it's not fully what is going to benefit the community short-term or long-term, the way I have always been raised in a military family, which is, solving the problems, figuring out how to get to this solution, making a decision that has a negative impact, I would be driven significantly to try to fix what that is, whether there's a solution or not. And that scares me a little bit because it requires significantly more as a public servant than just you went to work and then you went home and you solve it the next day.
Yeah, I get that. All right, so you have some questions for us. At least that's what you said you did. So give you space, and maybe it sparks the next level of conversation for us.
One thing that was briefly mentioned by the community member right before me was the overall involvement, getting more people to attend this. Before coming here, I did briefly look. YouTube is, internet. A lot of the younger people are looking at it a different way, and I was able to watch some of the meeting minutes before. But I started asking myself, what outside of that, and outside of building this beautiful facility and the paddleball, is the board doing to drive younger people here? Because ultimately they need to start thinking about their future, which starts here, not at presidential elections in the communities that we are all involved with.
So I'm going to turn it around to you. The same question. I think some of that's limited. I don't think a lot of people want to hear about sewer modules, and I don't think a lot of young people want to hear about some of the work that we actually do. Because some of it, frankly, I do zoning and planning real estate for a living. It's interesting to me. It's not interesting to everybody. I have a daughter in law school who said, yuck, never doing that, right? So some of it's limited in the capacity because it's not bells and whistles. It's not super exciting. It's the nitty gritty of municipal work. But love me, and I know Jazz and our communications team works hard. We have, in addition to YouTube, we have an app that's on the App Store that you can get alerts for what's going on. We have email alerts. We have a website that's constantly trying to update. We sometimes slip, but we don't try to fall down. What else do you think that we can do to attract more people? And there's some good days. Some days I want more people, and we've had some days where the room's full and it's just not pleasant. But what do you think we can do?
These meetings that occur, do they require this type of atmosphere in this building, in this setting?
Technically, we are required, oddly, the one thing by law that has to be at this meeting is the flag. Second class Township Code requires that the flag be at every meeting. We could do it on an airplane if we wanted to, but it tends to be better situated if we have a singular meeting space, especially for when we have hearings that involve people that are presenting plans that we need to be able to see, space for everybody to sit.
So it just makes me think a little bit further is having events that we continuously have, but something that's more exciting. I know zoning isn't fun and exciting.
Nobody wants us to start.
But there are some things that can be more exciting on the, let's use the roundabout, for example, and you want to get more people involved with that and make that exciting around having some ice cream trucks, people bringing their family, whatever that is, to get more people involved. Sometimes it just takes 1, 2, 3 to show up, to start spreading the word, to come to the zoning meetings that are then more important, but are boring, but they don't know that that's going to be occurring just yet.
I mean, we had 250 people show up for one of the last zoning meetings we had because that was the Air Products Matter. I think people show up when it matters to them. I think sometimes in this space it's hard to get people to care about things that they don't see with their own hand. It's directly in front of their face. But a willingness to explore other opportunities to get people involved is certainly something we're willing to do. It's just difficult.
I was going to say, because I've been involved for a long time, right? I attended a lot of meetings before I decided, and then we was on the planning commission and moved forward. And I think we progressed a long way. There was a time where, we weren't putting anything on Facebook. We didn't have a meeting packets online so people could actually follow along. So we're making, I think, some really good progress. But we can always do better. Don't get me wrong. I think I think transparency is important. I talk about it every time I get a chance to make sure. And I'll be very honest with you. I think the challenge we have is that a lot of people are hyper focused on state and national issues. And sometimes they forget what's going on right in their backyard that impacts them, in terms of local taxes and planning and zoning and all that. And I do talk to people that I run into, say, hey, please come to these meetings because you wouldn't believe the stuff that we talk about that, you should probably know. You should follow, like the roundabout, and we had that. It was an open meeting. We talked about it. It was on the planning commission docket as well. Not a lot of people showed up, but you hear about it afterwards when it goes in, right?
Which is the feedback you might mention. Somebody could show up and
show up when we have these discussions. They want to, we can take those inputs into our design.
So we're at the end, Harrison. But I do want to, if you want to wrap up, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do so.
I appreciate the time. Thank you very much for opening this roll up.
Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it.
So I am going to ask for another, I'm going to say 24. We're going to ask for a 5-minute break, so we'll roughly about 8:30, and then we'll come back and do it at the end. Stretch.
You mentioned earlier trying to get out to other people. And we suggested, have you considered doing any sort of YouTube shorts, like bullet point or summaries of things that are happening or happen at meetings? Because
That's an interesting
unfortunately, younger people have short
Yeah,
attention
yeah.
spans. That might work better for reaching out to people.
It's an interesting
In
idea.
terms of like summarizing something that people figure they're not willing to sit through this, they can get interested in what's happening in the community through that, and then use repeated understandings of that to then encourage them to come to these meetings. It's like-
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I'm trying to figure out like how we would implement that. If you have some ideas on how to do that, or you want to volunteer to do
I
that.
can definitely think of things. I'm not sure
Yeah.
which time I'll have. Personally, I'm starting a PhD program in the
Oh,
fall
wow,
at
okay.
High for chemistry,
Okay,
but this is actually my first meeting I've been at, and I will say it's oddly interesting. Like
Well, good.
I find myself more energized being here. I thought it would be very like, anyway, not to take up your time to use the restroom or anything. Just
sure.
that is something that I thought of sitting.
Well, I'm glad you came, and honestly, I do want to see younger people. And I got kids that are probably your age. I mean, to sleep here or what? 4 to 30.
Yeah.
And I can't get them to come to these meetings even if I grant. But I think it's an interesting idea. And I don't know, maybe it's not just this meeting, but maybe it's just something about the township that gets people to attend. Because there's just a lot of like the data center thing. A lot of people. But then, a lot of stuff like, okay, whatever it is, the roundabout, whatever, people don't know about it, even though it might be happening to their own backyard. And then later on, they're like, why wasn't it told? Well, you gotta kind of look for it a little bit. I mean, it's like, we can't really, how else would you put it? And I like the idea. I have to just think about how we would
Do you
implement
have meeting minutes from these sort of things?
it. Yeah, they're up on the website.
Well, that would be a really easy
It's actually-
jumping off point to
Yeah.
into short form content. But
Yeah, there's minutes on the website. There's the YouTube video, obviously, sometimes it gets long and boring, but it's there. And then, so I don't know how I just don't know how this. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if we have the staff to do it.
Yeah.
That would take a lot of work.
That's fair.
Yeah, that would be the challenge, is
Yeah,
how do we get,
think of an easy way to do it. I'll definitely let you know, but
okay.
I've experienced streaming and whatnot, so
Okay,
I think there's a solution somewhere that doesn't take too much work.
All
So
right,
I'll let you
well,
know if I can think of
yeah, I didn't bring myself, but you can always contact me through the
Yeah,
website, and it's like a form-based thing, but I'll respond back.
Sounds
What
good.
was your name?
Max.
Max, it was great to meet you.
It's nice to meet yourself. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
You can just do staff.
Yeah. They don't have young people show up, right?
They do not.
So
They just get this.
I think this is gonna be way more interesting than I thought it would be.
So I was thinking about my cars, trying to do
My thought process is
tweaking around.
short form content that people want, so like, example. Back in the heyday, they'd have somebody basically create like a minimum video and be like, here's the bullet points, here's the big things, here's, what we did once. And that's something that's very short that you can serve to
About 50
younger people that
How are you?
don't necessarily get them to come here right away. You see those things like anyway, that is- yeah.
August 6th, it'll be on the
If there are any meeting minutes, it should be.
Yeah, he had one earlier today at about 7 a.m. So, I found, yep, August 6th, we next special meeting.
Still.
Thank you.
Tap the energy. But it doesn't take so long to cover these things, but anyway.
That would be on the 6th, that we behind.
And I think your practice is pretty much perfect.
It's right after we get back.
But that's perfect. So I'm excited to see,
Swing over.
see what you're gonna do here in the, I assume the last leg. Could be a little long.
Well, I don't think we have 6 minutes to have.
I just not counting. Yeah, no, yeah, I guess there are. Yeah, this is the site comes all through the center. Yeah. There's so much. That's fine.
I don't know that we all got as far as they used it about.
That's the fun part. So I don't know if it's on stream, so you don't want to watch it there.
But anything, just.
Let me just to make sure that I sent that out to you. Just, the bottom line is, if you get it to the township offices on Windsor Drive by Thursday, yeah, then you'll be good.
Okay.
But let me just double check here.
I hate the way that stacks it. Anytime.
It was, yeah, Darren at 3 Weathers.
Filtered out. Jazz, are you ready? I just gavel us in, we're good? All right, we are back at 8:31. We're consistently taking a minute longer, but that's all right. I think you're up.
Up, yeah. Could have got here sooner if Andrew was in front of me. Okay, here we go. All right, and it is Markian Fedorov. I hope I. Fedorov? Okay, I'm sorry from. Fedori, thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing your name.
Not the first, not the last.
And it's Markian?
Correct.
Okay. Markian, first minute's yours, and then let's see where this goes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity for speaking with the Board of Supervisors tonight. My name is Markian Fedori, lifelong resident of Lehigh County, born and raised here. The last 10 years have been specifically within Upper McCountry Township. I've seen what the valley as well as the township has gone through in my 50 plus years here in this area. My main concerns are planning for the future. Somebody previously mentioned plan now for the future. I'm very much involved in that. I've previously served on the HOA board of my local community in the current development that I live. I was board member, secretary, vice president, and president, everything but treasurer. Didn't want to have my hands or on the checkbook per se. Intimately involved with the budget of the community. I successfully successfully planned for future progress, capital planning. It's a 15-year development, I think, and began planning for the future, infrastructure in particular, setting aside the funds for those needs 20 plus years from now. Will I be there when I see it? Who knows? But you got to plan for it today. That's my main concerns and main goals to serve. I am very interested and active in serving the community of my community. I know it's not going to make everybody happy of the decisions this board makes, but you can't make everybody happy all the time. It's what's best currently with the current climate and situation while taking into consideration the future.
Okay, you said you were here 20 years in Upper Mac? How long were you in Upper McCountry?
10 years
10
in
years,
Upper
okay.
McCountry specifically, my entire life, born and raised here in the Lehigh Valley.
Got it, okay. So what motivated you to run for this now, and why this position versus some other way to volunteer?
I served on the board of the HOA board with Julian. I was very involved with decision-making with him. And when I saw him running for this position, I was like, oh, that's quite interesting, and started getting involved, asking questions from a outside perspective. And when it became known that he's resigning, I was like, I'm now interested. Granted, I have not volunteered within the township, but I am more of a planner and long-term. My current role in my professional career has been within a 25 plus years of IT management, last 15 as a specific project manager for multi-million-dollar projects, ranging from anywhere from 10 people to 250, give or take, on any project per se.
So give me a sense in those 10 or 250 people that you've led, give me a sense of what, I guess the word leadership means, what your style is. And then I think you've heard me ask the question in several different ways tonight, but understanding that professional leadership in the business world is different from the leadership that's sort of required of us here, while at the same time being a little bit similar. Tell me how, first give me a sense of what your leadership style is, and then give me a sense of how you think it would play here.
My leadership style is to understand the situation, ask the questions, even if it's 2, 3, 4 times, of different people or different people that are in the know. I'm not going to know everything, and I don't portray myself as knowing everything, but I'll ask the questions. I have no problem asking questions. Getting involved to a perspective of from a supervisory position here is different than a supervisor of a team of your direct reports. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Bob here is the CEO. Things funnel through him to the Board of Supervisors to make the decisions. If the Board of Supervisors need, they can work with the department heads as well as those that are the SME or subject matter experts to get the answers to satisfy their curiosities or not, but questions, and then collectively come to a decision.
So I'm just going to continue, and sort of it's a bit of a non sequitur, but so you worked with Julian at the HOA. When he stepped down, that's when your interest was. So what are some of the things that go on in Upper Macungie that stir your passion towards being in the supervisor role?
Infrastructure. Ensuring that the infrastructure, as I mentioned earlier, decisions today, specifically infrastructure.
So when you say infrastructure, what do you mean?
Sewers, waste management, road work, all of those, parks and recreation even. All of the departments that the township, or not all, but many of the departments that are currently handled by department heads and their individual resources are managed properly in the direction that needs to go to ensure safety for the community. That we're not wasting funds on something that isn't needed. Not everybody may say that it is needed. That's okay. But moving forward, this township has moved forward. And I think, Sonny, I think you mentioned it, that relating to the website, progress is made. Forward progress, continual progress. Will you slip? Sometimes. How far is the question, in my opinion.
So are there things within the infrastructure that you're talking about that you've noticed, specific things that you've noticed that we could improve on, or specific things that we do very well?
You've asked that kind of question a lot, very much so. Detailed wise, I don't know, but that's something that is going to be learned on the job. I don't have that information readily available, particularly though within my development, which is a microcosm of the entirety of the township. Yes, the infrastructure underneath the roadways, we are yet to have been dedicated to the township for one out of the 4 or 5 zones or phases is holding up dedication to the township because they can't drill under Worley Road. It's been 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years. Okay, I'm not going to make a decision on that or anything like that, but if that's occurring elsewhere within the township, are we exploring all opportunities and options or suggestions to do something? And that's up to the appropriate department to bring to the Board of Supervisors for that decision.
Okay. I mean, some of that is also, it's up to the developer to get the road right, but, there's interplay with what our
Correct.
public works team and our leadership team and our development team can have in some of those decision-making process. Sonny?
Yeah, so, and I asked this question in different ways, but since you brought up infrastructure and roadways and all that, obviously, we're growing at a pretty rapid rate. One of the fastest, Upper McCounty is one of the fastest growing, and we've attracted a lot of great businesses such as Lilly. But, how do you balance all that growth with quality of life, the tax base, and economic development? Do you have any ideas how your I'm not asking you for solutions, but what's your thought process? How would you balance it?
First and foremost would be transparency, but also balancing. Increasing taxpayer community is not likely or a very good path forward, but in bringing in new businesses, larger businesses is beneficial, but has drawbacks. So you have to look at every option available and what the opportunities bring, but also their drawbacks.
Yeah, but so
And
we
weigh
can't really
those
control it
with-
when the land is developed or sold, and we don't really control necessarily other than through zoning. But the zoning may have multitude of uses, and so you don't really control. What comes there. I get a kick out of sometimes social media posts saying, "Well, we don't need a gas station here." Well, we can't tell the owner to sell it to a specific user. It's just whatever the market dictates. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to understand is the thought process is on a broader scale.
Asking the questions, what are the benefits that it will bring to the community? What are the drawbacks, and weighing those out to find as happy as possible as a balance. Some things will be better, some things will be worse, but that's the decision that is posed to the Board of Supervisors to make that decision for the community.
Okay.
And where I'd be coming from would be a perspective of the future. How would it benefit the future?
So other than the HOA, can you describe some other ways you've given back to your community, and have you had an opportunity to do something within Upper McCounty?
Within Upper McCounty directly, no. But otherwise, throughout my entire life, I am very active in the Ukrainian scouting community. Its biggest base is in Philadelphia, but I would give back and be a scout leader to, back in my teens and early 20s, I was a scout leader to younger scouts. So currently, no. Historically, yes.
So, Markin, you've been in IT for 25 years.
Correct.
There's not a lot that the supervisors do on a day-to-day basis in the decision-making process. It's IT-based. I mean, we get stuff by email, and if it goes down, then we have an IT problem, but it's not necessarily we're making IT decisions. Some of this, and I think you've said, some of this is going to be a learning process. Tell me how you learn.
Like I learned on the HOA board. I applied, ran for the board. We needed it on the. We needed members for the board, and I learned. I read the covenants, the bylaws. I knew them quite almost scarily. Not that I'm going to do that per se exactly for this entire situation.
I dare you to read the
I
code of
understood
ordinances.
100%. understood. But no, ask the questions when appropriate. Communicate. My understanding is that most decision policy making is in the public forum. Ask those questions. If I don't have the answers, find the answers.
So within that, are there certain parts of this job that you imagine it to be, or that you might ask us later about what they are, that give you pause, that maybe you're worried are a little outside your skis, outside your element a little bit? Are there things about what we do that you're worried that you're going to be able to fill?
That's not knowing every department in the township just yet. Understanding all of the ins and outs of what goes on within each of those departments. That would be a learning curve. Am I scared of it? No. I've faced the music with the HOA board. It's a thankless job, was a thankless job. Can I align that to this job? Probably, somewhat. You're in front of the entire community. It's a larger based community than just a 250 townhouse development. Facing the music, if I can say it that way, not looking forward to it, but I've handled it before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honest. There are parts of this job that still scare me. And we've talked about that tonight, but I think what some of the questions and sort of the input of my question is trying to find out, other than the HOA stuff. And I've represented HOAs. I've dealt with people with HOAs. God bless you for doing anything on an HOA, other than complaining that your assessments are too high. It's really about finding out other opportunities in your life where you have publicly either made a decision that you had to stay in front of, where you've put yourself on the line, because that's what we end up doing most days is whether we like it or not, or my reputation and my people's opinions of me are on the line every day, especially when I talk and make decisions. Have you had those opportunities? And it's okay to be scared of them, because it scares me still, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how you address those challenges, other than sort of I work, because that's an easy answer. Sort of trying to dive into what the harder answer is what's your process? What are the things that drive you in these decision-making issues?
Understanding the root cause, knowing what the community wants and why. Again, is it beneficial for the community in the long term or short term? Is it beneficial for a small subset or a larger subset? All of these decisions are questions that I run through continuously, or would run continuously. I'm sure there would be a lot more questions that I would have as on the job learning per se, but I've volunteered myself and thrown myself in front of the HOA board at a tumultuous time 4 or 5 years ago now, and saw through it.
I'm going to ask you another question. So, I mean, just in order to ground yourself on what to expect, have you had a chance to maybe attend a board of supervisors meeting or any of the other zoning hearing board, planning commission? Do you have some sense of what to expect?
Somewhat, yes. Frequently, no. But I did attend a zoning board hearing based on my development when I was in front of with the HOA board.
Okay.
I did attend one of these supervisor meetings years ago, but I do watch them online every so often when interest peaks.
Okay, so based on all of that learning, what do you think your skill sets? What would you bring to the board in terms of value and maybe your qualifications, understanding a little bit of what that goes on?
I manage large projects. Doesn't matter, that's just IT. There's more to it than just buttons and wires. I manage a variety of people, personalities. I know how to handle them personally. I don't get along with everybody, but I'm not disrespectful. I will respect everybody's opinion with the notion of we are all here to meet the same goal. Improve the life of our community, expand the community as best as possible. This community is growing fast and has expanded extremely quickly. What's the best path forward for the next 20 years, 30 years down the road? I can bring that type of thought process to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, thank you.
So about a minute and a half. Questions of us?
Not that hasn't already been discussed through this process
Okay.
and previously.
So give you some time to sum up and then keep going.
Well, all right. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate your time. I know this is a very hefty decision to make because it is the community at large that is at risk and at stake. I do want to serve on this board. I do want to move this community and township forward as best as possible. Between the three people of the supervisors, those three brains need to work together to make that decision. I welcome that opportunity.
Thank you for your time.
Mark,
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Your
And
efforts.
I'll note, I think, Mark, and we do have stuff from you as well
Thank you for confirming.
that you sent to Andrew. So I think we're all set on that front.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
I think you're next.
I think it's my turn. Yeah. Coming down and not me left. Sapan Shah. Did I say it right, Sapan? There we go. All right. Sapan, floor is yours, sir.
Hi, my name's Sapan. I'm native to the Lehigh Valley. I was born and brought up in Lower Macungie. Went to Emmaus, unfortunately. It's not that bad, but I've grown up here, and I moved to Upper Macungie about eight years ago from Lower Macungie. So I've been here my whole life. I went to Lehigh, so I haven't traveled very far. But I love the community here. I've seen it go from cornfields to the thriving community it's become. I remember times when before we had the bypass and there was traffic backed up in every direction and we didn't have a Costco. And it's just incredible to see how far the community, this valley has grown, and I want to see it continue to grow. So after I went to college, I owned a Subway in Allentown for a number of years. And at that time, I was an early investor in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. And I did very well. And I retired at a very early age. And that gave me a lot of time to think about what I wanted to do next. And I decided I wanted to give back to my community. So I ventured out and I started the Lehigh Valley Diaper Bank because diaper need is a very serious problem in the valley. Diaper affordability, children don't have it. I started it 8 years ago, and we're on our 8th year. And right now we supply the homeless shelters all across the valley with hundreds of thousands of diapers every year. It's been growing and been very successful. In between that, I did work for IT companies. I ran my Subway, and then I retired. So a few weeks ago, I came across this posting. The diaper bank has been growing and it operates, but I also do think that the community and the local community is very important to in our everyday life, not just helping the poorest of the poorest. I have 2 young daughters, and I really want to see the community grow and leave a great future the same way that our parents did for us here. And so I came across, sorry, this has gone for over a minute, but I came across a number of opportunities, and I filled out the township volunteer form multiple times. No one ever got back to me. I saw this, and I've been, I do come to these meetings. I usually sit in the back. Sometimes I watch them on YouTube, and I'm kind of nerdy in that I read a lot of the minutes. I do sit on the school board meetings, and I've sat on the zoning board meetings, but unfortunately, they are painful sometimes.
Agreed.
But yeah, no, I came across this opportunity, and I know it's a very high stake position, and it's a very, very important job that you guys do. You guys were elected by the community, and you have this vacancy now. So, from what I understand is the township reports to you, and you report to the community, and that's a very high pressure job to be in. So I don't come to this job thinking lightly of it. I think it'd be a very involved and very challenging job. And one thing that I do have is time. I'd be fully able to devote all my time to this. Like I said, I'm semi-retired. I do work the nonprofit, which I would hand off to someone else, and I would have enough time. I'm not competent enough to juggle multiple things like being a lawyer or being on the planning commission. So I would probably focus on this and whatever would be required to do so. It'd be humbling sitting next to both of you. I know, because I've seen you guys work before, and you guys have a great dynamic. I hope I would be able to add to that dynamic and listen to the community the way that you guys listen to them. Enough about me. I'm sorry.
I'll note that two things. One, no one's ever said that Sonny and I have a great dynamic before, and no one's actually said that lawyers are smart to me before. So I appreciate a lot of things that you said. So other than sort of a general, you want to give back, is there something, you noted that you saw the opportunity and you thought this was something that you want to do. Is there something within the township, something that you've been eyeing on, some issue that sparked you to say, I need to get involved now?
Right. So I've always kept an eye out on different projects that are going on in the community. I always am interested. Like I said, I read the minutes of some of these meetings. Some of the infrastructure projects have caught my eye. You know, the new I-78 Route 100 interchange that they're doing, and the new Pfizer, or not Pfizer, the new medical processing.
Lily.
Eli Lilly project is. A lot of these are like really interesting projects, but I think, like I said, I've been eager to get more involved in the community. I filled out the volunteer form, and I even looked into. I've been to a few school board meetings, and I feel like you guys have the most impact, and you guys have. You have a vacancy, a void right now that I think I could fill with my history, and with my passion and my availability and the resources that I could probably.
So when you filled out those volunteer forms, what did you see a specific vacancy that you were trying to fill, or you
No,
just
I
generally throwing yourself to the township and say, tell me what you need?
Yeah, because I was on your website and I saw that, and that would be one thing I would change is if I was sitting on the board, though, that someone actually responds back to you. I saw it, and they have different options, and you just select all of them. I've been interested in all the boards, but no one ever got back to me.
Okay.
So I have been following, and I've also followed Laura McCungy a lot, and I'm in awe of how amazing you guys have grown this and grown the township and managed the development in this. So it's yeah.
Yeah, interesting conversation. Sounds like you got a lot of time to spend on here. You know, you talked a lot about growth. You know, obviously there's a balance. How would you balance growth with some of the other factors that, I mean, obviously I'm hearing from residents that care about, you know, quality of life, community character, as well as obviously the tax base and whatever. What's your process for balancing and managing the growth?
Right. Well, that's like the $1 million question trying to juggle all these things. I wish, and I'm assuming that there's no magical answer to it, but obviously whatever the community wants should come at the top of everything. Juggling taxes and zoning and everything else, we would kind of have to fit between to make sure the community gets, because you guys were elected to represent their needs. So if I'm understanding the question.
Yeah, and there's some restrictions you can't do because they're required by, the municipal planning code. So we don't have a lot of say, but since you've been watching us and I guess if you've been watching the minutes, I thought that maybe you gleaned out of that something that you would do different.
Yeah, no, that's a challenging answer, though. I'm honestly, I don't know, because you move one lever and it adjusts the other two, and you can't just magically increase taxes, or you can't magically decrease it without cutting funding. So there's a lot of juggling to do and a lot of different levers, but that's what the job is.
Okay.
So your resume is fascinating to me, primarily not just because of what you do in the Lehigh Valley Diaper Bank, which is impressive, but you're also a licensed home improvement contractor, a certified forklift operator, a DJ, and a licensed low voltage telecommunication electrician.
Yeah, I keep myself busy.
Apparently. Talk to me about leadership, though. Talk to me about, you've been here for 3 hours now, and you've heard me ask the same question of now 7 other people.
Right.
Part of what we're looking for is how you view the supervisor leadership position, how you fit in that role.
Right.
Talk to me about that. What do you think? What do you think of it, and what do you think you fit in?
I think there's going to be a lot of listening involved in it, listening to everyone's opinions and what they have to say, and trying to make judgment. I guess initially I would have to watch and learn a little bit. But I have a history. I've run my Subway, and when I was working in my IT company, I had a leadership position there. So some experience dealing with different personalities and understanding different, and obviously with the Lehigh Valley Diaper Bank, I started that and I led it to whatever it is today.
Do you have a board there? Is it you leading?
Yeah, we have a small board, but it's basically me leading with a lot of volunteers.
How do you deal with your board there? What's your sort of interaction as the founder and someone who has a clear mission versus dealing with essentially supervisors at the same time?
And we have no issues. We usually kind of get along with each other. Not much pushback, but it works out. So
did you pull those members of the board, or are they volunteers?
Yep, they're volunteers too. So we're all volunteers. It's a completely charitable organization. So yeah, I started it and we know each other. They help out, so we all work together in that sense.
So this role, leadership wise, is a little different than the IT company or the Subway, in so much as it's not really a business as much as more like the board of directors of your nonprofit.
Right.
And that's the reason I clung to that as a question. I served on the board president of the JCC in Allentown, where it's a board with a staff, and there's an interaction difference.
Right.
That's not really business. Do you have a lot of how would you fit into that sort of leadership piece?
I don't have much board experience. I did sit on the board of the local subway development organization, but that was nothing compared to whatever this is. So yeah, in short, no, I don't have very much board experience, but I'm willing to learn and willing to put the time and effort.
It's more of a question with a impact, which is, are you prepared that we have a staff that does the day-to-day, that we lean on heavily, and that our leadership takes a little bit different role in that concept as the roll up your sleeves. We're not digging holes and we're not paving roads, but we have responsibility to make sure the holes get dug and the roads get paved.
Right. And the way I imagine this going is that, you work very closely with Mr. Ebach, and, he runs the staff and takes care of all the township. And when there are issues up top, sometimes they come up to you, and, you're faced with 2 different, very difficult decisions to make. And you kind of have to do that with the community at your side. So you have to make those decisions. That's how I imagine it going.
Sonny?
Yeah, interesting background. What do what would you, if you were on here, everybody kind of has some sort of passion, maybe that gets them excited about wanting to do something. I noticed you're very involved in Bitcoin, and are we going to start doing, are you going to be pushing for a Bitcoin payment here in Upper Mac, or what is that? I'm joking, seriously, but what do you view as some of the things you'd like to work on?
Right. I mean, being realistic, I don't know if we could have any major, I could influence a major project like some, but managing the day-to-day operations and planting seeds for the future is probably the best opportunity that we have to have long-term development. I think if we find an opportunity to, plant a seed, this building started with the seed planted 20 years ago. If we have that opportunity in between managing our day-to-day opportunities, that would be ideal. And
What kind of seeds would you want to plant?
that's a good question. I don't know at this point. Maybe when we come across the opportunity to plant it.
So what are we doing good and what are we doing bad?
Well, you
You've
guys
been here all your life. What's the positives that you want to see accentuated, and what are the negatives that you want to see fixed?
I mean, the growth has been astounding. Like, of all the counties in the state, Allentown's the third largest, and Macungie is a huge part of that growth. I think the infrastructure, some of the infrastructure projects that you guys are working on, the Route 100 bypass, I think some of the Adams Road exchange, I think, is a controversial one. And a lot of the new businesses that you're bringing, I think these are all phenomenal things that you guys are doing. Eli Lilly, whether it's Air Products headquarters, you guys have been working on these things for many years now. And I have nothing but respect and commending that. In terms of improvement, there are the obvious criticisms of truck traffic, which you guys have been managing quite a bit. Everyone has their own complaints, but personally, I love living here, and I don't really have that many complaints.
So what about this job gives you some pause? There's got to be something.
Oh, there's a lot that gives me pause.
Let's talk about that then.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, when you first started in this job, you had no idea what you're getting into, and I feel the same way. I think there's going to be a lot of challenges because you're representing 30,000 people, and I'm sure you guys get phone calls from everyone who are upset about different things, or you have issues with the township when they have an issue that needs to be addressed. These are all, I can imagine. I'm surprised neither of you have very many gray hairs.
That's the third nice thing that you've said. That's why I cut my hair as short as it is.
Yeah, so I'm expecting it to be a very stressful job that would require very difficult decisions to be made. Yeah.
Is the clock making you nervous?
No, I haven't even been looking at that.
Okay. So do you have any questions of us, Sapan?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Sonny, you have anything else?
No, I don't. I did see you on CNBC. I found the video or whatever. It was,
Yeah,
that's why I was joking you about this the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Nothing other than if you have questions for us. I think I'm out of questions. Hours getting late, and I'm losing a little bit of gas.
Yeah, I understand.
So do you have anything you want to sum up?
No, I just think that I would probably mesh very well with you guys in the personality wise, with your sense of humor and your level of transparency. I think I'd be a great fit to working alongside of you.
Well, Sapan, we appreciate you coming tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'm next, right?
You are. And this will be number 9. So I think we're going to take a break again.
Okay, we're going to have 4 more to go.
Yep.
Okay. Darren Weber. Next.
I should note, Sapan, I think we do have everything from you that you sent in ahead of time?
He advised that he did not receive my email, but so I instructed him, I resent it to you a few moments ago, but.
Yeah, I got the
instructed
email
you-
this time.
Okay.
Yep, excellent.
Okay, so I won't even have to do that at the end of this one, Darren.
Perfect, save some time, right?
All right. Floor's yours, sir.
All right. Hello, everybody. First off, thanks for your time. I know there's a lot that goes into this. I appreciate the time spent. My name's Darren Weber. I'm a lifelong Lehigh Valley resident. Have spent actually 28 years in Upper Macungie in the same house with my family. I live near Timbertown Park, if that places me on the time scale anywhere.
Sure.
I also have spent 30 years working for Air Products. Then I've worked 4.5 years for Amazon Web Services. And recently I worked for Databricks, which is a data and analytics company that's based in San Francisco. I obviously work remote there. I got my computer science bachelor's degree at Bucknell, located in the middle of Pennsylvania, if anyone knows that. And I have my master's degree from Lehigh. Don't hold it against me. It's in engineering, so computer engineering. I stay pretty involved with Lehigh. In fact, I've been invited to speak at their speaker series in the fall. Looking forward to doing that. And you know what's really motivated me here is I want to do everything I can to bring my skills to make Upper Macungie be the great place to live, work, and play that it has been for the last 28 years that I've been here.
Okay. Well, you're in good company if you got selected to that, because I think Waz was there last year, right?
Yeah, yes.
I missed that though. I couldn't find parking. So
Very excited. Looking forward to that.
yeah, that's neat. So what sparked? I guess the same question because I'm very curious, especially for people like I don't believe I've seen you in any meetings in the past. So it's always a natural question as to what was the spark that caused you to submit your application?
Yeah, I've attended some meetings in the past,
Okay.
and I've attended some meetings over at the Lehigh County Commissioners. But really, the spark that kind of set me off was really wanting to get involved, and I thought bringing my leadership skills from the 35 years I've been working would really be the place to kind of do that. I'm really passionate about the green space at Upper Macungie. I think you guys have done a terrific job, this building being one. I know of no other area that has lighted pickleball courts, 8 of them, or 16 of them rather. And it really is about giving back to the community. I was involved several years ago in the planning. I forget what the name of it was at the time, but where we voted on different things for Upper Macungie, different directions. It did have a clever name. I forget exactly what the name was, but it was more in that planning process. So I was involved in it, some.
Okay.
Was that the
Also-
comprehensive plan?
What's that?
Comprehensive plan?
Yes, exactly. So some of the why now, my kids are much older now. I have a lot more time. And like I said, wanted to bring, my leadership skills to the position.
So talk to me about your leadership skills. That sort of leads into one of the
perfect.
pet questions for me. So again, just the litany that I go through, it's leadership in business is really important, but it's a little bit different than the leadership that we're being asked to provide here. Talk to me about how you would build and modify if needed.
Yeah, so I think the biggest change is in the leadership position for you guys. It would be more about setting direction and empowering individuals. And that's a lot of how I led, over the years as well. Building that trust, is also another key factor. And I want to say, even outside of business, one of the things I did have the opportunity to do was I head coached baseball years ago for about 7 years. And that brings some leadership skills to it as well. I think somebody else had mentioned previously, it's more about managing the parents, but it's also, there's a lot of trade-offs that have to be made in those decisions. But I would say, come back to it, it'd really be more about setting direction, building the trust, and then, really having the people be self-empowered.
So sort of skipping around, but the same questions that we've asked everybody is, what you mentioned the green spaces and you mentioned this building, you mentioned not really green, except it is green because it's the second largest timber span building in North America. You mentioned the pickleball courts, which are also, they're painted green. That might be the greenest thing about them. What other things in the township that you've seen over the last 28 years living here, do you think that we're doing right? What do you think needs improvement, and how would you lead on both of those concepts?
I think some of the stuff you're doing right. So green space equaling parks, equaling outdoor activity. Even this building brings people in for activities and stuff like that. I think you've done a great job at that. So just taking a look at Grange, how much that has developed from just a flat land to, what's there. Obviously, all the other parks, I live close, so I have the opportunity to participate in Grange, participate in Lone Lane Park. There's been a lot of focus on that. I think that's one thing that's been very beneficial. From an area of improvement, certainly, there's a lot of mention around infrastructure and traffic. I think that's one. One thing I would say is not necessarily bad, but could use, some more improvement would be some of the community activities. I know there's the food trucks, there's the farmers market, there's the occasional movies. I think more of those kind of activities that would bring the community in, across a wide range of ages, different situations. I think that's something that could be improved on. And that's something that might not be as hard to do as, let's say, limiting the number of warehouses or the traffic. That is, that's something that you could actually action on at any point.
Maybe in a new community building, something like that, where activities can increase. Maybe it's just an idea.
Possibly, yes.
So you talked about warehousing and sort of leading, and I don't want to steal Sonny's finely worded question, but what do you know about what we do with development? What do you know? Have you participated in some zoning or planning conversations that we've had? What sort of, you've got experience in leadership and experience in IT, but what sort of knowledge base do you bring to those other parts of the job?
Yeah, so in terms of zoning, I definitely follow a lot of what goes on there. Certainly there's some hot topics that, have come up at meetings around warehouses and data centers and those, but there's also the other, I won't say mundane, but there's other, aspects of zoning that comes up. I do follow a lot of that. I do find an interest in, understanding how the community changes and moves in those. That was some of my drive for being a participant in some of the planning that was going on previously, which had a lot to do with zoning and rezoning areas. It's just a natural interest. I mean, that's also why I went and attended some of the Lehigh County Commissioners meetings. And many years ago, I actually went to Harrisburg to speak on behalf of a bill that was being introduced. So I do take it serious to understand what's going on in the community, whether it's zoning or some other aspect, and get involved where I can.
So maybe obviously you're passionate enough to spend time to go down to Harrisburg or whatever, but what are your passions? What are the topics that you care about?
Not wanting to say the same thing again. I mean, like I said, outdoor, green space, community,
Okay.
Those things are really what drives me.
Okay.
Do you want to ask your finely worded question about development and tax growth?
Go. You know it by now, so go for it.
Yeah. So that is definitely a very difficult question. And I think the challenge is it's hard to affect change in that balance in the now. And really what you have to do is do that planning ahead of time. So a lot of work that I do is actually planning and looking ahead. We call it a target architecture. So we look out 3 years, maybe 4 years, where we want to be, and then kind of work backwards for what those steps are. And I think in the scenario where you're trying to balance the tax base, community, and other green space area, you're most effective if you start to plan that out ahead of time rather than trying to do what you can within the constraints that you have in terms of zoning or other municipal laws and things like that.
Okay.
So my emphasis would really be on that kind of planning phase of it and kind of working back, making sure that we were doing the planning so that we could, hopefully avoid some of the challenges that do come up.
Thank you. That's an interesting perspective.
So you talked about being a baseball coach a few years ago. Are there other, it's hard to do a lot of community work when you're doing a lot of other things. Talk to me about some other opportunity that you've had, some other issue that has come up that has driven you to a forward-facing leadership role
So outside of
outside of work?
So I want to say it's outside of work, but it's also somewhat adjacent to work. But there a lot of opportunities for public speaking in the roles that I have. So I've always sought those out. I won't say that's 100% community driven, but those speaking opportunities do benefit the community. So I've always looked for those wherever I can, including like the Lehigh one. So I would say that would be one. The other opportunities, wherever I participated a lot with the pickleball, with some of the stuff there. There were some things that were trying to arrange more community involvement there. I know there were some tournaments and stuff that's something that I, had worked with one of the people that led that just a couple of years ago. That would say some of the community involvement that I've had there.
Okay. Because it's the forward-facing part of this job is the part that it's the stuff that keeps me up, right? It's not the learning the intricacies of what zoning we're talking about or, reading a land development plan. It is contemplating the decision-making process, how we explain it, and then making that decision and being okay with it. Not happy most of the time, but okay with it and able to defend the process that we went through. Sounds like that's mostly been a business experience for you in sort of that leadership space, but not really one that's been community focused as much as this one would be. Does that give you any pause at all?
I would say a lot of the same activities that you would go through in that decision-making process is something that I do day to day. And what I mean by that is everything's a trade-off or a compromise. But having a systemic way of looking at what the problem is or the decision you're making and weighing the pluses and the minuses, the benefits or the impact, I think some of that would carry over. What would give me pause would be, wondering if I'm making after a decision's made, making sure that I'm, making the right decision and not having, a negative impact, which in some cases, I don't think you can make a decision that doesn't have some negative impact, but minimizing that would be what I would pause. Make sure that the decisions I'm making are not, adversely affecting a large number of the community.
Are you used to being single chair leadership or are you used to being a leadership as part of a team?
Actually, both. So I have actually worked in a lot of roles that are individual contributorship, which would be working as part of a team. I've also directly led teams. But I would say most of what I do is lead by influence, right? Not having direct responsibility for something, I would have to influence, a particular direction. Most recent work experience has been functioning as a member of a team.
Okay. And within that, talk to me about what your ideal role as a influencing member of a team is. What skills do you think best translate into? This is what this is. We don't make decisions on our own, and sometimes we agree, and sometimes we don't. Talk to me about what your process is in being an influencing member of a team.
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, listening. So understanding what all sides are. And it's also doing the research. So almost every day I'm doing a lot of research to be able to support a particular decision, but also, understand, what all sides of the actual issue or decision that's being made. Also like to measure what the impact is, right? So, one thing that I function as part of the team on is what we call one-way and two-way decisions, right? One-way door, two-way door decisions. Decisions that have a two-way door, so decisions that, you can easily reverse is something that you may spend a little less time on or not be as thorough. But when you come across a one-way door decision, you're going to spend a lot of time, particularly doing research, gathering input from all parties involved on those decisions. Obviously, the ideal is to drive to consensus. But going back to my original, listening really is one of the key things to understand what everyone is bringing in terms of input.
It's good comments, good good theory. I'm a little brain dead right now. I apologize.
Understood.
Well, let's turn it back to you.
Yeah, why don't you ask them? Yeah.
Karen, what questions, if any, do you have of us?
I would say
Been at it for 3.5 hours, so a lot of questions.
No, I got you. So two questions that kind of come to mind for me is what would you consider the hardest challenge that you have, and what's the most rewarding aspect of your role on the board?
Most rewarding is easy for me. It's when I get to stand up representing the township and our staff. When I get to, I got to speak at the Lilly event, and I got to mention names of the staff of Upper Macungie Township that made that possible. I got to be clear that I was the first one, and I was the fourth speaker to mention the words Upper Macungie Township, that it's part of what we are. That's the stuff that gives me the most joy. What was the other part? The challenges of it?
Yeah. What would you say is your top challenge?
I can't help but to see Linda Gore in the background of this conversation, because I think she knows some of the challenges that I face in some of these conversations. We have hard conversations about fire that are going on right now, about consolidation of departments and history, and how we achieve a goal that not everyone perfectly agrees with, and managing people that have lived here for their whole lives, and especially in the volunteer fire department context, people who have hundreds of years of history of family involvement in the service that we are dramatically changing. That's hard. Those are the conversations that I don't dread them, but I work to make sure I understand what the issues are, and I work to make sure I can reflect what I think we need to be doing moving forward. The stuff that keeps me up at night, that's part of it. I do a lot of, preparation work in my job. I talk a lot in my job. I'm okay at that sometimes. It's taking on the hard conversation and being okay with it, and standing up every time, knowing that I did it right by me, and I did it right by the staff, and I did it right by Sonny and whoever else sits in the middle, and I did it right by the people of this community. And then the easiest other one for me is, working with two other people. I'm headstrong. Sonny's headstrong. I think we want someone who's headstrong sitting between us or next to us, because I want someone who's going to challenge my decision. And sometimes that is frustrating as.
I'm good at frustrating him.
Agreed. It's frustrating, but that's part of what we're looking for, is someone to challenge us, but also someone who is capable of turning that frustration into positive momentum towards a goal.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if anything I would say scares me. I look at everything. I guess I'm more of an optimist, but I look at everything as an opportunity. And I don't actually as long as we do it respectfully, we don't denigrate each other or talk down at each other. I think that different views are actually they excite me, because I want to hear other people's views. I want my views to be heard. I think it's better when we explore all these different alternatives, and then we come up. And I know I frustrated people. I know I frustrated Bob sometimes when I do that, but because he's looking for that, he wants to move on. And I said, well, I just really want to make sure that we've come up with the best solution. And so I'm actually, I don't look at it as I look at every challenge as an opportunity. I try to anyway. Lucky enough, I'm retired fairly young, and I can give back to my community. I grew up here in the 70s, right? This is really personal to me, this township, because I've grown up here. You've been here a long time too. So obviously we're looking for someone we can get along with, and will challenge us, but and together we'll come up with a great, we'll come up with good solutions. That's what I look for. Yeah, there's some decisions that are really tough, and the decisions are tough because sometimes you can't control all of them. You have to follow the laws and the ordinances, and sometimes they're hard because it's not what you want, but you've got to find that balance.
So 40 seconds left. Question or statement, however you want to roll it.
I'm good. I just want to thank you guys for the time. I feel my background, the decision-making process and all of that, I've had many years of experience on, and I'm very motivated to be part of part of the team here. So once again, thank you guys for the time on this.
Appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So that's number 9. We're going to take a, hey, if I announce it as 4 minutes, maybe we'll take it as 5 minutes.
If you go for that, yeah.
We'll take a quick
Got a
5
chance to
minutes.
talk to people, so it's a good one. That's good.
I'm not going to schedule anything. Talk to you about
So we have the groundbreaking at 10 tomorrow, right? You gonna be there or no?
Yes.
I mean, my schedule's pretty open.
Use both guys either?
Yeah, if you want me. If you don't want me, I won't come.
It is cold.
Hey, yeah,
We'll decide on some of the night they can speak.
he can speak. He likes to speak.
So, you see if I can.
Yes, always.
Yeah, I want to meet him.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he could, this, like you said, this is my phone. This is my phone.
The fact that he's able to.
Come around.
It's Charlie Crawford. I've voted on you 3 times, Charlie. It's my smiling. Thank you.
Oh, you're the famous Charlie. I'm like, I've never met this guy. I'm glad you're here. I was wondering if you were coming to.
You're still here, Carl.
It's a long day. You know, there's a lot of good people here. I was, I'm pretty surprised too.
Strangely.
I hope you guys can come to it.
Fast talker.
Me too. I really don't want to. I don't want to really have to call you in, but I'm glad you're here.
You took one.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it was funny because everybody was. I don't know who this guy is.
7 and 5.
Girls?
Yeah.
That's fun.
How about
I have 23, 19, 16.
all girls?
Yes.
Yeah. It's, I love it though. They're at that age where they just want to play with you. Girls are better than boys.
That stops. And it's not, and you're gonna wonder what the heck happened. It's nothing to do.
Oh boy. Well, that's good advice.
I had my first one turned 15 and felt that ended. And I was like, what did I do? And then my wife reminded me of a 16-year girl. And, slowly there were some moments in high school and when she went to college, all of a sudden the switch looking at right and it's calling us every day. Turns around, it's just hold on tight.
I just see some of my cousins, they have sons, and then the boys are just active,
Yeah,
punching.
it's definitely different.
Yeah.
It's definitely different.
The girls just read books in the corner, but hopefully that doesn't
changes too. That changes too.
jacket. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we all have the groundbreaking tomorrow.
I got the food ready and everything.
Fire station.
Yeah, yeah,
Coming?
yeah. Had to ask permission to get out of work.
I feel tired.
Oh, it's
That was hefty.
So the data centers have, it's a mix. It's a mix.
I remember too, there was one township meeting.
Nobody wants
I
data
left
center,
at 5 to 12.
but everyone uses it.
I don't remember what it was.
You guys were talking. Right, so you have to account for that.
And I want to say,
We put 66 active.
I have 66 at my house. Say this.
And that's my person. They have to go somewhere, you know, is it better and that's something good than someplace that has noise?
She doesn't know.
Transit, that's Atlantic line. There is a lot of data centers. But It's kind of
It's oddly and weirdly interesting, isn't it? So I try to tell people to come to these things. They're actually.
So there's no reason why they couldn't. I'm probably out of here. Sub areas of Texas.
It's cold, though. It's keeping me awake. Temperature. It's cold. Well, that's like, we have to get I should have.
When did you return here? When did you return? I go.
People are getting very, very passionate.
3 days. 3 days. 3 days. No, Gary started. I haven't.
Research on that.
Oh, that's why.
My wife left me because she doesn't like.
She's travels a lot. She's teaching.
So.
You know what it's.
Exactly. They had all problems.
Get 90.
Exactly. And everybody has their own self. Yeah.
With all of this stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, you're never.
I'm glad I get to show this one.
Yeah.
All right, we back?
We just gotta get Jazz to very turn us on the screen. It's better. It's cold.
Maybe you may have cooled it off.
Yeah. There's a lot going on there. Because they want something.
Which one?
Water, so I don't have to go to the bathroom.
Interesting. Yeah.
Jasmine, whenever you're ready, Chief.
Ready to go.
Ready? All right, it is 9:37. We can call it back to order. I think I am up now on the drawing of names. Luis Batista.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Batista, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
Oh, just fantastic.
I can tell.
Nowhere else I'd rather be.
I couldn't imagine any place else either for myself.
Good answer. 20 minutes on the clock.
And I'm good with the clock.
All right, let's go.
So my name's Lou Batista. I am a long life resident of the Lehigh Valley. I've been in Fogelsville for the past 26 years, where I raised my 2 daughters, who unfortunately have moved away. I've been involved with the community, various stages of my life. I've volunteered throughout my life. Throughout my career, in my resume, you can see that I have been a manager for different positions, from hospital to private practice. I moved on from private practice into a sales role where I was a territory manager for the last 40 years, 35 years of my life. I recently retired, and now I'm looking to do something a little bit more to give back to the community that I love so much.
So how we evolve this conversation from here, Lou, should not be a surprise to you. So sort of starting with it's the why now. It's what sparked you to apply to this role? What about this role intrigues you? What about the township makes you think that you can make a difference in this role?
I know I can make a difference, no question about it. So in the HOA community that I have lived in for the past 26 years, I've served on the board for 13 of those years, 5 of those as president of the board. We are a little bit different than most HOAs where we own a number of amenities. We own our own roads. So looking at what the township does versus what our HOA does, I'm tasked with, in the past, dealing with both operating funds and reserve funds, knowing how to strategically plan out to maintain those assets that we are tasked by the UPCA to maintain. I've served on our financial committee for the past 17 years. So I think, my experience in that role has helped me to, in a sense, get a little bit of training for what I might be expecting as a supervisor for the township.
You own the wastewater treatment, the sewer facilities at Applewood?
Yes,
So you have the fun and joy of dealing with those issues as well?
I do,
Okay.
as a board member.
All right.
So again, not only those, but in the past, we have dealt with the projects with the townhouse. Initially, they wanted to put up 7-story townhomes, and we had residents that balked at it. So I was elected to come to the zoning board and to the township to present our case why it shouldn't be that high. When what was it, Cold Storage wanted to put a 10-story building on their property, I was again asked to represent the community to speak to both the zoning board and to the township during those meetings.
Fun for you.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. It wasn't as bad as some of the HOA meetings I've been to, but you know.
Agreed.
You take
So,
it.
I mean, from the question asked, Lou, is there some, other than some life circumstances that led you to have some more time since you recently retired?
Correct.
Are there township issues that drive you, that excite you, that frankly piss you off, that make you want to serve in this role?
So there's nothing that has truly pissed me off. So some of the things that have excited me has been, so I attended the most recent zoning meeting regarding the data center. That was very interesting, even though it was very anticlimactic in the end. Because, like one of my previous interviews, who spoke about data centers. So we read a lot, but I'm just not that well informed. So again, I was really looking forward to this gentleman presenting the Air Products plan, and he fell on his face, unfortunately. So what you do well, Eli Lilly, I think that was a big win for the township. If once I, get involved with the board, this is the type of project I'd really look forward to bringing into the township as a growing factor. You talked about the ordinances and the limitations sometimes when you have to deal with certain developments. The thing of it is that we can hopefully try to spearhead by bringing in the right businesses into the township to make it like Eli Lilly.
No, it's just not fair. It's unfair now. So you're one of the last ones, so you know how to you've addressed it all. I'm only joking.
Well, again, being here for 3.5 hours,
You've been
I
here
get that
for a
advantage.
while, yeah. So based on what you heard, about the town, about the job, is there anything that concerns you, like your background and or just the lack of knowledge or whatever it could be? Is there anything that concerns you about the job? I mean, you use the word scare, but I'm going to use the word concern.
So again, when I first came to the board of our HOA, I didn't really know a whole lot. So again, it's about delving into the covenants or bylaws and looking into how our HOA is affected by township regulations. So I had to bone myself up a little bit on a lot of different things in a short period of time. So again, I think what makes a good leader and a good township supervisor is that your willingness to learn. There's nobody that comes to this position that's going to know everything. So if you're willing to sit down, learn the information, get educated, ask the questions, not be afraid to ask those questions, because a lot of people don't want to know because they think they'll look, ill-informed or, basically just stupid.
Lou, you mentioned leadership. It's one of the questions I've asked everybody.
Yes.
Leadership in a professional context, even leadership in an HOA context, is a little bit different than the leadership we're being asked to do on a daily, weekly, monthly basis here. Talk to me about your leadership style. Talk to me about how you think you'd fit in as a leader, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, and sort of what leadership means to you.
So leadership means to me that your team is performing well. So again, I've been a department head, I've been a practice manager, and I've led, let's say, project teams, implementing technology in certain IDNs. So I don't micromanage. Everybody has certain expectations. Like you have pointed out, the township has hired great employees. Let them do their job. Great leaders don't, we know that things are going well when nobody's complaining about anybody or anything. We only find out when there's a problem. And when there is a problem, that's when the leader has to step up and be the front person to that problem. They have to know what the problem is, get the information, but stand behind that employee and making sure that whatever the situation is, that it's properly resolved.
So your leadership in the past in sort of professional context and even at the HOA as chair, president, or sort of leader of the group?
President 5 years out of the 13.
So that's this leadership's a little bit different in that, I sit as the chair, but that's a label that signifies nothing other than I get to gavel at a meeting, I gavel it out.
Sure.
We lead as a team here, which is a little bit different. So leadership as an individual versus, being part of a leadership team. How's that differentiate your approach, or how's that make your approach any
So
more focused?
the team that I've led, our board is 9 members deep. So when I came back on the board the second time around, there were, let's say, issues that needed to be resolved. So it was about bringing the board back to being a more functional type of entity and making sure that the community was aware that those changes were being instituted and being brought up. So it's a collaborative type of situation. It's not one person making sole decisions. So as the comment that you made before, you're looking for somebody who's strong-headed. Yeah, that's me. I'm not afraid to give you my opinion, but I'm also not afraid to change that opinion if the evidence and the information in front of me is different than what my opinion is.
Yeah. You mentioned you attended some zoning hearing board meetings and all of that.
Yes.
How many and did you get involved in any of the other, like the comprehensive plan? And I can't remember if you said yes or no to somebody else, but
So that's okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's sooner or later we all get jumbled up into the
yeah,
same.
right. Yeah.
So I've attended the meetings. I've spoken at the different meetings. I have not applied for any of the positions on the other boards. Up until this year, I was finishing raising my family, getting the HOA back in order, and work just kept getting in
I
the way.
understand. Yeah. Trust me, I know. Sometimes it just takes a push, right? How much time do you think you have? Now, you said you recently retired. So
Yeah.
how much time do you think you could commit to this? Because obviously you're going to want to do a little bit of retirement stuff too, right?
I fully intend to. So again, so I'm looking. So again, what I've been doing for the HOA, it averages out to be about 4 to 5 hours a day. So I would imagine that this is the same type of situation. I'd be looking to put in about 4 to 5 hours needed. Like with the board, I'm assuming you guys get a packet of information every month prior to the meeting that you have to go in through. Our board packet's only between 75 and 89 pages that I have to read prior to the meeting to get up to speed.
Get them like the week before, we get it like on a Thursday or Friday, and then you have till Thursday to review it.
That's good.
Something similar. Okay. Is there anything, what do you like about this township? What are the things you want to, I'm going to use some of Jeff's questions here.
Sure. So you steal from each other. That's good.
I'm stealing from him.
The one thing that I always liked about the township, whether I'm at the zoning board or at the township, you guys listen. So people come, they speak, they bring their opinions, they bring their thoughts. You guys listen to them. Let's face it, you're not going to be able to resolve every situation to the benefit of that one person. You always look to make sure that the outcome benefits the whole versus just the entity. Again, one of the things that have come up always has been about the congestion, traffic. Everybody complains about the tractor trailers on Tillman Street, 100, you name it. Is there anything we can do about it? PennDOT's trying to do something with the interchanges. Is that good or bad? I don't know. That's something that I, would have to delve with into their specifics.
Mm-hmm. How would you, so that my question that I asked about how do you manage all these little multiple priorities, is there something is there a process you think you could offer us or a way of thinking on how would we address really kind of the growth we're seeing in the community and balancing that with quality of life and the tax base and, and other competing priorities?
So that is always the challenging question. It's making sure you come to the right balance. And you don't know that. And that's the one thing that I think you alluded to that scares you the most, making sure that you come to that balance. So for me, it's about making sure that I have reviewed all of the information that's available to me before any type of decision. Once I've made my thoughts and my conclusions, then it's looking to working with you two to make sure are my conclusions valid, and do they stand up to the rigors of, an evaluation. And then it's working to make sure that we come to a collaborative solution that works for everybody. Will that always be the case? I doubt it, because even, whether it's 3 people, 5 or 9, there's always going to be people that will dissent and, have a totally different opinion. And that's okay.
So Lou, you've talked about how you've been very busy the last several years of your life working, obviously, and raising a family. And congratulations to you. It sounds like if they've moved out, it's sad, but they're doing well. That
Yes,
they
they are.
can
They're doing
accomplish
very
on their own. As someone who lives 800 miles from his family,
Same here.
Yeah,
My grandkids are in North Carolina.
my family's in Kentucky.
Oh.
Part of what and I get that you sort of responded, and correct me where I'm wrong, that part of what's held you back from diving into some other community issues is you've just been running 100 miles an hour doing those family-based, professional-based things up to that and the HOA. Other than those things, what do you like to do? What and in that question, Lou, how does that inform your opinion on anything? How does that drive you to the next thing?
So even though I've been crazy busy, as you alluded to, I also have volunteered. So I was part of the original Upper Macungie CERT team that was started 16 years ago. I'm still involved in the CERT team, but from on the Lehigh County side. So even though I'm not the EMS person that I was 45 some odd years ago, I'm still involved in a very supportive type of role in helping those people out.
But still, to the other question, other than what do you like to do? What
do I like to do?
What's the passion for you, Lou?
So my hobbies?
Sure.
Oh, sure. So I'm an avid scuba diver. I've been a certified diver since I was 16. I'm an avid photographer. Depending on if that definition still applies anymore with smartphones and all that. I really hated when they went to digital and people forgot how to use f-stops and all that. So I'm a hiker. I do a lot of walking. So a couple of years ago, I was involved in the walking path project. I think you call it the Common Areas Project, where they're talking about connecting the different townships.
Vision Zero?
Vision Zero is one.
There you go.
Vision Zero.
Yeah, so I had, I was asked as an Applewood representative to attend a couple of the Zoom meetings, so I did that.
So that sort of link is what I'm going for, because part of what we're trying to find out, and I'm getting a sense from everybody in different ways, but what drives your decision-making process, right? And it's not always just, sort of the rote answer of I like to review information, I like to talk to people, I like to get a consensus. Sometimes it's you're driven by you're a scuba diver, so you have a little bit of science, a little bit of adventure, and a little bit of outdoor consideration. You're an avid hiker, so it drives your desire to have more walkability in the township. Sure. What are some other parts of your personality that you think drive what your focus would be in this job?
I'm not one to be intimidated by people. So again, sitting up there, you can have people glaring and trying to drill a hole through you. That's not going to intimidate me in any way whatsoever. I've stood up in front of CEOs, CFOs when I did my sales presentation. So I do my best to make sure that when I'm making a thoughtful conclusion, that I'm presenting all the facts in a proper manner.
We're nearing that point where it's question time for you. If there's something that we can help you better inform the process or anything like that.
So again, throughout the night, you guys have answered a number of different questions of what you challenge. I have an inkling of what I think I'm getting into. I'm not at all intimidated by what will be happening. So I look forward to, I'm a person who always looks for the next challenge. So again, going from, during my career, I've always looked to move to the next step. If you're not being challenged, I don't think you're living. So.
Okay. Sonny, anything else?
No, I don't have anything else. I really enjoyed listening to you and hearing your experience. I mean, appreciate you coming. Is there any other questions you have for us? No?
I don't. Well, the only question I think I have is for the attorney. Did you get my information? I did send an email out.
have it.
You do have it?
We
Okay.
have that.
So I'm not going to take up any more time since it's getting late in the hour.
And Lou, I appreciate that.
Thank
Thanks
you
for coming
very
by. I
much.
appreciate your time tonight. Thanks, Lou.
Thank you.
And there were two.
Was that me now?
Yes, it is.
All right. Okay, are we ready? And it is Mr. Foos. You're next.
Patrick, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to interview for the position of Upper Macungie Township Supervisor. My name is Patrick Foos. I currently serve as a legislative assistant and constituent relations specialist in the Pennsylvania State Senate, where I help constituents navigate government conduct, legislative research, and work with state and local agencies to resolve issues. I also had the privilege of serving as a Parkland School Board Director, where I gained experience overseeing public budgets of over $216 million, make policy decisions, and work collaboratively to serve the community. Over the past several years, I've become familiar with the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code and have taken up a particular interest in land use and development issues affecting Upper Macungie, including closely following the discussions surrounding data centers. I would also note that I'm the only candidate interviewing for this appointment who received votes for this seat in the last election. As the Republican nominee for Township Supervisor, I earned the support of 2,784 Upper Macungie residents. If appointed, I will bring a strong work ethic, a collaborative approach, and a commitment to making thoughtful, well-informed decisions for our community. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, so you brought up land use, and so I'll bring my standard question, which you should know by now. But
Right.
how would you find the balance?
So here's the thing. Last year, I brought up the fact that I believe in smart growth. I also thought that we needed to, and one thing actually two things I advocated for were the C2P2 as well as the Pennsylvania Farmland Preservation Program that could help with the green space. I understand that the township is very limited as what they could do as far as zoning is concerned, but I also know that we could work together with the likes of Ron Beitler and other members of the county commission to help expand the green space portion. I also, as much as I know others brought up about how great Eli Lilly was, I also thought it was a missed opportunity to bring in that tax revenue to help support future costs such as refuse and whatnot.
I'm confused. So when you're talking about the LERTA that we offered?
Yes, yes. Sorry.
It's okay.
But it goes all into one
I get
another.
it. I had
Sorry.
to process the information. It's all right.
I know it's late at night.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't follow your C2
So
reference.
so that's basically a grant that it's matching 50-50 with the state, where you could get up to, from $150,000 to $500,000 matching dollar for dollar to help with
Right.
preserving green space and actually being able to purchase land to turn into parks and whatnot. The other opportunity would be to help facilitate, as I said before, with the conservation area to purchase that portion of the land rights from farmers so it couldn't be developed into data centers or warehouses. And with smart growth, if, at the end of the day, these data centers or warehouses move out within the next 20 or 30 years, find a way to reuse them so they're not a blight on our community.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how to phrase it. Smart growth is a term. I think we're all members of the Facebook group that uses smart growth for Upper Macungie.
Right.
It's a term that I'm not necessarily sure exactly what it means to everybody. So switching gears from a constituent or a resident of Upper Macungie and a Facebook user for that group, what is it from a supervisor standpoint? What does smart growth mean to you, and how do you the limits of the role and the capacities of the role. How do you use both of those to your advantage in finding out and advocating for that smart growth?
It's interesting you bring that up. In my professional career working for the Senate, I've had to go to the Lehigh Planning Commission, and I'm fully aware, as I'm sure everybody else is, there's a housing crisis going on as well on top of it. So I would argue mixed-use residential areas that you could go within 15 minutes of being able to find something. And as well, on top of that, holding developers to it as it relates to the roads and to the infrastructure surrounding the area to make sure that it benefits that it benefits the township, like Upper Macungie or South Whitehall or wherever, but particularly Upper Macungie because we're in Upper Macungie, where it's located. Because we don't want to sound issues where we have to fight it 20 years down the road.
Right. So smart growth is just responsible, sort of forward-thinking growth.
Forward-thinking growth, correct.
Not grabbing the short-sighted straw and looking for the bigger piece.
Correct.
Okay.
And I do have experience serving on a board with 8 other people, so I understand the consensus part of it where we could disagree. I've very publicly disagreed with peers in the past, as I'm sure you've already known. I've not been afraid to be the lone vote no, just like I probably would have been the lone vote no on giving the alert, but that's neither here nor there.
So you talked about the past boards, and we know common people, Patrick. I don't think that's going to surprise you. But talk to me about your leadership style then, because I know you've been on a board there. You work with Senator Coleman's office. Talk to me about what your leadership style is and sort of how you think that fits in with what the supervisor's leadership responsibilities are.
So I think out of all the positions that one could serve, I think, believe it or not, being a school board director kind of gives you a basic understanding of exactly what's required to be a township supervisor or commissioner or even a county commissioner. And I say that because, I sat on the governing body of a $216 million organization where, similarly to what Mr. Ibach does here, or Ebach, sorry, where we had to listen to the advice from a superintendent and the cabinet and then formulate legislation, so to speak, about policy. And I think that bringing that mindset of the leadership of, having trust, yet finding ways to question if there's certain things that you're not sure about or that community members come to you and say, something's not right, could you please look at it? And going to the appropriate person, whether it's the CEO or seeing if you could go through the CEO to the appropriate, cabinet member to be able to fully understand, because there's always 2 sides to a story.
Sometimes 3.
Sometimes 3. And it's very interesting. And I've never been afraid of making those decisions. As a matter of fact, I would argue, because I was on the Parkland School Board during the time of the pandemic, decisions we made policy-wise quite literally were life or death. And I'm very proud to say, sitting here, that no student or teacher died on our watch during the pandemic, thankfully. But, it's those decisions that you go to sleep at night wondering, are we being a little too, severe? Could we pull back a little bit? Or is it what we need to do right now for the community?
Sonny?
Yeah. So you feel like you have a good handle on this job and what it is?
Oh, I thoroughly do, because it's so based, it's not only based on my time serving on in an elected capacity on the Parkland School Board, it's also my time serving as a legislative assistant as well prior as a constituent case worker for Senator Coleman, because we go to a lot of these different events. I've gone to quite a few events that we see each other at all the time, whether it's in the community celebrating a business opening or if it's going to, as I said before, some of these workshops to discuss issues like the environmental impact as it pertains to industry coming in, or the housing crisis that's going on right now, and what will be required of zoning moving forward for the next 20 years. And I heard a lot of people tonight talk about the need to be forward thinking, and I'm all for that, but I also think that we have to be reasonable with what's going on today to assess for future growth. So
Okay. What makes you feel that you're qualified based on, your understanding of the job?
I believe that I'm qualified because I have served in elected office. I have helped to manage over $200 million. And as it relates to similarities between being a school director and township manager, I served as the Buildings and Grounds Committee chairperson for a year. During my time in leadership, we've had our capital projects go on time and under budget, actually ahead of time and under budget. And during the midst of the pandemic, when all prices were going up, I successfully, in committee and in one of our meetings, fought and won the argument that to hold off on increasing school lunches for our community, because I felt like it was one less expense that families should have to incur during that difficult time.
So recognizing that a lot of the community stuff that you do right now, Patrick, is professional in nature.
Right.
It's part of your job with Senator Coleman, and
Right.
Honoring what you did for the school board when you were an elected official there.
Right.
Talk to us about the things that you do for your community that are not because you are employed, you're not getting paid to be there. What are the things that we've talked to people about being part of this community, Upper Macungie,
Right.
or generally, what sort of nonprofit things or community-based things are you investing your non-professional time in?
Well, I will just rephrase some of what I did. When I was a school board director, we didn't even get a small stipend. We might have just gotten for gas. That's about it. So we didn't even get $300 a month. So I consider that.
Well, but you're elected there. There's an expectation there.
Understood.
So let me rephrase it then. Community involvement that is not politically or professionally expected for you to attend.
Understood. I mean, listen, I was born with high functioning autism, OCD, and a few other things. And I've given back. I've given speeches to professional organizations and whatnot, raised money for technology to help individuals with special needs be able to be successful in education. I've also helped out with community theater, and the biggest thing and the reason why I like giving back to the community is because the community helped me find my voice when I was going to school. If it weren't for the teachers and it weren't for even the mentorships I had with the local politicians at the time that got me involved, like the Charlie Dents back in the day, I don't know if I'd be here. And so I just want to be able to see the community improve and get better. I'm really all about local politics, because that's their local government, because that's really where the biggest change could occur that's most felt.
So what do you think? I'm going to take the next one if you're okay. But what do you think we're doing right in Upper Mac, and what would you like to change?
Well, as I said before, I think Eli Lilly was a great decision, but I also think it's a double-edged sword, because I feel like some of that money could have been, that tax money that could have come in.
We might not have gotten it without it, though. So it was 300 other sites vying for it. But anyway, okay, we got that. Yeah,
I understand that, but also you have to look at the fact that Parkland didn't approve it. Outside of that, I think, as I said before last year, I feel like even if you decide to stay a second-class township, expanding it to 5 seats would be something that would be incredible, because you've got more residents in Upper Macungie than you do in South Whitehall. But South Whitehall's first class with 5 seats. Upper Mac only has 3, and it's a 6-year term. I think bringing it, as you said, you guys like to embrace voices. I think expanding it to allow for more discussion. What I will say that I absolutely love about the township is the fact that, unlike South Whitehall and other areas, you guys are very community minded as it relates to all the events. I brought my 1-year-old nephew to the Easter event, and we absolutely loved it. It was freezing cold, like it was so cold, but he got his picture with the Easter bunny, and it was a memory I'll never forget with my look-alike nephew that people think is my son.
So I don't know if you remember, but election day in November, after I voted, you and I had a very brief conversation. You remember that?
Yep.
And I said to you, no matter what happens today, Patrick, I appreciate you challenging us. I appreciate you asking questions, and I want to make sure that you stay involved.
All right.
I guess without sounding abrupt, where have you been the last 6 months?
Well, I've had a lot of health issues going on in my life. I was in the hospital for like a month, and I've been trying to recuperate. I'm probably gonna have to go in for surgery. Outside of that, my dad got married, and I had to help out with the wedding, and there was just a lot of life things. But I was paying attention to what was going on online through YouTube, watching the meetings during that time period, and staying up. I was staying informed with what was going on through my job and through other things,
And I know you've already announced an intention that no matter what happens tonight, you're going to run again in 27, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't even know how to phrase this necessarily. You've been watching the last 6 months. We haven't heard you. And I want to also express to you how enjoyable it is to talk to you when you're not looking at your phone, because most of the times that we've interacted, you've been reading. And this is a fantastic opportunity to interact with you one-on-one. What sort of things that you've watched over the last 6 months that whether Julian participated, whether it was me or whether it was Sonny, that you think, other than the LERTA, because I think we've been clear that you disagree with the LERTA decision, do you think went right, went wrong, that your participation in the process would have made things different?
Well, I think one thing that that comes to mind, and this you could say that happened, I guess, during the election process, but it has ramifications through till today, would be the data center vote as it related to the zoning codes that you guys put into place as it related to that. I thought it could have been stronger.
I mean, the position the supervisors took could have been stronger.
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought that could have been a little more transparent as it related to the process in which the community found out about some of those policies.
How would you have changed it? How would you change that? Tell me.
Well, I mean, I think I would have had, at the very least, like an interest group, like of people come together to like a round table or a couple of like town halls, just to get a sense of, and also not only doing that, but also reaching out to other townships and municipalities to see what they were doing. Because, I know everybody likes to, I hate to curse, shit on what South Whitehall did. It's actually what South Whitehall did is what's saving them now, quite frankly, with the data center project that is being debated now.
You and I can have that conversation later. But all right, so with about 1:45 left in your time, do you have questions for us?
I mean, I just wanted to say thank you all for letting me come and speak to you tonight. I think you all know I'm interested in serving and giving back in the township, which I love. I've lived in for two and a half years now. So yeah, thank you so much for giving me some time to talk.
Well, I'm going to say it to you today, regardless of the outcome. I'm going to say the same thing to you that I've said to others, and that I said to you 8 months ago. That I've always appreciated you challenging us, and I appreciate your opinion. And then what you said tonight, that you love local government. Don't stop participating, no matter what happens today.
No problem.
or tomorrow or whenever we actually come to this decision.
Correct.
But I appreciate you. Thanks for coming
All right,
tonight.
thank you so much.
Okay. There's only one left, so, you know.
You want to draw it? All right, it's my turn to draw.
It's
it.
your
Let's
turn,
see.
yeah, so it's.
Raj, come on up.
It's 10:50.
All right, Raj, I hope by now you know what's going on. So
I think I know what's going on.
Know what to expect.
20 minutes and, let's get moving.
Thank you. I would like, first of all, thank you all. I know most of us sleep by 10 o'clock. It's past bedtime, but appreciate your hair, open eyes, try to awake, coffee, drink, no coffees. Anyway, I appreciate you all here and trying to do the best you could to select one of the supervisors. Regarding me, I've been in the township for almost 20 years, and I'm a healthcare professional by choice. I'm a speech pathologist. I have done masters and have numerous certifications on that same quality. Work for nursing homes and assisted living in the area. So name any nursing home, I have been there. So it's like from last 20 years I've been there. I do volunteers locally a lot. That's in me. That's my belief. That's volunteering is one of the way to give back to not only the community but to your soul. You know, sometimes you have to keep your soul grounded, and that is the way to volunteer is to keep it. So that's my strong belief, and I do that since I was born. I think, like since I was about to first step, we started with the temple, we started with the community, and then all those things. So it's in the blood. So, and I'm overtime.
There's no overtime that says 0. So we're doing all right.
I didn't even look at the time. Anyway, that's about me.
So starting an alphabetical order with everybody, you've been in the township for a long time. I know that you're a member of our Parks and Rec Board and you volunteered with the community. But what about this job made you say, I gotta throw my name in the hat in the ring, name in the ring, whichever it might be?
Yeah, definitely. I feel again that I've been volunteering all my life. It's not that, and this is I look as a volunteer job. It's not a paying job. It's whatever we get. It's just a stipend. Is just a change, which you can just keep it for your coffee. This is also I feel that my growing. Seeing the growth in this township, seeing what's happening in the township, and my experience with working with the township personnel, I think most of the people sitting on across the aisle I've worked with, I think I'll be the best to fit in.
Is there any, we can blend it into some questions that are going to come later about what's right and what's wrong, but are there any, other than just sort of the intention to be part of the structure here, are there any issues that made you think this is my chance to change this or to change that or to do better on this?
Yes, definitely. There are definitely issues. There is nothing like we are perfect. No township is perfect. We always have to be having the issues, and especially the issues right now is the growth spur. And that's positive and that's negative. So it's the issue like how will we balance? And sometimes our hands are tied with the ordinances and the laws, which you all know very well. Like, okay, we have to follow the ordinance. We can't just say no to this warehouse or something because it's not there. It's just finding a right balance between what listen to the community, what the community want, and what the staff is saying it to me, and then we just define what we're going to do that. So I think that is the challenge. Is the more challenging is the growth, which is a challenge itself to manage. How to manage that that's what it brings me out here.
Yeah, so, you mentioned that you're in the medical profession. I was remembering Mr. Costa saying too that he's got to drive all over the place, and I would imagine you've got some of that as well. Do you feel like, I don't know what your requirements are, but are you going to be able to balance like all of the community service you're doing now, balancing the job, schedule, whatever? And then, some sense of, we got some ideas of what people are saying in terms of hours of commitment. Can you handle all that? Because you are already pretty active right now.
Yes. Regarding that, I was busy. Like, even though I was volunteering, family obligations were more. My daughter graduated in December. I was expecting that she'll graduate in August, and she got a job. So now I have cut down because the financially, it's like managing a township budget, managing a house budget. So I was more involved in 2025 because of her schooling. But now, since she graduated early, I don't have that expense. So I have to cut down my work. So I cut down a couple of nursing homes, which I don't have to, which are further away in Quakertown. And so I don't have to, when I don't have to do it. So now, as from May onwards, I have cut down a couple of them, and I have more time and space to volunteer more. And that's a beautiful part of life. Change. It changes every year, every month, every 6 months, because the kids grow. The change has happened, and that's the beauty of that life. That's the only thing permanent in life is change.
True. So you talked about the volunteering, and I want to ask a two-part question to that. One is, give me some ideas of some of the volunteering you're doing in the community now, and what about that work drives you. But also, within that same question or same concept is, what leadership roles are you taking, forward-facing leadership roles are you taking within some of that volunteer work?
I'll start my volunteer work. Okay, I was in HOA, Homeowner Association in Coldwater Crossing, right in the township. I've been elected there as a member, and then that's a start. Then I'm the president, and then we had numerous challenging roles in the town. Like, we had work with Lower Macungie Township. There was a road which is connecting our township, Upper Macungie, Upper Mac, to the Lower Mac.
Not connecting, right?
So
not connecting.
Hmm?
Not connecting.
No. There was the perception was there was, and the newspaper was saying that it was connected. So that we brought attention to Upper Macungie Township. That time I was the president there. I'm just telling you the scenario, like the challenges we faced, and worked with Bob, and we knew it wasn't connecting, or it was connecting. Nobody was sure because that was not a public information. It was a public information, but nobody was going and seeing it on the maps there.
Right.
So, but finally we had an agreement. Now it's not connected because of the agreement we had. So I'm just telling you challenges you asked me. The second, I was in a leadership role with the Friends of Upper Macungie Township, where I had one of the supervisor. I was the chairperson. One of the supervisor was the board member, and Bob was the board member. Kathy Radar was the board member. So we ran that 2 years successfully. So we raised money for the park. We raised money for the programs like Easter, and Patrick was talking about, and the New Year party, so they all see the programs Upper Macungie is bringing, but how are we bringing that? Nobody was seeing it. That was the board, Friends board, which Kathy Radar started. That was the beginning of that. That's how we started the beginning, and I was there for 2 years.
Okay. So in the leadership roles for those, talk to me about what your style of leadership is, understanding that this is a little bit different leadership position, how you think you would blend into the leadership role that we have as supervisors, especially related to not just the forward-facing to the public, but also to our staff.
Yeah, definitely. I believe in listening. The best is to listen to the staff, because I work for nursing home. I listen for all those 80 plus people in this area, Pennsylvania Dutch people who grew up here. I learned from this experience like how this township was 80 years ago, how this area was 100 years ago. they tell the story because they're the storytellers. If you just happen to be sitting with your grandpa, they will tell you the story in 45 minutes, what happened in this township, what was that. So I learned from them, and especially with the staff here, in the township staff, I learned from a lot from the when I was in a leadership role with the public work, like when we're having an event in the park, how it's going to happen. Bob's input, like which money we can accept, which money we cannot accept, and how it's going to work. So we had worked together, and Kathy's input. So all these inputs, and then we made a decision like what to do with this event or not to do with this event. And we had similar situations. Actually, I had dealt with a very difficult situation with the township, with the Bob. We had one of our member had some problems, so we have to solve legally involved in that. And that was like, I have to put physically myself out there and send the letters to them. So it's like publicly out there. So that was a very challenging situation personally, as well as, but leadership wise too. And definitely the township helped me, their input helped me to guide through how I can change, how we can deal with that, not only legally, but whom all the organization we can contact to get the information. We did contact a couple of organizations, got their president to talk to us. And then, these are the things, and then gather all the information. Then he sends me, and I pack it and look at it and then see, okay, yes, this is what we have to do it. So those are the growth, changes and growth and decision-making process. I really appreciate their expertise in it. So I think the input of the expert, you take it, you read what their input is, and then see what is the law is or ordinance is or whatever in your situation, and then decide like, okay, this is matches or not matches. Because you will make decisions which people will not like it. Some people will like it. You cannot make everybody happy. I'm sorry, I can't make everybody happy. So that's me. And nobody can. So you have to really think what is right in between the opinion of your staff and opinion of your ordinance or law, whatever you're deciding, or your finance, budget, money-wise, tax raise-wise, whatever you're deciding, you have to decide in that factor and decide what is right. Then only you can sleep in the night. Otherwise, there's going to be a problem. Jeff?
It's a big problem, but that's a different story. Sorry?
Yeah, so I think, Jeff, you've asked this question a couple of times about decision-making skills and processes, and you're gonna, like you said, you're never gonna make everybody happy. There's times, like I said, I make a decision on this job. I'm gonna go to bed at night, second guess myself, wake up in the morning, still second guessing myself. Can you talk about some of those decisions, tough decisions you've had to make, and how you go through those decision-making skills?
Yes, professionally, I'm as my job is a speech pathologist, and we make what we do the swallowing evaluations at the end. So at the end of the life, that's the hardest decision to make, to tell a patient or a family to see that end of the life care, can this person swallow or not? If you can make that hardest decision, I think you can make any decision in your life, because that's the hardest decision, by ethical choices, by patient's choices, by family choices, and your personal choices. But in that case, you have to keep your personal choice, personal belief aside, because that's your professional. That's why you have to make a decision which is correct for the patient, for his ethical choice, or his or her family choices, as well as your medical expert opinion choices. So those decisions you have to weigh in a lot of sense. You don't have to only look at the medical side and say, okay, this patient can't swallow, so make him NPO. No, you got to say what patient will is, what patient family will is. So you have to see all those factors, contribute factors. So we have been trained in making those decisions, end of life decisions, and all those decisions from the beginning. That's a part. and I feel personally, I feel personally, if you can help family or a person making that decision, you can help anybody to make any decisions by listening to them, by comparing what you're doing it.
So one of the actual harder parts of this job and the function of being a 3-person board, and especially now as a 2-person board, we're prohibited, Sonny and I are prohibited by law to deliberate without having an open meeting. So we can't be in the same meeting at the same time unless we announce it as a public meeting. We just can't. How do you, if you came into this, the board, you'd similarly not be allowed, we wouldn't be allowed to have deliberative conversations outside of a public meeting. How do you impact, or how do you deliver quick information while still going through your same process of listening and processing, and talk to me about how you can do those on a quicker nature. We have one day a week to make decisions, or one day a month essentially to make decisions. How do you balance that piece of it?
Without meeting you both, you're saying?
Right, because
Okay, I got you.
if 2 of us met on a 3-people board, that's a quorum, and if we have a quorum, we got to announce it to the public.
I understand that completely.
And I don't really want to announce that I'm having coffee with Raj at a public meeting.
I understand that. I think it's a part of a training, medical training, ethical training. We keep, like your lawyers. If you meet another lawyer and you say that client, no, you have an oath. So it's been, I think you understand better what I understand better.
But how do you, it's really about, tell me how you quickly deliver information, how you quickly process information, given that we have an executive session. We don't talk about deliberative process there. We're having our deliberative process out in the open more often than not. You're watching Sonny and I in real time talk about decisions when we're at a board meeting. Are you comfortable making decisions quickly in real time like that, knowing that your deliberative process is limited to that short span?
No, I'm comfortable making decision process at that time. As I said, we have to make hard decision in life, and professionally, and that is a difficult decision. We make it right there in the choice. So it's I can't say more than that. Like the choice of life. So I'm very comfortable making decisions right there. So it's not.
Do you have any questions for us, Raj?
Okay. I've been watching. I think I'm the last one, okay.
Yeah.
I've been watching the whole night this process, and I thanked you guys. I think, what are we looking for to replace Julian's position? Let me complete my comment.
Oh, sure. Yeah, please. Sorry.
Please, sir, please.
My
Sorry.
apologies.
So we are looking to because he resigned, isn't it? And he was elected official, elected by me, by us, by residents. That by me means I'm saying residents. I'm a resident of this. And what you're doing is a good job. I'm just saying, just a suggestion. Suggestion is for the whole board is we got to respect the voters' choice. So have to look similar. I know it's a burden to reduce the burden of selection from your side. That's a suggestion, because that will reduce the burden. And you say, okay, we selected a candidate which was of Julian, political views. Julian's views which fit with him. That's what the resident has elected him, and unfortunately he resigned for some reason. I don't know the reason, but whatever reason it was this. So we have tried to replace the same person as the voter chose him to do it. That will reduce my burden and say, okay, I'm saying that I selected similar kind of a person to sit with me to decide what Julian was thinking of politically, his political views, his views of all those things. So that would help to reduce the burden on you guys. Yes, sir.
So in that same vein, I guess I can ask a question. How are you similar to Julian?
I'm sorry, I'm doing.
If we're reducing the burden on Sonny and myself, myself, I think it's reflexive. If we are reducing the burden on Sonny and myself by limiting it to similar views that Julian held, how are your views similar to Julian's on which we can judge you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. My view is similar to, I knew Julian, like I met him a couple of times. I was there with him when he was going for the supervisor position. So he came my home for giving the flyers and all those things. So that time we talked about a lot, and the smart growth, he was, and I think it's a tag for every politician or who is running for the, but that was his view, which was, I got it in the shorter. I met him 3 or 4 times, not many, because I didn't know him from the beginning. He only met him when he was the truth. That's the truth, and you know what I'm saying. So what I learned is, and then smart growth. He was politically, he was a Democrat, and for personally, he sounded very empathetically like me. You know, he listened to the person. So personally, that's what personal experience I got it from him. So I think that's what you see, the 3-4 criterias, and that's the reducing burden on from the board. That's what I would do.
So you answered a question during that last minute. So if there's anything else that you want to wrap up, Raj?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
It's late.
It is late.
I didn't notice. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank everybody else too that came.
So
Stuck with us.
the fun part of the evening is
This is just the beginning.
that was
right?
just the warm up. So by law, Andrew, I'm correct that Sonny and I are required to deliberate publicly on this decision as well.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I need to stand up for
I'm
3
with you.
minutes.
Yeah, I need that too.
So
Okay.
it's 10:35. I think what we're gonna do is take a 5-minute break now, and then we'll come back, and first Sonny will talk about, if it's
Okay.
okay with you, process-wise, what you're comfortable with doing tonight, what you want to push off for tomorrow, and tomorrow being August 6th, which would be the next public meeting that we have announced. I thank everybody for staying. I appreciate it. This is a lot, so I need 5 minutes just to stand up and move. So we'll go off for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
August 6th.
So that's what I'll just see at the back is okay.
I think so. I mean, I assume they're understarved. Oh. It's not like you're gonna take questions from the audience, are you? I mean, right.
It's more like a workshop than
Carla, I appreciate so much.
Mostly. Temperature in this room sucks. It's cold and now it's humid.
It says 66. So you wonder if it's on a timer that when it's turned off.
It's muggy. You know, I must give you guys credit. I think anybody that walked out of this room tonight should be put into that office. Just saying.
You know, I agree with you.
Say, I found it kind of odd how some people did their thing and then just left, because it kind of feels indicative of a lack of interest in the position, right? If you just
Well,
like.
lack of respect for anybody else that's going to speak.
Yeah.
That's in it, yeah.
Meeting, how are you gonna run
For me,
them?
it's just listening to who, the different personalities and experiences.
Yeah. Again, I applaud you guys. I just said to them, I applaud you guys for sticking around and listening to everybody. 3/4 of those people walked out that door, so that means they had no interest. It's my thought.
Yeah.
You should express that thought when they come back in.
But you came back.
Yeah. I actually listened to all three.
Right.
My kid's weird. She needs to cuddle
Yeah.
after bedtime, but that's just like lying in bed. You need to touch
I just think it's rude.
So I was just watching the YouTube live stream at 2 times speed.
Believe me, I go to bed at 9 o'clock. It's way past my bedtime.
My watch is level. I can't even wake the watch up because it goes into like a sleep mode. So I have to change the setting to get it up.
Yeah.
I think there's a nationwide.
I was like, it's went in the sleep mode. Everything is sleep.
Yeah.
I think it
And you always
demonstrates your ability to listen.
local one, and so I opened up the thing, like I.
Yeah, and I don't
And your
think,
website came up, and it's like one of the tabs. I had to scroll back. It's been months, and it's like I wanted to talk to my wife about like donating for us. And I overheard when I was out. I think it's like, oh, I know that guy's website. It's awesome working there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Just
I was up early.
am I allowed to comment at the meeting? Not really?
More a workshop than it is a.
Okay, I'll just make a comment that you're not listening to. I think it was very rude that all those people walked out of this room after they spoke. These people stood around and cared what everybody else said. Just my thought. I,
Well, I appreciate your thoughts.
I did, I'm damn near sleeping here, Sonny, but it's okay.
I'm breathing right now, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'm frozen, but that's okay. Oh.
Ready when you are.
Okay. There's no time like the present. So again, thank you, everybody. Those of you who stayed, thank you, everybody who participated. There's countless thousands, I'm sure, who are watching at home. I guess what I would suggest, Carla, who left the room, but Sonny, do you want to take public comment before we start deliberating, or do you want to just go at it here? How many people here?
Anybody really want? So nobody, I guess we should open up.
Linda might be the only person who has.
I made my comment, thank you.
I think we should take public comment. Probably is a good idea.
Okay.
Just as a procedural thing.
Linda, if you want to put public comment on the record now for the.
Truly, I just
You may
feel
want to
that,
come up. I guess the microphone's pretty sensitive, but still.
I'll stay. And I don't need my minute either. I just wanted to say that I feel that there were a lot of people in this room. There were 13 candidates. And before you sit, the ones that stayed for the whole meeting. Everybody else said their part, got up and walked out of this room. And that just shows me that they don't have the intent to sit here and care about what goes on in our township.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
And thank you for staying through the whole thing, Linda. I don't think we have any other members of the public who wouldn't be having self-interested comments at this point. So I guess, Sonny, my question to you is, how do you want to start? How do you sort of foresee this process taking place now, as we've had 12 of these conversations over the last 4 to something hours?
Well, I want to first of all say this was a surprising experience for me. And I thought we got the chance to talk to some really interesting people, and it's going to be a harder decision than I had anticipated. I think maybe because they were starting with, I think we're down to 12, right? Because one person didn't show up.
Correct.
Maybe an easy way to do it is to pick a couple, maybe down select, because otherwise it's a little bit hard. Unless you have like one person in mind that sticks out. I'm not quite there yet, but I don't know if that would work. I'm not sure. So I'm just throwing that out as an idea, Jeff. But
when you say down select, go from 12 to 10 or 12 to 6, or are you looking to pick a number that as a reduction, as a sort of initial reduction? Or do you want
I'm
to?
just, at this point, I was asking about it conceptually, just to see what your thought was on that, because otherwise it's hard to go from 12 to 1.
Here's what I'd like to do first. I don't mind the idea of sort of a phased process. But I think in doing so, the honest approach for me is to go through each one, not 20 minutes at a time. Identify with each candidate, I can represent to you some things I like, some things I didn't like. You can represent the same, trying to commit to the same collaborative approach that we asked everyone else to commit to. I'm open to comments on everybody. I'm open to comments, positive and negative, but just going through, like, for example, Doug, who's not here because he's at training right now. We've both known Doug for quite a bit of time. Doug comes to every meeting. I think that's a positive. I think Doug cares a tremendous amount about our township, and his involvement in the fire service is critical. I have some concerns that Doug has some holes in his understanding. But again, like a few other candidates, he's got the time to invest in it. He takes a common sense approach. He would take some time to get up to speed. I think we have some time to get everybody up to speed, because I don't think there's anybody that truly is ready for this 100%. But going through Doug's resume, I'm comfortable with Doug because I know him. I serve on the board at Station 57 as part of my membership of this Board of Supervisors. I deal with Doug on the regular in that context, but I'm curious as to if you're okay going piece by piece that way. Let's sort of walk down the line and see where you're sitting on these, and then we can do that reduction once we've communicated both ways.
Yeah, I was trying to get to, get there a little faster. If we do one by one, it's going to take a little longer. One of the thoughts I had, I'm just giving you my thinking process. Okay. So, and Doug falls into this in a way, because I think the folks that have a history of volunteering in the township, I appreciate, and they've already have a sense. We all know them a little bit, and we good or bad, but we know them, right? So, I think that's one of the areas that I thought might help, is at least if we were to down select, because we got to start from 12 and whittle down somewhere, right? So Doug would be on there, Andrew would be on there.
So not as when you say down select, they'd be on the don't cut list.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because to me, they've already have a history of working here in the township and have done it for many years in many cases. So,
So you'd be comfortable if you made it through the first round of consideration would be Andrew, Doug, and Raj.
that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Because to me, at least, they're in the same argument you have, is that we know them. At least we have some familiarity with the group, because that helps to kind of like get us down to a manageable number.
And I think that's representative of who we are in this process. I was on the zoning hearing board before I took this job. You remember the planning commission before you took it. I think even, Julia didn't, but Jim before that, I think, was involved in some of the discussions and some of the issues before that. So Kathy was here forever.
Yeah, we all started with, none of us jumped right into the township supervisor's job, right? We all got engaged and got involved, and me, I was out there on the, sitting at the in the aisles and getting engaged that way. So I think the process that they got in there, I respect, because I did it myself. You did it yourself. That's because that's one of the things that I was thinking. And so that keeps 3 in the keep list, I guess, if you will.
Okay. I think we can safely take Tim Betts off the list because he didn't show up tonight.
Yeah, I think that's a disqualifier.
All right, so if we say that Doug, Andy, and Raj make the first cut, Tony, what's the next level that you want to talk about, and how do you want to differ? If you don't want to necessarily go piece by piece, is there a differentiating factor for you of the remaining 9 candidates that becomes something that we should talk about?
Honestly, I think for me at least, I had enjoyed talking to everybody. I enjoyed the conversation. I think there's some people that stood out to me, that had experience that I think would be applicable to the role, right? Yeah. The volunteerism, I think even just the professional way that they manage themselves. So I'll just say that I was impressed with Darren, and I was impressed with Lou. I think the experience Lou had with his experience HOA, but he's also again part of the UMT CERT team, and I appreciate that, and that's actually part of that larger group. But you got engaged, and it wasn't just I want to be a supervisor, but I have experience. I like that about these 2 candidates. So I would say, in my view, that would be on the keep list.
So let me ask a sideways question. So with Andy and Doug and Raj, they've volunteered for the community, so we're giving them credit for that. Of the 12 people we talked to, Patrick's the only one who actually put his name on a ballot, offered himself out for election, showed up at several meetings beforehand, participated in conversation, challenged us on issues. Where do you rate that in the contributory sort of process that you have for Andy, Doug, and Raj?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't view it the same, because it was more on a political sense. It wasn't on communities,
Well, but to the extent that you're giving people credit for sacrificing for the township, he literally put his name on the line and said, "I'm ready to do this," and asked people to vote for him.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, the only other 2 people in the room that have done that are you and I. You and me.
You and
me.
You and me. Yeah, I see your point. I'm going to be honest with you too. The other thing is I don't necessarily agree with some of the things that he said, and that's just I don't agree with his position on the data center being permitted by right. That was what he was arguing for. I think that's problematic, and I know that from the Ohio Valley Planning Commission, that's not what our recommendation was. I don't agree philosophically with some of the things that he's saying. So I honestly don't want to go. I don't want to butt heads with him on that.
Okay. So you're sort of, not to be, I guess he's the second one other than Tim who didn't show up, but just because I mentioned him, you're comfortable not considering Patrick moving forward because there's some ideological differences. That came out a little bit over the past, but more so tonight.
Yeah, and he brought him up a couple of times, so it was fair game at this point, because I think that and not to go into all the details, but we were in a position where we had to move quickly, and
okay,
and it would have been great if you had been engaged earlier and had conversations.
Well, the fascinating part of this deliberation, Sonny, is that there's a process that you know about. That if we don't agree, it goes to Charlie gets to join us back there and be part of this conversation. And if we still can't agree, then we go to the court.
Yeah. So we don't. I would definitely,
So for part of this conversation, if you're going to say that Patrick's a no for you, he just can't advance because I can't.
Well, that's my opinion.
I don't want to advocate someone that's going to put us in a spot where we're in a disagreement.
Sorry, you asked me for my opinion. So I mean, is it your opinion that you want to advance, Patrick?
No, I've been honest with Patrick every time I've talked to him, and I was honest with him tonight that when I approached him on election day, I hoped that he stayed involved, and I'm disappointed that he didn't. And I understand that there are circumstances beyond that. I disagree with some of the positions that he stated with regard to the LERTA, with regard to the South Whitehall stuff, but the South Whitehall stuff's not really a township issue for me. I think he just has a misunderstanding of what's going on there. I do think that there's some fundamental differences that he and I have person to person, politically, and leadership wise. So I'm giving him all the credit in the world, which he deserves, for putting his name on the ballot, not once, but already committing to do it again. Because that, I did it once. We'll see if I do it twice. But
Yeah, no,
and the care for the community that he's expressed and shown in action and word is impressive. But I'm okay saying, if you're not comfortable, I'm not comfortable. So we've advanced 3 and dropped 1, so we're down to 8.
Yeah, so.
Okay. And that's the super comfortable part of this conversation, is that there are, 8 of you in the room, that or 7 of you in the room that we have to publicly comment on, and at least 6 of you we have to say that we're not there. With regards to Lou and Darren, one of the things I commented immediately after Darren was done is that Darren and I share a speed talking trait that I think our brains work pretty quickly, but it makes you were honestly, Darren, most challenging to get a full 20 minutes out of, because after 12 minutes, I think we had exhausted all our questions because you answered so quickly. I do like the approach. I do like a lot of the things you said about empowering individuals and about setting directions and planning, focus, and preparation. And compared to others, I think we had, I think we've got a wide range of community involvement, but that's not necessarily a disqualifier for anybody. It's just sort of a way to gauge the why now and what piece of this puzzle that you're going to play. With Lou, same thing, the experience running the HOA, you can call it a little city if you want. There's a little bit of difference as to what we do and what an HOA does, but a confidence and an experience in life is important. Focusing on collaboration and focusing on a confidence in himself for years is, I think, something that could be a vital part of the team. It can also be a negative if we're too confident, and I think you and I both experienced that with other people on our board. Becomes a steadfast resolve becomes pigheadedness sometimes, but I'm comfortable with Lou. I'm comfortable with Darren. I'm equally comfortable with what, to be honest, with Sapan surprised me. The fact that he's given 8 years of his life to a nonprofit that serves the greater community, I think, shows an outward focus that I think is something that we're looking for. I think he's honest. That I think he said I was really good looking and really smart. That's what I heard, but. I think he's honest that he has some holes in his understanding of the present context that we sit. But he was direct about it, and direct that he has time to find the space to learn about it. I think the diversity of his interests and background that he's expressed, and he said it, he's got a lot of time to learn a lot of different things. Shows an eagerness to intellectualize the things around him and to learn and to be part of a community. With the nonprofit thing is big for me. So I was equally impressed by that. What do you think of there?
I agree with you. I mean, we are starting with 12 people, and we have to be kind of selective. And I was also impressed with him and his background, but I thought there was a lot lacking in terms of the type of job this is and what he would have to learn. It's not personal, right? And I just saw that there were other folks that have better experience that match the job at hand. I mean, not going to have to. We have so much going on. It's not a lot of time to learn. Not that any one of these people are not capable of learning, but my thought process was more related. That's somewhat fit. Will they fit with us? And I think that these two, I think the group that we have would. I also, like I said, I appreciated the fact, like Lou has, got involved in the CMT cert. That's impressive to me. You think you started that, or you were part of the?
I was part of the first group.
First group. That shows initiative. I appreciate. It's easy to join the group. It's harder to start a group, right? I've learned that myself. I've learned it where I felt like sometimes I had to do it because I didn't think anybody else would. And it takes a little bit of guts to go out there and stick out yourself and do it. So that's kind of that was my thought process, because I think if we can, we have to whittle it down to some manageable group. And it's not an easy decision, but I walked you through my thought process of how I got there.
So let me ask you this. Of the ones that we've sort of advanced through for sure, Andy, Raj, and Doug, we've sort of said that Patrick doesn't fit the next bill, just because we've used, with regards to Darren and Lou, which are the first two that you mentioned, could you see yourself more comfortable with them than Andy, Raj, or Doug? It's a yes from me for those two gentlemen.
More comfortable?
I guess the question becomes in the first round, Sandy, could you see yourself saying yes to them ultimately?
That's why I came up with this. So I came up with Doug, Andrew, Darren, Lou, and Raj. And, right now, I think they would all be a good fit.
Okay. Is there a sixth, if you want to do it just by simple 50% math, is there a sixth that you think fits within that group? Harrison certainly has a finance background that I certainly don't have. And I really enjoyed that he's willing to try to engage people in meetings that are really quite boring from time to time, including this one. And the idea that we're thinking outside the box for doing things, I think in one context for public meetings, it could be translated to others. Keith, I think, admitted he applied on accident to this job. But again, there's an experience issue that he has in management, as well as sort of a qualitative analysis process that can be valuable to what we do, that maybe fills a hole that you and I don't have.
Well, I like both of them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to get down to a shorter list sooner.
Are you comfortable with a list of 5, or do you want to add anyone else?
I'm comfortable with the 5.
Can I just interrupt here just to try to get a better understanding? Obviously, there's going to need to be a motion and a second. So you want to be certain that the motion would be, if you're going to make a motion to appoint a group, that you're going to be able to second that motion. And I don't know if you want to do that to eliminate people or to push people onward, because if there would be an example where, Jeff, you would want to move a person forward and that motion doesn't get second, if you don't come to a conclusion, then the Charlie's going to step in, and that could be a second vote. So just think about that process of making motions and whether to eliminate people or to
Do we need to make a motion to eliminate someone, or are we rather making a positive motion to vote for someone at the end?
Well, if you make a motion to eliminate someone and you have a second to that, you have two votes. So that person, even though it would be proceeded to the vacancy board, it's going to be a 2-to-1 vote.
I guess,
So that's my thinking
right.
here.
So at this point, I think I want to continue the conversation, but if we have a spot where we tonight either want to continue the deliberation to a week from Thursday, for the 6th, or if we get to a spot where we have 2 but we can't decide, I want to leave the motion for that. I don't want to make any motions before that, because I don't want to confuse the issue yet. I want to make sure that we're engaging fully in the process of figuring out who you're comfortable with, who I'm comfortable with, and seeing those match.
Yeah.
Before we get to a point where we're advancing someone to some other board or some other conversation.
Well, okay, so maybe I want to make sure I do a process check. So I was thinking that this one, I was hoping that we could advance the discussion further. For that reason, I wasn't.
Yeah, we're not done talking yet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that we were going to leave with this list and talk about it later. I was just trying to get to a smaller list and then kind of ration it. That was what I was thinking.
Right,
we
I
were
think
gonna do.
Andrew's concern is to the extent we make a motion to do anything, it theoretically limits, if we don't agree, who's in front of the vacancy board at that point.
Okay.
We're
I don't think we're at
we're
that
not
point
close
though.
yet.
I don't,
No,
but
we're
I
not
understand
close
your point. I don't think we're there yet. I think we're just kind of maybe in this meeting, just trying to whittle the list down. I don't know, like I'm just telling you my view, but I'm willing to listen and I'm willing to hear what you have to
Yeah.
say. So I don't want you to feel like you asked me what I was thinking. I was trying to get to a smaller list faster because otherwise it becomes a little unwieldy.
By whittling it down, are you saying that you would make a motion or a vote tonight to whittle it down, or just a mental?
This is more to me a mental discussion of getting it down to a list and then maybe still working through that list together still here at this time. That's
So
what
that would occur then at the August.
Right, that
Board of
if,
Supervisors
right,
meeting.
if we have there's two motions that could be made tonight at the end of this. One would be a motion to appoint. Correct. In which we've reached a decision. And the other would be a motion to continue the hearing to August 6th. Because I don't think I want to make a motion to whittle down. I think I want to I don't want to lock ourselves in. If we're not making a decision, I don't want to lock in a decision tonight. But we're far away from that process right now. So right now, it's a mental exercise.
Yeah, that's how I'm viewing this. And I'm giving you just my gut feeling on how I felt. And it's not an easy one because I literally I liked a number of people here. I like Keith. I liked Harrison. But I know that, and actually, be honest with you, I think the reason why they're not, in my mind, is that I feel that a lot of the experience that the others have are stronger than what they have right now in terms of just life experiences, having being involved in Upper Mac means a lot to me. I've lived in this country, this township in the 70s, and so having folks that have been here a long time and actually giving to the community where all of these folks did, I put a little bit more weight into that.
And I get that. And I worked very hard having the resumes ahead of time to not prejudge anything, to sort of come in with an open mind. And I sort of, as the process went, I found myself drawn to people who actually didn't know what the job was.
Really?
Which is kind of weird because we're in a spot where we're making some hard decisions, and we have some really interesting things that are on the horizon for the township. We're building some things, we're doing some things that are frankly cool. But
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Through this process, my perceptions changed. Where I was looking at resumes and I didn't quite see it until I heard it. Right. So. I read all the resumes several times. I walked and some people I know, some people I don't know. But I was drawn to Lou. I was drawn to Darren. I liked their story, and I felt like they had, because they had attended meetings in the past, they had some passion about green space and Upper Mac. I felt a connection to these folks because I could tell that they were genuine in their love for the township, that they had experience in the township. That's what was the deciding factor for me. You know what I'm saying? There was, I saw that it wasn't a flash in the pan. Hey, I want to run. There was probably a process that they walked through to get through the door here and say, I want to talk about this.
And actually, as I'm thinking about it, I have to take it back. Doug actually ran for this office as well. So Doug's put his name on the ballot as well.
He did. And that's why I'm fine with adding his name on here. I mean, we're going to talk more about it, but I have some other concerns about Doug. But I think he warrants being on the list because of the fact that he ran and because he served in Upper Mac. I think he deserves to be on that shorter list.
I found myself, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's an odd intrigue by the folks who had the confidence to stand up and be here tonight with no real understanding of what the job is. But willing to help and serve in this capacity. I mentioned it to someone, that 0 to 60 conversation, the 0 to 60 idea. This is not volunteering at rec board and sort of dipping your feet in or volunteering at zoning hearing board and dipping your feet in. This
Yeah.
is, I have the confidence in myself to jump in head first, headstrong and see where it
Let's
goes.
be honest, it takes a special kind of crazy to run for office a little bit. You know,
Well,
it just,
and-
there's,
and-
it's just, it does. I'm telling you. I mean, I think
And
we
even,
all,
even a greater kind of crazy to come to a meeting for 5 hours and, you know, not only sit and listen to yourself talk for 20 minutes, but then to listen to us talk about you for another 20
yeah,
minutes.
sure.
Um,
But yeah, that's
you know,
kind of where I came from, but I'm
I guess
getting,
I can ask if seeing what we're doing now, is anybody want to run away? Because this is not fun. So here's what I'm going to suggest. I was one of the guys that I found myself weirdly drawn to was Dave Costa, and Dave gave the most non-conventional appearance for a job interview because he came straight from work. But I think he was honest. I think he was honest that he didn't really know what this was. I think he was honest that he would try his best. I think that if it were me, with the 5 that we've talked about in name, I'm more comfortable with all 5 of those than I would be with with Dave Costa. So while I appreciate his conversation and his ad here and what he does for the community in the nursing field, I'm not sure that's the right fit. And I'm not sure I can see myself, in all honesty, saying yes to him above either Andy, Raj, or Doug at this point. So I'm okay with putting him on the Patrick side of the ledger. What about you?
I agree. I mean, again, I was trying to, it's not an easy decision. Like I said, I liked a lot of the folks I met. I was really surprised, but I was just trying to get to the list shorter. So yes, I agree with you that it would be these 5 for further discussion.
Okay. And then so are you at a spot, Sonny, where you don't want to consider anybody other than those 5 for the further conversation?
I mean, I'm willing to listen to your thoughts. These are the folks that I was immediately drawn to, right? And like I said, I walked you through the process. I was thinking those that have, actually, been more active in the township and have a history of volunteering or have a passion. Those were the ones I came up with. It's not like I didn't see it in the others, but I also saw that I thought that their skill set better matched our needs. But if you have another one, I'm not going to say no.
At this point, what I'm saying is I'm okay with considering those 5 moving forward. I would like to keep Sapan on the list. I think if I'm honest with myself, of those who don't have a prior township experience with us, I'm most intrigued by him, just to say it honestly. This is where we get to do that tough decisions, make tough decisions. I'd be okay with that list of 6, Andy, Raj, Doug, Darren, and Lou, but I'd like to keep Sapan in the list, please.
Okay, I'll give it to you because you asked nicely.
And then I'm not sure what to say. Gee, thanks. And then what I would suggest from there is, of that list, I don't know if I'd be comfortable voting for any of the other folks that came tonight above those 6.
Okay.
I'm not making a motion at this point. And it's sort of that thing that everybody's in the mix till nobody's in the mix. But I think if we're going to take sort of a phased stepped approach, I'm comfortable with those 6 as sort of the top 6 candidates at this point. Based on what we heard tonight. And if you're comfortable with that, then we can sort of keep the conversation moving there and then start doing the hard comparisons.
In the
between
spirit of
those.
compromise, I'm moving forward.
All right.
Okay.
So if we have 6, then how do we go from 6 to whatever number's next?
It's going to get more tougher.
And then we could do the really fun part of just saying, all right, pick one. Darren or Andy?
Well, I don't want to do it that way. Why those two?
Just pick two names. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to sort of have that one-to-one comparison. I'm not sure how to go from 6 to some other number other than sort of have a battle royal at this point.
Well, now maybe is that time to maybe talk one-on-one with about each one. Maybe we can do that because now it's a smaller list.
Okay, so who do you want to talk about first?
I think Doug was up front first, so let's talk about Doug. I guess my concern, the one concern I had with Doug is I think his biggest focus is just with EMT and fire. I heard that a lot from him, and I just think it's a much broader issue that we have here. And I'm a little worried about that aspect of it.
And I'm honest with you, I'm very comfortable with Doug. He put his name on the ballot in the race that I eventually won, but since then he's been to every meeting. He's clearly invested. I think he does a nice job at 57. I think he's a calming presence for a lot of interesting personalities that 57 has, which is really a combination of 825 and 56. I'm a little concerned. I agree with you, a little concerned that he doesn't necessarily have the history with some of the other issues. I think as a leader, he'd be great. I think as a willingness to give us what we need to learn, I think he'd be fine. I think he would fit in. I'm very comfortable with Doug sort of at this point, to Andrew's point, I don't know what we want to do. Do we want to rate them 1 through 6? Do we want to, that's why the uncomfortable decision-making process here is if we ended up with Doug as the lone candidate, lone survivor, I'd vote for Doug. I think I could almost say that, I'm going to say that, if any of these were the only candidate in front of us, I would vote for any of the 6. I would say yes. I'd be comfortable with any of the 6.
Yeah.
We've got to be able to compare and contrast and figure out so for example, if it were between, I'll use this now, Darren, you keep getting thrown in the mix, and I apologize, first name. If we said Darren or Doug, you have to be able to say which one makes you happier.
Well, I'll throw something else out here. I hear what you're saying about Doug. I think you know him better than I know him. I met him. I really respect the commitment he's made to the fire. What I also heard him say that he would probably have to step down if he took this job, right? And all of the reasons why you say you like him is because of the great work he does there. You would lose that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a conversation I'm going to have. We should have because.
Selfishly, it would allow me to come off the board of 57 because I could just ask him to be on the board of 57 instead.
There's other ways to fix that.
One less commitment for me.
But that's the only thing. I think you're gonna, I don't think you want to lose Doug on 57. And again, I think you want somebody that is more well-rounded and has more. I'm just worried that he'd be just hyper-focused on one issue.
Okay,
that's kind of where I'm coming from.
So let me ask this. It's our decision, you and me, hopefully just you and me and not Charlie.
Charlie's there waiting.
Eagerly waiting. Are you comfortable if, because he has to work with them as well, if we get Bob's opinion based on listening to things where he sits on some of these folks or what he thinks, or if he thinks that the 6 we're at are the good choices?
I don't think I'm there yet. I think we could walk through some of these things. And Bob's going to retire pretty soon anyway. He just wants to do it faster than we want.
He might retire tomorrow. Based on this conversation. Or similarly with Jazz, who is someone who'd have to deal with the supervisor as well. How much input would you value of staff members who are here listening and could give some insight from just a staff perspective and what they've heard?
I think my only thought was, I think we both agree that we're comfortable with this list of 6, right? So I think the risk is fairly low. I'm happy to listen to staff, don't get me wrong, but it's up to you. I'm willing to do that if you want, but I think there's more discussions we could have before we get to that point where we're
Okay.
stuck. I don't know if we're stuck yet, unless you're
I
stuck on
don't-
that.
I don't think it's stuck. I think it's, I'm just curious. Because Bob is only here till December, but he's got experience with boards in the past, and I value his opinion on some of these things. That's not to say I'm cutting off the conversation, Sonny. I'm just, before we get too much deeper, I'm just curious where you sit on input outside the two of our brains. I see also as a third party perspective how you and I work together, and how you and I and Jim work together, how you and I and Julian work together,
Sure.
and how these personalities that we may not see, how that may affect, maybe someone we really like is throwing up a deep, dark red flag as a problematic mix for the way that you and I actually work.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm open-minded. I just thought we could work through this a little
Okay.
bit more, but if you want to do it, go for it.
So let's keep
yeah.
working through it a little bit more, but I think I will want to make him feel like he's here for a reason tonight at some level.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I think we,
So,
I mean, you want to do it, go ahead. I don't
so
care.
going
That's
back
how
to
strong.
it, then, how do we measure, if we're comfortable with the 6, how do we sort of make a ranking out of the 6? Do you want to tell me what your ranking is, and I tell you what mine is, and we do some math? And
To be honest with you, I haven't gotten to the point of ranking yet. I was hoping we could work through each one, but if you want to rank, if you want to do it, go ahead. I'm open to hearing.
I'm not ready to rank.
I don't have a process beyond this right now, so.
All right, so we talked about Doug, because he was first. I think of the list that we have, Andy was second. I've worked with Andy on the zoning hearing board. I know that he was vocal with the Sunset Orchards project that's near his home. I poked at it a little bit, but he is definitely an engineer. I think his mind works that way. I think he holds himself that way. I think everything information processes that way. I think he would fit in as a member of the team. I think he understands some of the land development issues that we're facing, and especially come the next couple of months when we start evaluating the new zoning ordinance. I think his expertise and experience there is super helpful. Much like Doug is focused on the fire, I think Andy's focus sort of stops outside the zoning piece. I don't know what sort of understanding of some of the wider array that we do, how that plays in. But again, land development is a big part of what we do. That planning of land development, approval of plans is a big part of what we do on a monthly basis. Leadership wise, careful how I address it. I think Andy would probably agree with me that he's not the most dynamic personality in the room. Sometimes I need a big personality to yell back at me, because I will admit that I take up a lot of oxygen in the room. I don't know what I'm looking for in that for the third member of our board, but I think I need someone who is capable of filling up the same space that you fill and that I fill, and I'm not sure Andy has that. Though again, of the 6 people, I would perfectly be happy having Andy be a member of our board.
So that's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about the filling up the room part of it. I because he's on the zoning hearing board, I hear what you're saying about his opposition to Sunset, but he's also on the zoning hearing board, and he understands what that role is and what he can do and what he can't. I believe he serves as a leadership position in that. So I'm less worried about that. I do think land planning is a big part of what this job is, especially in Upper Mac where we see so many plans. So that's kind of why I put him on that list. And the opposition piece doesn't bother me as much. I was opposing development and when I ran, but I also at some point
I'm not counting it against him that he opposed a project.
Yeah, I mean
think that's an important part of life. Is to have
I wasn't sure if you were going there, but it doesn't bother me as much. But I hadn't thought about you're looking at a point that I didn't think about, is just the interaction between the three. Sometimes, having three large heads isn't always good though, because it's just, you don't get stuff done. Right. But so it wasn't as big of a concern. I appreciate and like Andy's, calm demeanor. I don't think it's a problem. But like I said, I would put, and again, if we're just looking at these two, I would put Andy over Doug for the reason that I think because he's an engineer, because he's got a calm demeanor that I think I could work with, because he's got the zoning hearing board. The only thing that scares me about actually both Doug and Andy, and they're both great people. I hate to lose them in their current roles. My biggest concern is losing Andy out of the zoning hearing board, because I like him there. I think we've had we in the past had some issues with the zoning hearing board, and we have a great zoning hearing board now, and it's because of the changes we made.
Yeah. And I'm not entirely convinced, Sonny, that we don't need someone who has no experience with us. That a completely fresh voice and where we are is not necessarily Julian was a completely fresh voice, and I think he served for the short time, served an important role in that context. I do agree with you. I think that if forced to choose, I would pick Andy over Doug for that land development piece, and I'm comfortable saying that. And again, in that context, I'm not eliminating Doug, but I think if it's between those two, I'd probably lean towards Andy more, which is progress in the decision-making process, I think. So let's add Raj into that mix now.
Okay. So is he next? Okay. Oh, you want to go to Raj?
I'm just picking the first three that are on my list here because those are the first three with the experience.
Okay. So Raj, I put him there because he's experienced. He's been on the rec board. We talked a little bit about, he was during that period of time, you had a lot of things going on, and you feel like you can now better serve with the requirements you have. He's also been on the Friends group that basically was the early fundraiser, I believe, before we had the community fund. That was the group that did that. So I give everybody credit who was community minded enough to come in and participate and help us when we needed them. So we got a lot going on with the community center. So there's going to be some value that he could put there. That's what I was thinking.
So it's interesting because we talked about Doug sort of being focused on fire and sort of having experience with fire and not much else. And we talked about Andy sort of being focused on land development, not much, and sort of maybe having some other holes. Appreciating Raj's input and value to the community. His experience so far is with that rec piece only, with not a lot of experience in the other sides of it. I know he's on the rec board, and I know serves a role there. If I'm concerned about some of the bigger pieces of our township and some of the really serious conversations we have to have about land development and about progress, I'm not sure that Raj has that experiential piece to add to that conversation. Of all these folks that we're going to talk about, no doubt that given time they would learn it. But if we're discounting any candidate for sort of a missing piece of their experience with the township, he's got the same sort of hole that Andy and Doug both have.
So fair. You're right. We're not going to find.
It's still sort of, again, appreciating the contribution that everybody's had to the township. I'm still intrigued by a fresh voice. For some of the problems that we're facing, and I think some of the things that, quite frankly, the conversations you and I have that are not kumbaya agreements, I think having someone with a fresh sense of what the conversation should be, can be, and will be is healthy.
You're talking about Chuck Bond?
About what?
You're talking about Suppan?
Or Darren or Lou at that point.
Yeah.
I think if we're going to split the 6 candidates up that we're talking about as 3 with township experience and 3 without, I'd probably put Andy over Doug and Raj, but Doug and Raj are sort of on an equal plane in that regard. And I'm not yet ready to have the comparison against Darren, Lou, or Sapan at that point. But that's sort of where my head is at with those 3 guys.
Okay.
Again, comfortable with all, but I think if we are forced to be in a spot to pick and choose here.
Unless we want to go to immediately a 5-member board. I don't know if we can just do that.
I don't think we're allowed.
I don't think we're allowed to do that quickly. Yeah,
I think I'm if we're gonna sort of separate the group out and root against, I think I'm comfortable with Andy over Andy as opposed to Doug and Raj, but without making there's no sense in having that secondary conversation about Doug versus Raj. But I think of those 3, I'm more comfortable with Andy at this point.
Okay. And so let's just put that on a shelf for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. So where do you, in your mind, then where does Lou and Darren fit in? And I know you threw in Suppan as well. How would you rank those 3?
Those 3 guys, Darren and Lou, similar experience-wise, accomplished careers, frankly, just older. But and some leadership experience. Again, I'm weighing heavily 501c3 startup advancement and filling a role within the community. To me, and the reason that I'm advocating for him in this context is, I think that we're giving Andy, Raj, and Doug some credit for doing it for our township, but this is someone who has taken an active role for 8 years and done something healthy for the entire Lehigh Valley community. And I think that we owe that sort of service and that sort of dedication the same consideration.
So which one were we talking about now?
That's Suppan.
Suppan, yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm probably going to mispronounce your name 9 different ways. And I get that from Flyshaker, and we can figure that out. But does he lack experience in what we do? Yes. And I think he'd be the first one. I think he did say he was the first one to say it. But I think if you look at his resume, and what was so intriguing about it was the sort of widespread interest that if he found something interesting, he did it and got certified in it and kept going.
Yeah.
What we do here requires, to a certain extent, an intellectual curiosity that you don't get punished for being in an IT career for 35 years. But at the same time, it does affect the way you process information. And someone who has this really interesting wide array of interests and curiosities, I think, could be helpful. That's why I keep going back to him as an ad. Again, with Darren and Lou have life experience that I think trump a lot of my concerns about specific experience in land development or wastewater management or running a community center. I think those 2 guys have gone through enough battles in their lives and came through on the other side successful, past a level of competent but successful, that they would be more than able to fill this job. I just keep coming back to this idea that sometimes the unconventional candidate becomes the one that adds the most value.
I get that. I'll tell you why I liked Darren. Darren said something that resonated with me when we were talking about long-term planning, and that was the comment about long-term architecture to plan ahead to do better, which is really what we're trying to do with long-term with our zoning rewrite and saldo. I didn't prod him to that answer. He said he came at it himself, and a lot of other folks, just didn't get there. Doug basically said, "Well, there's nothing you can do." Is really what I got out of it. That was a problem for me. Darren looked at it and saying, "Hey, there's something you can do right now in the short term, okay? Because you got to those rules, but you could change the long term." That was, to me, the right answer. And I thought that based on that comment, even though he lacked some experience, he had the right thought process. So that, I remember, I wrote that down when he said it because I really liked it.
It fills the need for the corporate speak on our board, that Julian's departure with the one-way, two-way doors.
Yeah, I like that too. That was cool too. But that's kind of why I kind of, what's that?
We were at a meeting where someone kept talking about we have to go back and sharpen our pencils. I think there are just these sort of, and another meeting where someone said they needed to noodle on something. There's just some
I probably use
weird
that word too.
corporate catchphrase things that
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
use
get.
that. Maybe because it's like I worked in a corporate environment, but no, that's why I kind of liked. That's why I got them on the list. I didn't put it in, and I don't. I like Sapan. Don't get me wrong, but he has some really cool background, but I don't know if it was a fit. That's really where I was at. Where the others, I feel I could work with everyone in that. This Darren or Lou or Andy, and Raj. I think I think I could. We could work. I could work with this group, but we have to whittle it down.
So let me ask it this way, and this is
All right, go ahead.
this is going to sort of brass tacks the conversation a little bit. Are you sort of in agreement where I am with Andy over Doug and Raj for those first three?
I wanted to say let's keep them on the shelf, but if you're forcing my hand,
I am.
You are.
It's 11:35.
Okay. All right, let's do that.
Are you comfortable with that?
I am. Sorry, Raj. All right.
So if you're comfortable with that placement,
Okay.
we can use that as sort of a organizational structure here.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with Andy over Sapan?
Yes.
And what about Lou?
Yes. Because
And-
I think the planning piece that Andy has is very valuable.
All right, so then it sort of becomes a binary decision then and I'm agreeing with you so far.
All right.
I'm in lockstep with you.
That's unusual.
Well, we don't have to share the secrets quite yet. So now it's between Andy and Darren.
Yeah.
And I'm comfortable with being in that binary place, but now we have to, if we're there, we might as well spend the extra time tonight to get past having two and get to one.
Right.
I will say that these two gentlemen are certainly widely variant when you talk about sort of the charismatic presentation. And I think I remarked to Darren that he talks fast like I do. And there are not that many of us who could talk that fast and not necessarily tongue tie ourselves all the time. That aside, he doesn't have the experience in the sort of the upper Macungie marketplace, governmental marketplace that Andy does. Again, as with, I think I've made clear, I think either of these two gentlemen would be a fantastic fit here. I tend, surprisingly for myself, I tend to lean away tonight from the comfortable and more into the intriguing. I think it's going to take some time. If it's Darren, it's going to take some time for us to sort of make sure that we can share the space. That sort of challenge is intriguing. I'm also in the role that I have on this board. I'm looking to have someone who is when an opportunity comes, is going to jump and say I'm in for these. Whether it's liaisoning to X committee, Y committee, B committee, or Z committee. So I think just, getting to the nut of it, I think if I'm forced to choose right now, I would choose Darren over Andy.
Yeah. And I'm not arguing with you, but I'm kind of going back and forth in my mind. Pros and cons. I think having Andy on board right now, understanding a lot of what's going on, has seen all of the plans. It's nice to have somebody with that experience. And frankly, we got a lot going on.
We do.
And so part of me says what's comfortable is nice to have. The downside of it, which I said, is I really like Andy on the zoning hearing board, and I don't want to lose him. It's the same as I don't want to lose Doug on 57, right? So I am kind of torn, and I like I said, I could be happy with both of them. So
I think we've reached that.
yeah, I can go back and forth. So I could go with Darren.
So
Could call it an early night.
Sure. This is
It's almost midnight. You want to stay? You want to deliberate for 20 more minutes just so we can call it?
Listen, this is we deliberate till we get done, because this is not something that we deliberate quickly, right? And it's.
I'm joking, you know that.
I know you are.
Yeah.
But other people hear us.
Yeah, no, I think we're down to a comfortable, I mean, between the two, I'm comfortable with either or. If you're telling me you're more comfortable with Darren, I can work with that. I see pros and cons to bringing Andy in, because as much as I value his experience, I also don't want to lose him.
Would you object if I asked Bob's what Bob's thought was at this point?
I wouldn't object.
Bob?
I had my own choices going through, and Andy was one of them. That was my top, but he's still in your top. And I want to overemphasize my importance, but as I transition out and new transition people in, and you're trying to bring a new supervisor in, having someone who's totally cold has got a steep learning curve quickly, where Andy's bringing in some institutional knowledge with him.
That's where I was with
I
him.
would pick Andy over Darren for that reason.
Okay.
And that's one of the things I said, I'm
But
a little nervous about.
100% what you're saying, Sonny. He's good on the zoning hearing board.
We have a great zoning hearing board right now, and I don't say that lightly. And we had some challenges in the past, and we finally got to a good spot. And it's a little, it's a little self-serving. That's the only downside. I look at the pros and cons. I kind of use, sometimes you ask everybody else, how do you make decisions? I use a game theory where I look at what do I not want. And that's how I use this process, is I looked at, first of all, you let's whittle it down to a number that seems like, okay, now it makes more sense. And that's the process. That's the process I wanted to use here. Like I said, I'm comfortable with both. It was a tough decision to get there, but but I agree with you. We had so much going on, and Andy already has seen all the plans. And even though I get where you're coming from, having somebody fresh face is also kind of neat. But he is a fresh face in a way, because he doesn't attend all these board meetings that give us that input. But he has institutional knowledge. And I'm comfortable with either or. I was trying to work with you a little bit on this one, saying, okay, if you want to go with Darren, I'm okay with that too. But
We'll advocate for a minute. Don't. There's value. What I appreciate about Bob is he's going to advocate. He's not necessarily just going to say whatever makes you happy.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. Anybody want to be on the zoning hearing board? Because we don't have a spot if we went this way.
I think Bob's applied for.
He's like applied for everything, right? But no, I'm not joking.
What's it pay? $50 a hearing.
Yeah, you want that? But okay, if you want an advocate, I'm going to go.
Appreciate you so much.
I'm going to go with Andy then. I'm going to go with Bob's recommendation.
So
Opinion.
So let me ask you this. Are you comfortable enough where you'd be willing to make the motion to get the second, which essentially is the vote? For Andy.
Yes.
Okay, so let's make the motion and see and get it done.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to appoint Andy Snyder to replace Julian Godbarge as Township Supervisor.
I'll second that. I don't think we need to take public comment on that. All those in favor of the motion to appoint Andy Snyder to replace Julian Godbarge as Supervisor of Upper Macungie Township, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We got to a decision.
We did
Well
it.
done.
All right.
Again, thank you all. Charlie, thanks for nothing.
Thanks for hanging out
for
with us,
everything.
though. We appreciate it. I'm glad I finally got a chance to meet
So
you.
Charlie's our vacancy board chair. If we didn't come to an agreement, he's the one that theoretically breaks the tie.
All right, thank you.
We thank everybody for being here tonight, really do. Let me just adjourn us real fast, if that's all right. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:44. Is there a second for that?
I wanted to hang out another 15 minutes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. Take care.
Thank you.